Chapter 1 The Dream has begun. Well. Yayi opened his eyes and saw a dim room. I sat up slowly, put on my slippers, and was about to stand up when a slight dizziness struck. Tisk, there are sequelae. After sitting for a while and getting used to it, Yayi stood up. He walked slowly to the window and opened the curtains. The dazzling sunlight came in through the window, and then opened the window, and the birds chirped in the early morning. The room instantly changed from black and white to color, and the original deadness disappeared without a trace. Ah! Yayi stretched out comfortably, stepped on his slippers, and walked to the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, clear running water flowed down. Yayi bent down, his hands were parallel, slightly folded, and grabbed a handful of water and patted his face. The slight dizziness dissipated immediately, and he raised his head to look at himself in the vanity mirror. With silver hair, red pupils, and handsome facial features, Yayi couldn't help nodding himself. The protagonist's picture is placed in the relevant building of the work, check it yourself. He reached out and pressed his temple lightly, took out the towel from the towel rack, dried his face, and walked back to the bedroom. The room is neat and tidy, the sunlight shining in from the window, and the birdsong outside, all prove that the owner of the house is a self-disciplined person. Yayi looked out the window. The OLED screen on the high-rise building in the distance was playing this PV, and there was a banner next to it. Sword Art Online is open for public beta today. System, are you there? Host, I'm here, do you have any questions? What's your purpose in bringing me to Sword Art Online? Why did you choose me? Are there more people who are better than me? Is it because you like the second dimension? Host, don't be in a hurry to deny yourself. There are people who are better than you, but there are not many people who have the heart of the strong. You are destined to be strong, and I just moved you a little bit ahead. As for the purpose, Sword, I don't need to tell you what the anime of Art Online runs through. Come on, host. Yayi put his hand on his chest, the surging and regular heartbeat silenced Yayi. The heart of the strong. Looking at the NERV gear on the table, the indicator light on the gray helmet is dimmed, and it is waiting for its owner to activate it. Yayi shook off the distracting thoughts in his head, stood up and took the data cable to connect the helmet and the computer host. Take a deep breath, put on your helmet, and go to bed. Although this is a game, it's not a joke. Even if I know it, I will go in without hesitation. I used to be a dream, but now I have the capital to realize my dream. Even death can't make me retreat. I still want to watch it. Look at Asuna, link start. It was dark before his eyes, and he felt that his consciousness was flying forward, and then suddenly a light appeared, and a login box appeared. Yayi skillfully entered the account password and saw that a role had been created in the login box. Having been in this world for more than half a year, Yayi was lucky enough to participate in the closed beta test. At that time, he was playing the game of death. In the game, Yayi deeply realized what the system said to him when he first arrived in this world. Nerve strengthening, consciousness deepening, physical activation. With the advantage, Yayi broke through the internal test all the way to the 12th floor. When Kirito and the other internal test players were still in the 8th floor, Yayi was already looking for the boss room on the 12th floor, and Yayi's account Yayi also known by the majority of beta players. When he clicked on that account, his eyes suddenly turned black again. When he opened his eyes slowly, Yayi had come to a medieval square. I pinched my palm, and I felt that I was much weaker than during the internal testing period. I skillfully opened the menu bar, and the font of level 1 made me sad. I'm back to being a level 1 chicken again. Packing up his mood, Yayi glanced at the map and walked quickly in one direction. He would use his internal testing experience to grab the level resources first, and then walk out of this game alive. 3 hours later, Yayi looked at the broken sign in front of him, which said Ulu village ahead, safety. Yayi quickly ran forward, and only after entering the village did he realize that although it was a small village, there should be a blacksmith. Shops, tailor shops are available. Although sparrows are small and complete, many NPCs have a yellow exclamation mark on their heads. Yayi nodded secretly. As he said, Yayi quickly received a quest from the herb store and rushed to the quest location. In front of him is an enlarged version of Morning Glory. The flower can spray corrosive venom. Although it does area damage, the firing speed and movement speed are extremely slow. After recalling the characteristics of the monster, Yayi opened the status bar, and the HP was 362. Probably can resist 4 times, and inadvertently saw a skill in the skill bar. Weapon Master, skillfully use all weapons in Sao, with ever-changing tactical styles. Current level 1, you can choose 2 weapons to switch at will. Introduction, the poor have mastered weapons all their lives. In the master's heart, weapons are an extension of the body. It seems that the system gave me a hang. Yayi remembered what the system told him before entering the game. Special skills have been prepared for you, use your heart to control it and clear the game. Putting away the status bar, Yayi picked up a stone from the ground and started using his sword skills. When the auxiliary light came on, Yayi threw the stone towards the Morning Glory monster. The hatred was pulled over, the petals of the Morning Glory instantly closed. Yayi saw that he was hiding behind a tree. Puff. The sprayed corrosive venom splashed onto the tree. Yayi, who was behind the tree, seized the opportunity, took out the novice iron sword and rushed towards the Morning Glory. The auxiliary light lit up immediately, and an arc of light disappeared. Yayi had already appeared behind the monster. The monster's blood volume also disappeared by half. The monster who reacted turned his head and sprayed out the venom. Yayi rolled over and came to the side of the monster, with another sword in his backhand. Peng. Like the special effect of the mirror shattering, the monster turned into data and disappeared. Yayi stood up and patted the dust that didn't exist on his body, and threw his sword. A monster appeared in the distance, and Yayi continued to charge without thinking. 3 hours later, Yayi stood at the door of the herbal medicine store, listening to the younger brother of the herbal medicine store bragging about himself. Adventurer, you are really brave, this is the reward you deserve, please accept it. Ding. Yayi watched the exclamation mark on the little brother's head disappear, put away the reward potion and coal, and was about to go to the next house. Suddenly, Yayi's whole body emitted a hazy light. Yayi suddenly wanted to come to Kayaba for a full server notification. This was forced teleportation. With a slight dizziness, Yayi opened his eyes again, and Yayi had already arrived at the Novice Plaza. Looking around, Yayi saw Kirito and Klein. From a distance, he saw Klein holding his head in his hands and swaying, as if he was complaining to Kirito, while Kirito was staring at the transmitted light and thinking about something. When the bells in the square stopped, it was already full of people. Suddenly, a hexagon appeared in the sky with Warng written in the middle. The hexagon expanded rapidly, and the sky instantly turned blood red, revealing a depressing feeling. When the blood-red hexagon completely covered the sky, a stream of blood-like liquid seeped out from the gaps in the hexagon, and then gradually gathered into a faceless man wearing a blood-red robe. Everyone was stunned, and many people mistakenly thought it was an official event or something. Yayi looked at this faceless man, he knew that the game of death had begun. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Embark on a journey. Very scary. A brown-haired little sister in the crowd hugged the handsome brown-haired boy beside her in fear, and the handsome boy patted the handsome girl's hand. It doesn't matter, this is definitely a continuation of the launch celebration, the little brother said confidently. Now the faceless man speaks. Players, welcome to my world. My name is Kayaba, the only human who can control this world right now. Yayi's expression changed instantly when he saw Kirito. Sure enough, seeing it by himself was different from watching it through the screen. The most obvious thing was that the atmosphere of the crowd was instantly oppressive and breathless. The dull feeling of suffocation made Yayi very uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. Immediately after the faceless man, no, it should be called Kayaba Akihiko, and continued. Players should have noticed that the log out button in the main menu is gone. However, this is not a problem with the game. To repeat, this is not a problem with the game, but the original gameplay of Sword Art Online. You can't quit voluntarily, and outsiders can't stop or cancel NERV gear. If you try, the high-power microwaves from the nerve gear's signaling unit will destroy your brain and stop your life. Boom, the whole crowd became noisy in an instant, and everyone couldn't believe it, nor did they believe in this reality. What happened? Is it for the purpose of making a show to heat up the atmosphere? It's over soon. The brown-haired little brother I saw earlier pulled the brown-haired little sister and turned and left, mumbling in his mouth. Liar, let's go. If Yayi hadn't seen the hand he was holding, he probably would have thought that he thought it was just a show, but he knew very well in his heart. Peng, the little brother hit a wall of air. He turned angrily and shouted to the faceless man in the sky. Hey, can't get out. Klein looked at the little brother and muttered to himself. What did that guy say? There's something wrong with his head. Right? Kirito. Then looked at Kirito with hope, longing for Kirito to recognize that this is a joke, but reality is a very cruel thing. Kirito looked at the front and said blankly. The microwave of the signal unit is indeed the same as the microwave oven. As long as the limiter is lifted, it will burn the brain. Later, Kirito didn't dare to say it anymore. When you don't want to believe a truth, sometimes the truth is so cruel, Klein still doesn't give up. Then just cut off the power. Kirito retorted him mercilessly again. No, the NERV gear has a built-in battery. Klein's face changed instantly, and he whispered, but it's too messy, what's this? Before Kirito could answer, the huge faceless man in the sky started talking again. Unfortunately, so far, players' relatives and friends have ignored the warnings and tried to forcibly cancel NERV gear. As a result, 213 players have been withdrawn from Aincrad and the real world forever. Talking, many small windows pop up around the faceless person, all of which are reported by the media. As you can see, this situation, including a large number of dead people, is being reported repeatedly by various media. Therefore, it can be said that the danger of NERV gear being forcibly released has been reduced. All means will be ineffective. The moment your HP becomes 0, your characters will disappear forever, and at the same time, your brains will be destroyed by NERV gear. There is only one condition for everyone to be liberated. You can get through this game. You can conquer the mazes on each floor and defeat the guarding boss, and then you can enter the next floor. Finally, you can clear the level by defeating the boss on the 100th floor. The crowd was still noisy, everyone's expressions were so rich. Yayi stood in the crowd, and all beings were in sight. There is a small gift from me in your storage column, please confirm. A burst of light lit up, and everyone changed. The handsome man and the beautiful woman disappeared without a trace, the brown-haired girl became a thin man, and the coffee-haired brother became a short, fat, round, two people. Accusing each other, believing that the other person deceived them. Yayi stood with his arms crossed, he was still the same. The faceless man raised his hands high and said in an eloquent voice. You must be wondering why? Why would Sword Art Online developer Kayaba Akihiko do such a thing? My purpose has been achieved. I made Sword Art Online to create this world, to watch it, and now everything has been achieved. Now the official Sword Art Online operation tutorial is over, and I wish all players good luck. After speaking, the faceless man's robe slowly shrunk, like a lost support inside, with red smoke all over his body, and he got into the hexagonal gap, and then the sky instantly turned dusk, as if the previous one was an illusion. The crowd suddenly fell silent, and then exploded. Some people didn't want to believe it, and some people were already running towards the leveling place. Yayi opened the map and looked at the sky. It was already dusk. Due to the influence of line of sight at night, it was very dangerous to walk in the wild. It was time to prepare a second weapon. Looking at the number of coals, more than 3,000 was enough. Bought a weapon. Put away the status bar, Yayi walked to the blacksmith shop. Standing in front of the blacksmith shop in the town of the beginning, a wave of heat hits my face. A sturdy uncle is working hard on the iron. Every hammer is so hard that sweat drips down the nose and burns red. On the iron block, he made a chee-chee sound. Seeing Yayi walk in, he put down the hammer calmly, took a deep breath of the cigarette from his mouth, then squeezed the cigarette butt that was crushed by the hammer with his right hand, and put the iron block into the water with his left hand with tweezers. In the sound of the rustling water, the uncle exhaled a cigarette and smiled, showing his yellow teeth. "Brother, do you need a weapon?" Yayi looked at this scene, his lips twitched. This blacksmith shop had a hidden mission during the internal test, and Yayi also met by accident at that time. I saw Yayi replied with a smile. "Uncle, your weapon is not very good. The level and quality are a bit poor." The uncle raised his brows, placed the cooled iron block, reached out and flicked the cigarette butt in his hand, walked quickly to the store, and took down an iron sword. "Look, this is an iron sword made of smelted iron. It blows hair and breaks hair. This is rare in the first layer. I will take you 1,000 coal at a loss." "No." "Then look at this, 10 years of Muxian and Balian iron, the gun is flexible and the gun is sharp, I will give you a 10% discount on this, and receive 2,000 coal." "No." Yayi replied simply, that he would always refuse and deny the craftsmanship of this blacksmith. In the constant denial, the uncle looks a little angry. "Little brother, that's okay, that's okay. You have such high requirements. Which blacksmith shop on the first floor can meet your requirements? It's not that I can't, it's that you have a problem with your technology." "Oh, little brother, I have been working on iron for 30 years. No one dares to say that my skills are second in this first layer. You have always been dissatisfied. That's me. These are all basic materials. So as long as you have good materials, can you create a good weapon? That's it, little brother, I know that there is a ore valley in the east. There is a kind of ore called Muxian ore. This ore has great ductility, flexibility, and hardness." After speaking, a bright exclamation mark lit up above the blacksmith's head. Yayi knew that his hidden mission had been triggered. Asterisk. Chapter 3 First Encounter. Looking at the exclamation mark above the uncle's head, Yayi happily clicked to receive the task. Hidden quest, get Muxian mine. Mission level, S level. Mission introduction, Muxian mine is a legendary ore. A tree must grow on the mine, absorb the underground ore veins, and store it in the Muxian. After 100 years, the Muxian and the ore will be combined to give birth to this legend. The Muxian mine in the middle of the mine, and the legendary Muxian mine has been born in the mine valley to the east. Warriors, please take it, and the master of the blacksmith shop will create a peerless magic weapon for you for free. Yayi looked at the mission introduction, turned around and walked out of the store, looking at the map as he walked, and just walked a few steps when he bumped into a man in a dark red cloak. Sorry. "Oh, it's all right." Yayi raised his head and saw the familiar cloak and the female voice, plus the feeling when they collided, I can be sure that this is the heroine of Sword Art Online. I remembered Asuna's beauty, virtuousness, and gentleness when watching anime before, Yayi thinking about falling into God. "Excuse me, do I have any questions?" Asuna looked at the silver-haired, red-eyed little brother in front of him, and set a label for him as a strange person in his heart. Oh, I'm sorry, I think something went wrong. I'm very sorry for bumping into you." "Oh, it's all right." Asuna replied coldly as always, turned around and left. Yayi scratched his head, feeling that Asuna didn't have a good impression of him. He was blind to this good skin. Forget it, don't think about it, first set the route to the mine valley, then prepare enough supplies now, and leave tomorrow. The area you pass by on the way is just for leveling, both are correct. Then Yayi found a hotel and opened the cheapest one to stay in. The early morning sun shone on the earth and dyed the medieval streets with a golden layer. From a distance, it looked like a golden house made of golden bricks. Yayi walked out of the hotel and stretched out, deeply. Took a breath of the morning air. What? The sparrows on the tree next to them were disturbed, one flew up, and the other followed, and the two birds flew into the distance one after the other. Yayi bought a long spear and used it for a while. With his iron sword, the skills of the weapon master can be considered effective. After packing up the things and checking the gaps, Yayi walked towards the east. Go, today is another day of hope. 4 days later, Forest of the Mist. With the sound of a broken mirror, Yayi put away the long spear stuck on the ground and sheathed the sword. Reach out to open the status bar. Character, Yayi. Level, 7. HP, 1987/2052. Status, good. Skills, Weapon Master, Level 1, has 2/2 of the number of disposable weapons. Because of the existence of the Weapon Master, all skills are summarized into the Weapon Master. The skill friends help me think of the name, and then I will consider using it as appropriate. Currently only the sword and gun. Swords. Guns. Coal, 13,552. Looking at the amount of blood he lost, Yayi was thinking about whether to drink the healing potion. One bottle of blood added 200, and it cost 200 coal. It felt like a loss. Just when Yayi was struggling, there was an explosion not far away. And the sound of releasing sword skills. Yayi put away the medicine bottle and ran towards the explosion. Seeing the fruit of the tree man in front of him explode, the venom splashed and attacked the rest of the tree people, pulling all the hatred on him. Asuna was really about to cry out of anger. She experienced fear in the town of the beginning, and finally she was full of anger. With courage and fear of death, Asuna took the first step of leveling and walked to the leveling area. But I haven't experienced the internal beta, and the public beta is also the first time. I just wanted to try the game my brother played, but I was trapped in the game and had no relatives. She ran around at a loss, and finally ran to this high leveling area, which was extremely difficult for her at present. Even with some decent game talents, even if there is some room for manipulation in MMORPGs, Asuna can at most one-on-one duel with monsters, and it is still a narrow victory. The tree man's final self-destruction attracted the hatred of the three monsters to himself. Seeing the three monsters slowly surrounding him, Asuna's heart slowly sank. Is this the end? It's only been 5 days since the game started. Am I going to die here? No, I can't give up. I'm afraid of death, so I can't compromise on it. I want to survive, try to survive, live to the end of this game, and return to that real world again. Firmly clenched the rapier in his hand, looked around, and while the three monsters were not surrounded, forcefully kill one to break out. Thinking of the countermeasure, Asuna rushed out immediately. The auxiliary light on the rapier lit up, and when the blade lit up to the top. Dash sword skill, Meteor. The sword skill took effect instantly, and Asuna seemed to turn into a shooting star and charged towards the monster. Not to be outdone, a vine pierced out like lightning. Asuna quickly ended the thrusting sword technique, and quickly bent down to avoid the chest-piercing blow. However, Asuna was already close to the monster, and when he raised his hand, the auxiliary light of the sword skill lit up again. Parallel stab, 2 combos. In an instant, 2 stages of damage were dealt. The monster screamed in pain, and the vines flew from top to bottom, whistling towards Asuna's face. Asuna's ordinary and flexible fish generally avoided this blow sideways, turned to the side of the monster, and the rapier in his hand began to accumulate strength. Linear attack, single shot basic sword skill. Looking at the blood volume of the monster tree man, he estimated that he could kill the monster with this blow. Asuna's inner tension was relieved a little, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the first vine had recovered from the stab attack, and swept Asuna back to the encirclement. Slowly standing up with his sword, Asuna took a breath and looked at the three wild monsters in front of him, feeling a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. Father, mother, brother, I will never see you again. I am really scared and scared. No one complains to me. Living in such a world, every minute and every second is suffering. The courage I managed to share disappears without a trace every night. I really worked hard to live. But I really can't live anymore. At this time, two black shadows in the distance rushed over one after the other. With a swoosh, the black shadow in front was as fast as lightning, and instantly intercepted the vines of the other two treemen. Boom! It shot to the tree man in the middle, who was beaten with blood by Asuna. With the sound of a broken mirror, the figure behind him followed. It was a handsome young man with silver hair. His fiery red pupils moved at a high speed to draw out a brilliant band of light. Between jumping and rolling, he avoided the attacks of the other two treemen, pulled out his spear, and then another somersault to avoid the vines that swept his legs, and jumped in front of Asuna, blocking her. Calmly holding a gun. It's not good to bully more and less, let me play with you. After speaking, turn around and throw a bottle of healing potion to Asuna, large. Holding the healing potion in his hand, he looked at the tall and slender figure standing in front of him. His silver-white hair trembled slightly in the breeze, but his slender figure exuded the calm and tranquility of a mountain. At this moment, all the anxiety of the girl has calmed down, and the feelings of a girl are always poetry. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Your Name. Yayi took a look at the two monsters while searching for enemies. Entangled Dryad, Level 5. Health, 1500/1500. Skill, Entanglement, controlling the vines on the body to entangle the enemy, restricting movement. Drain, when entangled, the vines will slowly absorb the enemy's HP and return it to the Dryad. Swipe, wielding vines to swipe at the enemy. After confirming that the monsters in front of him are level 5, even if there are two, it is easy for Yayi, who is currently level 7, but the lion fights the rabbit with all his strength and takes a deep breath. Yayi quickly rushes towards the tree spirit on the left. Concentrate on killing one, then take care of the next. An iron bridge, Yayi dodged the vines that swept towards him, and then turned around and flipped. Yayi was already close to the Dryad. At this time, in the left Dryad's perspective, Yayi suddenly became erratic, always in the blind spot of his own perspective. He can only swing his body diligently to pursue Yayi's figure. Yayi approached the position where the spear could reach, and the auxiliary light was directly on. Lunar Arc Single Shot Basic Technology. The tip of the spear slid across the Dryad's body, and the silver-white brilliance was like the arc of the moon. When the skill was released, Yayi was also exposed to the tree spirit's field of vision. After taking an attack, it became even more furious, and the two grey vines slammed towards Yayi. The spear in his hand turned into a starlight and dissipated. Yayi turned sideways, and then rolled over to the side and rear of the Dryad, and the Dryad lost Yayi's vision again. When he was trying to adjust his position, Yayi stretched out his hand, the stars gathered, and a novice iron sword appeared in his hand, followed by the auxiliary light. Oblique/single shot basic skill. With peng's sound, the tree spirit on the left turned into pieces of data in the sky. Yayi let out a soft sigh, and the tree spirit on the right was still rushing towards him slowly. The sword in his hand glowed. Yayi flicked the iron sword and shot it out, rushing towards the Dryad on the right, and Yayi followed closely to the Dryad on the right, and the infinite starlight converged into the one that disappeared just now. Of long guns. The thrown one-handed straight sword galloped towards the tree spirit with an indomitable momentum. Unfortunately, the tree spirit swept it into the sky, and the light effect of the skills on the sword disappeared. Yayi followed closely behind. Also faced with this powerful sweep, Yayi lowered his body unhurriedly, turned the spear to his back with a swirl of spear, and looked at a sliding shovel, and then a second vine attacked him. Yayi put one hand on the ground and pushed himself forward. Flip, dodge the sweep close to the ground, and reach out to catch the sword that fell from the sky. The starlight dissipates, and the long sword disappears. Yayi, who was stagnant in mid-air, looked down at the tree spirit condescendingly. Now it is when its empty door is wide open, and the old power has exhausted the new power. The spear dances, the tip shines. Instant light, 2 combo skills. He stabbed twice, still in the head position, and dealt a high amount of damage. Seeing the little bloodskin left by the tree spirit, Yayi sighed secretly. Is it too reluctant? Kill with 1 skill. That is because he is not strong enough. Get rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart, and return to the battle again. The tree spirit's vines have been retracted, and when Yayi's second combo punched his head through, it controlled one of the vines to wrap around the spear, and the other swept towards Yayi. Yayi pulled the spear forcefully, but found that he couldn't twitch. When his mind moved, the spear turned into a starlight and disappeared. With a roll, he avoided the sweep and came to the side of the tree spirit. From the dryad's perspective, only the vine around the spear loosened. The hateful human tumbled and dodged his attack, and then he disappeared from his field of vision. The poor monster couldn't figure out how the white man disappeared, but its hatred hasn't disappeared. He tried his best to turn his body to his side to find his enemy. As soon as he turned around, a brilliant sword skill slashed from top to bottom. Down. Peng. In the sound of the fragmented mirror, countless pieces of data turned into colorful broken lenses and slowly lifted into the sky. Yayi sheathed his sword and turned to look at the man in the dark red cloak. Against the splendid background, Yayi and Asuna looked at each other and remained silent. In the end, the two of them couldn't bear it anymore and broke the silence. That, your name. That, your name. You talk first. You talk first. It was in unison again. Yayi felt extremely embarrassed at the moment, because seeing the two-dimensional goddess that he liked before, he was confused and lost his share. He coughed heavily. Yayi sorted out his mood, and said calmly. Hello, first meeting, my name is Yayi, nice to meet you. My name is Asuna, nice to meet you. Yayi looked at the hesitant and succinct answer to Asuna, and felt a big headache. Why did the hero save the beauty routine not work? Asuna was indifferent to himself, but Asuna was suppressed by this death game, and his heart was full of fear. Even if there was a little, the good feelings are still buried in the bottom of my heart, but the seeds have been planted and are waiting to sprout. That being the case, Yayi took the initiative and issued an invitation to Asuna. It's too dangerous to be alone in the wild. Like the situation just now, 2 people can easily solve it. The number of people is great, so do you want to form a team? After Yayi sent a team invitation to Asuna, Asuna pursed her lips, nodded lightly, and confirmed the team invitation popping up in front of her. Walking in front of Asuna, Yayi stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Welcome to my team, even though it's just the 2 of us. Asuna raised her head slightly, looking at the palm in front of her. The noon sun finally pierced through the fog and shone behind Yayi. The warm sunlight dispelled the coldness in the forest slightly. The owner of the white and slender palm showed a warm smile. Asuna stretched out his hand blankly and put it on Yayi. Palm. The owner of the palm exerted a little force, and Asuna stood up, and then she observed the savior up close for the first time. Her silver hair was as white as snow, and there was a smile on the corner of her mouth. The white face made the fiery red pupils look so dazzling, and the bright light in the eyes was like a jumping flame, which moved Asuna's heart. In a trance, the fear of the death game seemed to be a lot easier. After Yayi pulled up Asuna, he turned around and opened the status bar. He glanced at the experience bar. The experience bar of the 3 tree spirits went up a little. This experience bar is outrageous. Top players see huge experience packs. Most top players are only about level 4 now. According to the original book, Kirito and the others were about level 13 when they attacked the first level boss. How did they get a little bit higher when they got here? Feeling a toothache, Yayi sighed, and the stars in his right hand converged to form the long spear that had just disappeared. Holding a gun, Yayi walked to a place where monsters were spawned. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw that Asuna was still in a daze. Have you come out of the shadow of death yet? Yayi thought to himself. What's the matter, haven't you recovered yet? Then let's rest in place. After speaking, he walked back to Asuna and sat on the ground, opened his backpack, revealing 2 pieces of white bread, put the bread to his mouth with his left hand, handed the other piece to Asuna with his right hand, and then revealed a small glass in his free left hand. Bottle. Hey, here it is asterisk. Chapter 5 Live because of life. In a trance, Asuna was awakened by Yayi's voice, and looked at Yayi who was sitting on the ground in front of him, and the white bread in his hand. The aroma of wheat drifted into Asuna's nose, and her saliva secreted frantically in an instant. Coal, which she had worked so hard to get these days, went to buy healing potions and weapons, and she ate the cheapest black every day. Bread, that kind of dry and hard like a stone, with a strong bitter taste in the mouth, is not acceptable to people, but in order to survive the game, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Unconsciously, he took the bread that was handed over. His happy face showed no fear of being in the game of death. His eyes were the windows to his soul. Through the window, Asuna seemed to see something. Feeling of joy, she also sat down slowly, stared at Yayi, and asked plainly. Why? Yayi's expression was stagnant, full of doubts. Why? Then Yayi saw the remaining half of Asuna's face after being covered by the cloak. Soft lines were outlined in the shadow, on the slender chin, the thin lips were pursed, and the eyes could not be seen, but Yayi could guess the current Asuna. Even though she mustered up the courage to face death, the confusion in her heart still did not dissipate, and her heart was still afraid. Yayi understood and replied gently. Because I am alive, I am alive. Live because you live. What kind of vulgar reason is this, full of contradictions and incomprehensible? Before Asuna could continue to ask questions, Yayi continued. And for me, to live is to live for the sake of living, not to live for anything other than living. To live is to live. Yes, it's a bit baffling, but also one of the most useful words. Accidental and inevitable? Fate and will? Life and death? Reason and emotion? Value and non-value? All become meaningless in the face of the question of why do people live? Marriage. Family. Career. Love. It's not an excuse, it sounds a little more grand to explain another reason to live. Perhaps, life is to try the ups and downs of the world, the joys and sorrows, and go through a process from a baby to an old man. To be able to see, to think, to love, and to hate, this is the difference between the living and the dead. Don't think about it. What will happen to death, that is not something a living person should consider. After saying that, Yayi glanced at Asuna with a deep meaning, and spit out another sentence. So live well and be lenient to yourself. Although we are in the game now, we are already alive in the game, so for us, it is a world, the real world. After hearing this, Asuna trembled slightly. She always felt that this was a game of death. She never felt alive in this world. She broke through this cage and returned to the real world of the subconscious. Thinking back carefully, her mother's strict management from childhood to adulthood has laid out all the paths for her. She is like a marionette in her mother's hands. When she decided to play her brother's NERV gear secretly, she saw the real world written in the advertisement. So she secretly played this NERV gear without telling her mother, father, and brother, and wanted to experience another world, the real feeling of being alive. Silence. Still silent. Yayi's heart is very restless. He interprets his definition of life to Asuna. When watching anime before, everyone saw a strong Asuna, but never thought that in the early days, Asuna was how tangled, painful and fearful. I hope that my interpretation of living can wake her up and let her really live. Asuna's body stopped shaking slightly and said slowly, "Thank you, Jun Yayi." Yayi scratched her head. It seemed that the effect was okay, but she had to increase the dose. There were many wonderful spectacles on the way to the Mine Valley. Take her to see it and truly experience what it is to be alive. Hey, put this on, the bread and cream are better. Saying that, Yayi handed over the glass bottle, after teaching Asuna how to use it. Asuna tapped the bottle cap lightly, her fingertips shimmered, and lightly spread it on the white bread. The fluffy and soft white bread was paired with slightly sweet cream. After Asuna took a bite, she paused and devoured it immediately. Choked because she ate too fast, she couldn't help but patted her chest lightly. Well, here it is. Yayi seemed to know that she would choke, so she had prepared a glass of water by her side. The water flowed down my throat, softening the bread choked in my throat, and a silent sense of happiness emerged spontaneously. I couldn't help but burp lightly, suddenly thinking of someone I just met beside me, and hurriedly hurried. Cover your mouth. Yayi looked at the cute Asuna, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. This is a real Asuna that I can see, touch, and have a mind of my own. What a wonderful world. Sorry, Kirito, there's no such thing as sleazy in love. After a short rest, Yayi stood up. Okay, enough rest, let's go on. Asuna stood up immediately, patted the non-existent ash on her buttocks, gently stroked the one-handed rapier on the left with her left hand, and took a deep breath. Asuna's answer was serious. Yayi looked at Asuna, who was fighting again, opened the map with a smile, glanced at a place and chose a place. Then let's go. After speaking, the stars gathered in his hand, a long spear appeared in his hand, and a tree spirit not far away was just brushing on the only way. Heaven has a way, you don't go, hell has no door, you break in. Wind piercing, dash. Like a long rainbow, Yayi ran towards the dryad, followed by Asuna. The tree spirit looked at the two people rushing over, two vines rushed out, Yayi held the vines directly, and then the spear in his hand disappeared, and he suddenly switched to the long sword, and turned sideways to come behind the tree spirit, and Asuna behind Yayi is also ready for sword skills. Parallel stab, 2 combos. The light on Yayi's sword in the rear also lit up. Oblique/single shot basic skill. The perfect cooperation between the two killed the tree spirit in seconds. They looked at each other and smiled. All the tacit understandings were self-evident. Silently putting away his weapon, Yayi Asuna moved on. 5 hours later, the edge of the forest. Good chance, Asuna, switch. The spear is wrapped around a vine, and the sword is also wrapped around a vine. Now Yayi and the dryad are restrained. Hearing Yayi's cry, Asuna turned his head and saw that neither Yayi nor the dryad could move, so they stepped back. Dodged the dryad who was fighting with him, and opened the distance, launched the dashing sword skill, Meteor, and rushed towards the dryad restricted by Yayi. A splendid light band appeared, and then the dryad in front of Yayi turned into a data stream and disappeared, and the dryad who was thrown away by Asuna was furious, and the thick and long vines were drawn directly to Asuna, because Asuna had been entangled with the dryad before. Though his blood volume is not too much, if this blow hits, Asuna will definitely be killed. Yayi's pupils shrank to a point, and time seemed to stagnate at this moment. During this slow time, Yayi didn't even think about reaching out and wrapping his arms around Asuna's waist. A huge force flew out with Yayi and Asuna, and rolled around several times. After stopping, Asuna immediately broke free from Yayi's embrace and looked up at Yayi's blood bar, which was a little scarlet on the far left of the long white bar. Asuna's tears rippled, and her mouth was not quite muttering. "Idiot, big idiot." Quickly took out the healing potion from the backpack and stuffed it into Yayi's mouth. Yayi said with a smile. Okay, am I okay?" But Asuna ignored him, looking back at the tree spirit who had done it, whispering in his mouth. "Unforgivable, unforgivable." Then rushed out quickly. Asterisk. Chapter 6 I like you the most, Mr. Yayi. The angry Asuna was so powerful and terrifying, with her seamless skills, combined with the card perspective skills Yayi taught her, she won this tree spirit without any effort. In the background of broken data flow, Asuna walked back to Yayi. Yayi quickly handed a bottle of recovery potion. "Jun Yayi, I don't want you to be so impulsive next time. But if I don't act impulsive, you will die." "But in law, I will not be impulsive next time, there will be no next time, I promise." Yayi comforted Asuna, silently thinking that he was still not strong enough to protect Asuna, which is why he is in this situation today. He was still too relaxed and made up his mind secretly. In order to divert Asuna's attention, Yayi opened the map and said, "There is a small town in front, and the sky is getting darker. At night, due to the influence of the line of sight, when you are not very good at killing monsters, it is very dangerous. So, go to the town in front of you and find a hotel to stay in." After that, I walked towards the town. A few minutes later, Yayi and Asuna came to this temporary town, the NPCs passing by, the clamor of hawking fills the airs, everything here seems to be a different world. Yayi turned to Asuna and said, "I'm going to buy something, how about you?" "I'm going to repair the weapon." "Okay, then let's meet at the hotel door in the town." After speaking, Yayi went to the tailor's shop with a backpack of materials, while Asuna watched Yayi slowly walk away, turned and walked towards the blacksmith's shop. Half an hour later, in front of the small town hotel, Yayi saw the conspicuous red cloak before he reached the hotel entrance, and ran over in a hurry. "Sorry, I've been waiting for a long time, the NPC in this game will still bargain, I've argued with him for a long time." "It does not matter." Asuna pursed her lips and smiled. She couldn't help imagining Yayi bargaining with the NPC. It was really fun. "Why didn't you notice these details before?" Seeing that Asuna was not angry, Yayi breathed a sigh of relief and walked into the hotel with her. "Welcome, what kind of housing do you need? How much is your stay here for one night, and how much for 2 single people?" Yayi couldn't guess what Asuna was thinking, so he could only take the initiative to propose 2 single rooms and observe Asuna's expression. I saw that Asuna was neither sad nor happy, expressionlessly silent. 500 coal for a single room, double room only costs 750 coal, guests I recommend you to stay in double room." "Well done," said what I can't say, "I'm staying here tonight." Yayi said to the NPC with embarrassment. Then, take 2. Before he could finish speaking, Asuna next to him blushed and whispered in a low voice. "Mr. Yayi, most of my coal bought potion equipment, and now there are not so many." Yayi also had no choice but to tell the hotel staff to open a double room, then turned to Asuna and said, "There's no way, I've booked a double room, don't you mind?" Asuna shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't mind. Yayi took the key and led Asuna to the upstairs room. Peng. Closing the door, Yayi fell on one of the beds in a large font. "Ah, it's really comfortable to lie in bed after a tiring day." Asuna looked at Yayi, who was stretched on the bed and had no image, compared to the calm Yayi-jun who was leveling up during the day and slashing monsters. But this kind of Yayi is more like a real person. The seeds in Asuna's heart have sprouted unknowingly during this brief time together. Hey, Yayi-kun, I'm going to change my clothes. Yayi's heart moved slightly. Please, I'm a normal man, and I'm so ambiguous, it's easy to make me think about it. Having said that, Yayi honestly stood up and turned his back. After a while, he heard Asuna say, "Okay, Yayi-kun, please turn around." Yayi turned around obediently, not knowing how to describe it. Even after watching the anime, seeing Asuna in her pajamas again still felt so cute. After all, this time he was a participant, not a bystander. Asuna watched Yayi turn around, and those conspicuous red pupils were filled with astonishing flames, as if he was looking at a baby-like surprise of his own. Asuna secretly spit. What the hell? The flower called love, born in despair, is so beautiful and bright. Asuna doesn't know what kind of feelings he has towards Yayi right now. It was a very hazy, but also very strong, idea of getting his approval and hoping to continue like this with him. Yayi saw that Asuna's face was flushed, and he knew that he had gone too far, so he coughed heavily to break the awkward atmosphere. Backhand, draw out the equipment column, unload your own equipment, and only the inner lining is left. Go to bed early then, Asuna. After talking, lie down on the bed, close your eyes, keep your spirits up, and have plenty of energy to continue tomorrow's adventure. Asuna saw Yayi lying on the bed, and she slowly lay flat on the bed. Today, more things happened in one day than what happened in 15 years of her life. I tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. As soon as I closed my eyes, I didn't know why, and I thought of the face sleeping next to me. He simply turned sideways and faced the bed opposite. Yayi was already asleep, and the slight breathing sound matched the kerosene lamp on the small table between the two, making the environment seem so quiet. The yellowish light shone on Yayi's face. Because Yayi was sleeping on her back, Asuna turned sideways and could only see Yayi. Even Asuna, who only had half of her side face, was still fascinated. She herself was fascinated. I don't understand why I like to watch it, and I can keep watching it. The yellowish light made him feel sleepy, and Asuna didn't know how late he fell asleep. Hey, it's time for Asuna to wake up. Little slacker, the sun is shining on your Well. Asuna rubbed her eyes, squinted her eyes in confusion and slowly opened them, and she saw a face with silver hair and red pupils. What? Asuna, who was drowsy, covered her chest for the first time, then slapped her backhand. Why is there a man in her room? And then slowly recalled the experience of yesterday. By the way, I seem to have slapped Yayi, and looked at Yayi's depressed look. The red slap printed on the white face is so conspicuous. Asuna couldn't hold back. All of a sudden, she burst out laughing. Sorry, I didn't mean to, I was sleepy. Yayi waved his hand, depressed and didn't want to pursue it. When the two stepped out of the hotel, the red mark on Yayi's face was gone. Asuna looked around his face, looked to the right, and suddenly smiled again. Jun Yayi, you really have a different face. Yayi smiled helplessly after hearing this. Although this game Sao is simulated, it is not entirely real. Your slap counts as an attack, and the special effects will only remain for a while. Also, you look really good when you smile. Why don't you smile more? Yes. After hearing this, Asuna moved in her heart. How long has it been since she was so happy? In the real world, as long as I can remember, my mother has always asked me to follow the path she set. I have no companions of my own, and I have no childhood of my own. All the good things are too far away from me. Except for food, clothing, and shelter, I lack everything. It's been a long time since I laughed so happily. Although this world is threatened with death, I met Yayi-jun and experienced the feeling of being alive for the first time. It's good to be alive, thank you, Yayi-kan, Asuna thought to herself. Even if he believed that what Yayi said was the truth, Asuna still had to ask again. Really? Does Jun Yayi really think I look good when I smile? Of course it's true. Yayi raised his eyebrows and said in a serious tone, very, very sure. Looking at this little boy because I don't believe it, but I desperately want to make myself believe it. I wish I could use all the beautiful words in the world to describe my little boy, Asuna secretly said with happiness in his heart. I like you the most, Yayu-jun *. Chapter 7, Silver Falls. The early morning sun was warm and soft. Yayi and Asuna hurried out of the town. Yayi saw the direction and rushed into the distance with Asuna. 2 days later, Yayi took Asuna to level up from the misty forest to a new map, Yale Jungle. Today's Yayi seems to be a little different from usual, and is obviously a little excited. It seemed that something was waiting for him. When he left the safe town in the morning, Yayi secretly told Asuna that he would give her a surprise. Looking at the cheerful Yayi, Asuna seemed to be infected too, and the boring monster spawning became vivid. In the process of killing monsters, Asuna still couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Yayi what was the surprise. But Yayi replied with a smile that she hadn't reached the location yet. It was a scene he discovered during the internal test. The beautiful scene shocked this newcomer, so real and shocking. 4 hours later, the sun has climbed to the center of the sky, when the sun is at its strongest. I reached out and touched a handful of sweat that didn't exist, and then I remembered that the avatar doesn't sweat, but the feeling of heat is real, and I secretly complained about Kayaba Akioko's idea of designing a genius, glanced at the map, and was almost at the destination. He stopped slowly. Asuna, come with me. Saying that, Yayi reached out and took Asuna's hand, leading her to turn in one direction. There are lush bushes ahead, neat trees on both sides, and the two people who are moving forward are silent. Slowly, the vegetation ahead became less and less, revealing the dazzling sunlight. Finally, in a burst of dazzling light, Yayi, who was holding Asuna's hand, stopped. The sudden strong light made Asuna couldn't help blocking his sight with his hand, and then slowly adapted. Slowly removing the hand blocking his vision, Asuna was amazed by the sight in front of him. The silver water flow, as if pouring down from the sky, streaked through the air, making a huge roar, and then crashed into the river below, sputtering fine water droplets and floating into the air. The noon sun is so strong, but the coolness of the water vapor dispels the hot and boring, and the sun shines through the water mist, reflecting a beautiful rainbow. Turning his head to look at the young man beside him, his silver-white hair is covered with dewdrops formed by water mist, reflecting a crystal-clear feeling in the sun. His red eyes are slightly squinting, he is embracing the waterfall, welcoming him. Rushing water vapor. Lord Yayi, look, it's a rainbow, it's a rainbow. What did you say? I can't hear you. The water from the waterfall slid through the air, and the land was covered with a huge roar of slamming against the river. Asuna's voice should be stopped as it should. Yayi tried to listen, but the roar still filled his ears. He smiled, took out a notepad, took out a pen, and slowly wrote on the paper. Try to shout it out loud. Finished writing and handed the notebook to Asuna, then clasped his hands into a trumpet and yelled at the waterfall. Ah! In an instant, all the troubles disappeared with a loud roar, and the unpleasantness of the repressed monster hunting journey in the past few days has become so insignificant. Looking at the words on the notebook in his hand, he was watching Yayi shouting at the waterfall, but the sound of the waterfall still covered Yayi's voice. Asuna also learned Yayi's hands together. Ah! The head is instantly empty, there is no worry, the pressure given by Kayaba Akiyoko before, the pain of living under the high pressure of my mother for 15 years. Everything was so far away. Looking at the boy beside him, who was still yelling, Asuna couldn't help but folded her hands towards Yayi and shouted loudly. Jun Yayi, I'm really glad to meet you in the game of death. I have luck in misfortune. Now I like to live in this world a little bit, and I like Jun Yayi the most. The sound was finally drowned out by the roar of the waterfall. Yayi didn't hear these words, but he saw Asuna yell at himself a few words, thinking he had something to say to him. He pointed to the notepad with a smile, and then made a handwritten sign. When Asuna saw it, he shook his head with a smile. At this time, Yayi took back the notepad in Asuna's hand and wrote it quickly. Asuna, do you still remember why you asked me a few days ago? I replied that I am alive because I am alive. I brought you here to let you understand that you are living in this world now, vividly living in this world. Look at this world, we should all be alive because we are alive. Reaching out his hand to take the notepad, the words on it made Asuna burst into tears. Holding back the tears, Asuna wrote hard on the notepad. I will try my best to live, then I'll say it, Yayi will do the same. This is the agreement between the two of us, because I am alive, I am alive. Yayi took back the notepad and nodded heavily to Asuna after reading it. The agreement with each other turned into an invisible chain linking the two people. Packing up their moods, Yayi and Asuna were ready to set off and ran to the mine valley, the end of Yayi's mission this time. 2 days later, not far from the mine valley, Yayi and Asuna were teaming up to farm monsters. Yayi was constantly walking in the blind spot of this elite monster, pulling his hatred. The perfect cooperation, the two seemed to be dancing all the time, the art of killing monsters. In the end, the elite monsters couldn't resist the alternate pulling of two people, and they turned into a beautiful stream of data and dissipated in the sky. The two put away their weapons. Yayi opened the map, and said to Asuna while looking at the map. Asuna, the mine valley is the destination of my mission. It is said that there is a wild map boss. You should pay attention when that time comes. Asuna nodded earnestly to show that she knew. After speaking, Yayi put away the map, and then the two walked towards the mine valley. From a distance, there is a big tree that covers the sky and the sun in the mine valley. The thick and long branches extend out. The green leaves are matched with the flowers of fans. Everything looks so vibrant, but Yayi knows that the system will not. It was so easy for him to easily obtain the Muksan mine, and a fierce battle was inevitable. Next to Asuna watched Yayi staring at Mine Valley in a daze, but her brows were furrowed. She stepped forward gently and held Yayi's clenched left hand. Looking at Asuna next to him, Yayi's clenched brows moved away. What am I afraid of? With the weapon master working with Asuna, I will only keep getting stronger. If I am afraid of the difficulty of getting stronger, then what's the point of me coming through? And I met in Sao what I want, the person who protects. For her, I will be full of hope, turn into the sharpest sword, cut off Kayaba Akioko's teasing, and lead her out of this world alive. I pulled it out of Asuna's palm and held her palm with my backhand. The temperature in my palm was so hot, just like Yayi's determination to lead Asuna slowly and firmly towards the Mine Valley. Asterisk. Chapter 8, Mine Valley. Standing at Taniguchi in the Mine Valley, I realized that the sun was blocked by the dense canopy, and everything seemed dark and quiet. Yayi took a deep breath and walked in firmly with Asuna. Walking into the interior, Yayi realized that the interior was unique. Although the canopy that blocks the sky blocks the sunlight and creates a dark environment in the valley, the flowers growing on the branches release the faint light of fireflies. Just like being in a galaxy, the stars are dazzling, and the beauty is enchanting. Yayi didn't dare to relax his vigilance at all. The more beautiful he was, the more murderous he was hiding. Holding the torches prepared in their hands, Yayi and Asuna walked towards the central tree trunk in the poor visibility. When he came to the bottom of the big tree, Yayi knew how thick a tree can be. He stood silently in front of the tree trunk. Yayi waited for the appearance of the boss, and suddenly, a loud bird call came from the sky. Wow! A bird monster quickly swooped down. In a hurry, Yayi stretched out his hand and pushed Asuna away directly, with the iron sword in his hand resisting this menacing attack. The HP in the field of vision in the upper left corner slowly dropped by 1/5, and he secretly clicked his tongue. Blocked it, and lost so much blood. This boss is amazing. Missing a hit, the strange bird flapped its wings and wanted to lift off. Yayi didn't need to shout. After recovering, Asuna dashed directly into the skill meteor and approached the boss, and backhanded a second combo of parallel stabs, instantly dealing 3 levels of damage. When Asuna wanted to continue chasing, the strange bird had already lifted off. Yayi at the bottom had the opportunity to search for enemies and observe this boss. The 4 green health bars highlighted the power of this boss. Yayi took a deep breath. Sure enough, it's still different from the internal test. This boss is stronger, and it can be said that it has vaguely surpassed the boss on the first floor. But this task has a very annoying setting. The maximum limit is 10, and the team does not exceed 2 people. At that time, Yayi was at level 10 when the quest was triggered by the internal test. He took the quest with confidence, thinking that he could successfully complete the quest with his own operations. At that time, although he was strengthened by the system, he did not have the skill of the weapon master during the public beta. Now Yayi is bound to a gun and a sword, and the 2 sets of skills are switched alternately, which is equivalent to 2 great god-level players who cooperate in a tacit understanding. Plus Asuna, I have completed this task this time. Putting away his memories, the strange bird in the sky began to dive again. Yayi looked at Asuna. With so much cooperation, with just one look, Asuna knew what to do. The strange bird rushed down from the sky. Yayi quickly stepped up, holding the spear in front of him. When the strange bird was approaching, a sly look flashed in Yayi's eyes. The starlight dissipated, the spear in his hand disappeared suddenly, and then a backflip escaped the attack of the strange bird, and was successfully transferred to the bird's back. The starlight gathered, the iron sword appeared instantly, and the auxiliary light pierced the dark environment. Triple strike, sharp claw. 3 wounds appeared on the bird's back, and the red data stream continued to dissipate from the wound, and the inside of the wound looked like a grid map. Immediately after, Asuna took up the sword skills. Quadruple pain, 4 combo skills. After swiping, the strange bird instantly added 4 more damages. With continuous injuries, it hurriedly flapped its wings and prepared to take off. Yayi jumped off it immediately after seeing it. The strange bird screamed and flew back into the sky. The 4 eye-catching health bars were already half empty. Yayi looked at this silly bird and grinned. It's just a wild monster that only acts according to its inherent thinking. Also fell under my butcher's knife. After a while, the strange bird regained his mood and swooped down with a violent whirlwind. Yayi prepared to repeat his old tricks without saying a word. Let the boss's attack fail in a stiff state, and then directly counter-attack. The first few seconds were all according to the original script, just as director Yayi thought. When he put away the spear, the boss stopped. Yayi was stunned. At this time, the boss stretched out his wings and attacked Yayi with an extremely violent airflow. Although Asuna was not far from Yayi, she couldn't come to support him anymore, and she only called out a "Do not." Yayi, who was caught in the vortex of death, looked at the wings and felt death again. Yayi's heart became calm, time became slow, and all objects began to stand still. No, it's not static, but I'm reacting faster. Yayi is not the character to sit still, even if he reacts quickly, but the data of his body can only allow him to show a long spear and release it reflexively. Circle dance, weapon defense skill. Peng. Yayi was knocked away from a distance. The strange bird made a happy cry, and flew back to the sky to continue to wait for the attack. Yayi, who landed in the distance, quickly got up and quickly took out a bottle of recovery potion and put it in his mouth. After drinking the potion, the glass bottle in his hand turned into pieces of data and dissipated. Yayi couldn't help but press his temples. Will the attack method be changed according to the situation? Tisk, the difficulty has increased several times in an instant. This game plan is really unkind. But I like to challenge difficult ones. It's not difficult, I think what this ore is made of is garbage. Yayi glanced at the only 1/3 of his health remaining, the yellow blood was piercing, reminding Yayi that there was no chance of regret if he made another mistake. He took a deep breath. Asuna, change the combat opportunity, I will go forward and resist it. I will create various traps for the boss with the thin wire I customized at the blacksmith shop. I will see the opportunity and be ready to keep up at any time. Asuna nodded lightly, and the strange bird was about to dive down again. Without further ado, Yayi grabbed a spear and pushed it up instantly. After resisting the boss's blow, Asuna directly flashed his sword skills and rushed towards the monster bird. According to the first wave, the monster bird waved its huge wings directly, forcing Asuna back. Yayi immediately dissipated the spear, reached out to hug the bird's neck, and immediately let go. The strange bird, which could not be beaten with one blow, immediately flew into the sky, without regard for the prestige of his boss. Yayi also laughed when he saw this scene, but this boss is really cowardly. Looking at the strange bird that continued to hover in the sky, when it was about to launch a dive again, it adjusted its shape, and an accident happened. The sudden explosion broke its balance, and it swayed to the ground and fell hard. Ground. Of course, Yayi and Asuna would not miss such a good opportunity. They rushed up to pick up the sword skills, and the light continued to light up and disappear. When the strange bird swayed and stood up, only 1/3 of the last blood was left. In an instant, it became angry, and the red-blooded boss directly changed his attack method. He directly waved his wings and fanned to the two of them. Yayi and Asuna bounced more and more in an instant. The angry boss followed closely, but it fell to the ground before it took the first step. It turned out that before it stood, Yayi trapped its feet with iron wires to restrict its movement. Yayi and Asuna would not miss such a good opportunity, they immediately output it, the sound of data shattering sounded, the boss finally dissipated in the sky and the earth, and the experience of the boss also raised Yayi and Asuna to level 11. Just after the monster bird was defeated, in the dark valley, an old man's face suddenly appeared on the sturdy tree. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Muksen Mine and Familiar. Hello, brave adventurers. You can call me Shulao, congratulations on defeating the powerful lord, you are here for the old Muksen Mine, right? Yes Shulao, we received this hidden mission in the blacksmith shop in the town of the beginning, and walked all the way with strong determination to reach this place, and finally defeated the lord. Sure enough, the guy at the blacksmith shop still didn't give up. When he was a young man, when he saw my Muksen ore in the mining valley, he shouted that he would use my Muksen ore to create a sound. Toru Aincrad's peerless soldier. At this time, Asuna behind Yayi grabbed Yayi. Jun Yayi, are all Sao's NPCs so intelligent? Shulao seemed to have noticed the whispers between Asuna and Yayi, and said with a smile. I am Aincrad's intelligent NPC, with a high degree of intelligence, I will automatically answer according to your words, and the NPCs who hide the task are basically highly intelligent. Asuna nodded ignorantly. Impressive. After Shulao answered Asuna, he looked at Yayi. Adventurer, I have a small request. The strange bird you defeated just now is a race born in the environment I created. Their race is called Xingyi, the male is called Xingyefan, and the female is called Xingyehuang. And now it's almost on the verge of extinction, and after you take away the Muksen mine, I will disappear. I hope you can take care of the last flame of this race on my behalf. After speaking, a pure white egg floated above the pitch-black space. At the bottom of the egg, strands of silver outline a circle of delicate patterns, and the middle and top are dotted with golden dots. In this dark environment, there is a slight radiance. Yayi gently stretched out his hand to catch the floating egg and replied solemnly. Don't worry, old tree, I will definitely take good care of it. Okay, brave adventurer, the Starry Night race is the perfect partner, they have this loyal quality, super buffs, it will repay the kindness of nurturing to you. After speaking, the old tree's face gradually faded, and the trunk gradually became transparent. A piece of black metal appeared in the center of the trunk, and then slowly passed through the transparent trunk and floated in front of Yayi. The black metal is covered with golden veins, and green energy flows through the green veins. Every day at the end of the veins, pale pink flowers bloom. This is the first time Yayi has seen such a strange metal. Then a dialogue box popped up in front of Yayi's eyes. Do you accept the gift of the tree of the night sky? Yayi gently pressed the confirmation button, and Elder Shu's almost invisible face let out a burst of happy laughter, and then the big tree that covered the sky dissipated, turned into starlight, and flew into the sky. The sky outside had also darkened, and countless stars hung on the black screen, and the starlight turned into the tree of the night sky, flew higher and higher, and finally seemed to turn into the brightest star in the night sky. Yayi put Muzinmin back in his backpack, holding the bird eggs in both hands, and turned his head to look at Asuna. Asuna, on the other hand, is looking at the sky, losing the shade of the big trees. Although the view of the valley is not particularly good due to the darkness, it no longer has the dark and depressed feeling that she had when she first came in. Many fireflies have already flown into the valley and danced among the flowers and trees in the valley. Asuna suddenly pulled Yayi. Lord Yayi, look, it's a meteor, make a wish. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, folded his hands, and moved his lips. Yayi smiled and watched her silently make a wish, and he whispered to Asuna. Hey, Asuna. Asuna opened her eyes and looked back at Yayi suspiciously. When I was young, I watched a cartoon about a robot that came from the future to the modern age. It used various magical props to help the protagonist of the cartoon fulfill various wishes, and always accompanied and protected him. The name of this animation is Doraemon. I still remember that it was one afternoon. My father watched me concentrate on this animation. He walked up to me and sat down. Yayi, who do you want to be the most in this animation? When I was young at the time, I answered without hesitation, of course it was Nobita. He has Doraemon, and he can protect him and have many items to satisfy his wishes, which is great. And when we discussed such an issue, I also took my eyes out of the animation and turned to ask my father. Who does the father want to be? The father smiled and looked at the mother who was dressing up and said softly. Me, maybe it's Doraemon. Why, Nobita in the animation is so stupid and crying, with so many shortcomings, how much did Doraemon pay for him? Father gently touched Yayi's head, his tone was gentle like a ray of sunshine in winter. You'll know when you grow up. As soon as the words fell, the mother had already dressed up, put on her shoes, and called her father at the door. He changed from stroking the back of Yayi's head to gently slapping, and stood up slowly. Be good at home and wait for us to come back. After speaking, he walked to the door to change his shoes, and went out with his mother. That time was the last time Yayi saw them. The afterglow of the setting sun shone in the living room, and young Yayi anxiously waited for his parents to come back, but what came back was not the sound of the door opening, but the rapid ringing of the phone. When he picked up the phone and heard the news, Yayi still couldn't describe the mood at that time in words. The parents were in a car accident, and the drunk driver used the accelerator as the brake. At the last moment of his life, his father kept his mother firmly behind him. Even so, his mother only rescued him for a while in the hospital before letting go. No, to be precise, my mother has no hope of surviving. I recall what my father said. From the time I can remember, my mother took a look at the gadgets on the street, an inadvertent little wish in daily life. Every time it didn't take long, My father always brought surprises and touches to my mother. To this day, when my father said he likes Doraemon, I finally understand that he has always been my mother's Doraemon. Even if he doesn't have as many powerful props as Doraemon, he can't satisfy all of my mother's wishes, but he is working hard to realize his mother's wish and protect her from harm, and at the last second of his life, he is loving this duty and doing her Doraemon. This was what happened before Yayi crossed over, but it was his real life. In this life, his parents also died in a car accident, but he was not as sad as in his previous life, and he could control his emotions. After calming down, Yayi suddenly knelt down on one knee and took out a ring woven with flowers and plants. Asuna, form our own family with me. As long as you are here, no matter how big the challenge is, I don't care. But without you, it is the real end. From now on, I will swear to protect you, no more injuries, no more patience, no matter how difficult the world is, I will build a home for you, no matter how powerful the boss is, I will stand in front of you. No matter how much time is left in the future, I want to spend the rest of my life with you in this FG world. Let me be your Doraemon. Tears welled up in Asuna's eyes when she heard the story. When Yayi confessed to her, she couldn't hold back any longer, she stretched out her hand to cover her mouth, tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and a huge sense of happiness struck instantly. Asuna took a deep breath and said slowly, I do not want to. For it. In an instant, Yayi felt that the sky was shattered, the bright red eyes seemed to have lost their agile light, and the flower ring held high in his hand slowly fell, but followed Asuna to pick up the flower ring and said, I don't want you to stand in front of everything. I want to build our home with you. When in danger, I want to stand in front of you. Without me, are you successful? A huge sense of happiness surrounded Yayi, and in an instant, he went from hell to heaven, and Yayi's ears were firmly occupied by the sound of his own violent heartbeat. He jumped up suddenly and yelled with his back to Asuna. Yeah. Turning back and holding Asuna's hand, the sky is dotted with stars, forming a beautiful picture. This moment is like eternity. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Argonauts. 10 days later, at the east gate of the town of the beginning. Yayi came here with Asuna and looked at the stone tablet at the gate of the town with the words "The Town of Beginnings" written on it. Yayi sighed. Finally completed the task and came back. Let's go, let's hand in the task, get the reward and go to level immediately. During the mission period, Asuna and Yayi had always prioritized the mission, and spent most of their time on the road. They didn't level up too much. It had been more than 20 days, but they were only about level 13. Of course, the main reason is that they are now about 5 levels higher than the monsters on the first floor, and the experience of killing monsters is already low. As he said that, he took Asuna straight to the blacksmith shop. When he stepped into the blacksmith shop with a hot wave, the uncle had already come to Yayi with a yellow question mark. Little brother, where is Moonlit? The anxious look made Yayi laugh dumbly, but he still immediately drew out his backpack and submitted Moonlit to the task. Okay, little brother, you can just watch how I create a peerless magic weapon. Holding Moonlit excitedly, the uncle came to the workbench, took out a huge bucket from the bottom of the table, and poured out a transparent thick liquid from a container next to it. As if seeing Yayi's curiosity, the uncle explained to himself. Moonlit is a 1,000-year-old wood core that absorbs underground mineral veins and fuses with itself. It has unimaginable toughness and hardness. It is the top layer, but it still has some wood properties, so the conventional fire forging method cannot perfectly use the material. Performance. So I took out the ancestral method of water forging. This transparent and colorless viscous liquid is a liquid that can absorb a lot of heat and store it firmly. I submerged the wood core ore in this liquid, slowly raise the temperature, let the wood hard ore slowly melt, and then use the hammer method to make it take shape, and it will take shape in an instant with the breath of ice crystals I got many years ago. By the way, brother, what weapon do I want? Yayi was confused, but when he heard the uncle asking him what weapon he wanted, there was firm emotion in his eyes, and he said to the uncle without hesitation. Long gun, of course it's a gun. The uncle didn't respond after hearing it, just raised his hand and made an okay gesture. Yayi looked at the uncle's fascinated look, and the black metal on the stove, soaked in liquid. It's been half an hour, but there is no response at all. Yayi can't bear it anymore. Remembering that he still has an agreement with others, he stood up and said to the uncle. We won't be able to finish the meeting at this time. Let's go to work first. We'll come back to pick it up later. Bye-bye. After saying that, Yayi pulled Asuna out of the blacksmith shop. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Yayi clicked on the friend bar, saw a name, then clicked on the dialogue box to enter a few words, and then ran to the restaurant in the town of the beginning. Walking into the medieval restaurant, there were few people in sight, all of them were service NPCs arranged by the system. Yayi observed the environment here. If this game hadn't become a death game, it would have been very lively here. After all, no one don't want to experience the unique food in the game. It's a pity, when Kayaba Akihiko turned this world into a game of death in one sentence, no one has the heart to come here to enjoy it. Under the leadership of the maid NPC, Yayi and Asuna came to a certain table, ordered a drink, sat down, and waited quietly for someone. Not long after, the restaurant walked into a petite player with a cocky cloak so wide and funny like a clown. She saw that she walked across to Yayi, took off the cap of her cloak, and reached for the menu on the table. It was a garish face, heavily oiled, with 6 beards outlined, evenly distributed on the left and right cheeks. Those smart eyes revealed a hint of cunning, like a clever little mouse. Argo, you are too slow, don't you know that my time is precious? Do you know how much coal I have to lose this minute? You still feel so full of copper stench. After speaking, Argo sat down. Wow, a strawberry cake costs 1,000 coal, and it's the kind that goes away in a few bites, right? The girl stammered at the high-priced dishes on the menu, but she didn't hesitate to order it. Although I treat guests, don't act like you haven't eaten. Yayi, who was sitting across from her, rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. The meal that someone else pays for always has a special aroma. Argo didn't pause at all, and then ordered twice on the menu. It would be great if the meal money was included in the intelligence fee. How is that possible? Tisk. Recognizing the stinginess of this product once again, Yayi didn't bother to argue, and cut to the point directly. I ask you, is it true that someone is trying to gather players to attack the boss on the first floor? Argo stretched out 5 slender fingers and shook it gently. Yayi nodded. Yes, and in 5 days, you don't need to ask me that question. Why? Because he entrusted us intelligence businessmen to inform every high-level player as much as possible. It can be regarded as an invitation to those people, including you, so you are equivalent to spending $500 in vain. With that smug look, the 6 beards painted in oil seemed to tremble. But Yayi didn't pay attention to her and fell into deep thought. Sure enough, as the level increases, the experience gain brought by the first tier is getting lower and lower. Can high-level players who are uneasy about the status quo have to move towards the upper tier? After all, during the beta test period, players cleared the first level at level 5. And now it's about level 12. There will be the opening of the guild system after that. If you become the leader this time, you will have an indescribable advantage for the establishment of the guild in the future. Absorb and lead most of the high-end players, and lead everyone to clear the game as a hero. People praise it, and the purpose is very clear. After listening to Yayi's analysis, Argo looked surprised. Brother Yayi, you are really amazing, you have analyzed so much information from such news, thank you very much. Hearing Yayi's face darkened, he could imagine that Argo would use his speculation to earn a lot of coal. It should be fortunate that such a person has come forward, and we should not speculate on his behavior all maliciously. After all, he has always been single player than some. Oh. No, you have teammates now. People who are addicted to money are much nobler. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Yayi and Asuna next to him with a deep meaning. The enemy search skills could not see through these two people. To know her Argo, as an intelligence businessman, where it is easy to level up, she has the most experience, and she knows the best. Her level is also the top among the current players, but she still can't see the level of the two opponents in her enemy search skills. She knows that two people are absolutely even more powerful than the current top players, but they didn't stand up and lead the crowd to clear the first floor. Argo was suddenly a little disappointed with Yayi, the first person in the beta test, but he didn't accuse Yayi of anything, he just said the seemingly exclamation above. Yayi, of course he knew what she was alluding to, but he didn't argue about anything. People who have lived two lives, calm down, time will prove everything, it will make everyone misunderstand you and the guilt caused by it will increase several times. But Asuna next to him didn't think that way anymore. Yayi is such a good person, why don't you understand him and misunderstand him? Out of anger, she stood up and said bluntly. What do you know, Jun? Yayi didn't lead those people because high-end players would clear the game on their own without his leadership. And he set his sights on mid and low-end players. For nearly a month, he has walking in various leveling areas, saving a lot of players who had the courage but low strength and were almost killed by monsters, giving them confidence. He just didn't lead the high-end players, because he knew that only the low-end players needed the most leader. As for the money, do you know the pamphlet that the pharmacy gives out for free? After she finished speaking, she threw out a brown-skinned pamphlet. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Becoming a Hero. Looking at the brown-skin notebook that Asuna took out in front of him, Argo was still wondering why he suddenly mentioned this free guidebook. When he first saw the content inside, Argo was astonished. The detailed strategy also informed many simple and highly profitable training areas, many of which were not even known to him as an intelligence merchant. For this reason, the nameless creator of this book was gnashed by many beta testers, calling him a fool. But people can't escape the true fragrance law. While they hate this unknown author, they enjoy the resources brought by this strategy book. It has to be said that this is a kind of irony. The person who wrote this book must be a very strong beta tester, but what does it have to do with Yayi Jun's stinginess and love for money? Suddenly, Argo seemed to think of something. She stared at Yayi, who was plain in front of her with wide eyes. All kinds of ideas in his mind gathered together: great players, free distribution, and the person who distributes the book must be rich. All the conditions pointed to the indifferent Yayi sitting opposite her. Asuna followed up and said, "Why Yayi is so stingy? That's because our two Cole not only have to buy their own equipment and potions, but also pay for all the manuals. You can enjoy Yayi's hard work with peace of mind. Blaming him wildly, human nature is ugly enough." Silence. Endless silence. When the false appearance was ruthlessly exposed by Asuna, the truth hidden underneath made everyone stunned. It's really funny that a mean and selfish villain becomes a hero who gives silently, and a hero who comes forward becomes a villain who covets power. Argo didn't know what to answer, so he could only bite the bullet and said in a low tone, "Feel sorry." The two words pale and powerless can't relieve his misunderstanding about Yayi just now, but because Argo couldn't see through the levels of Yayi and Asuna, and they didn't show any intention to attack the first floor boss, he was wrong. I think Yayi Asuna is a person who fears death. Although she has the best resources, she hides behind and waits for others to attack the boss, but everyone has their own choices, and Argo will not blame anything, but Yayi is inevitably implied in her words. When Asuna revealed the cover-up, she suddenly realized that what she just said was so hurtful. Yayi just waved his hand and said plainly. It turns out that Asuna and I are not going to go, because of the high level and equipment. Most of the boss's rewards will be obtained by me and Asuna. And all the guard bosses can only be killed once, which means that the uniqueness of the reward, not to improve everyone's strength. After all, the last layer requires the efforts of all of us. However, because of what you said, after I thought about it carefully, if we didn't go, we might lose some key outputs and lead to the death of others. Even if I don't want to be a hero, but if fate chooses me, I will take everyone through the game without hesitation, and lead everyone out of the shadow of death alive. Argo looked at Yayi, who stood up slowly. She seemed to see the silver-haired, red-eyed boy in front of her with radiance all over his body. The greatness of human nature was perfectly interpreted in him. Born as a human, the body is small, but the mind is comparable to the gods. It is probably like this. In 5 days. We'll be there. Argo hurriedly added. There will be a strategy meeting in front of the entrance of the labyrinth area in 4 days, I hope you can come. Also, Yayi waved her hand to interrupt her intention to continue, and took Asuna to the outside. A meeting in 4 days? I'll be there. On the way back to the blacksmith with Asuna, Yayi was still thinking about what he just said. This world has no sense of belonging for him after all, except that Asuna is now his only fetter. To others, Yayi is treated as a virtual person. But in the course of so many days of leveling, those novice players were emptied of HP by monsters, and the sadness of death all stimulated him. He rescued them unconsciously, and then made those manuals and distributed them to those who had no experience. Players who have passed the beta test will do their best to help everyone who works hard. Yayi didn't know when he found out that the word virgin has changed. This beautiful word of praise, having experienced the abnormal development of society, has become an irony. He is also proud of himself because he has seen too many virgins accusing others and criticizing others for being inhuman. Gradually, Yayi also became disgusted with the Madonna, picked up a weapon called the keyboard, and went to line up with those Madonnas. I live the way I hate the most, but if I can save those who work hard to live, even if I become the person I once hated the most, I will still do it? No, what I hate from the beginning to the end are those who blame others, demand others, but have no humanity in themselves. I have always sincerely admired and thanked those who call them virgins. Having figured it out, Yayi felt light all over his body, and his dull silver hair seemed to regain its luster. He turned around and stopped, put his hands on Asuna's shoulders, and said as calmly as possible. Asuna, will you support me? Support me in that long and hard job. Asuna looked at the young man in front of him. Yayi had been silent since he dragged him out of the restaurant, just buried his head forward, exuding a heavy aura. But after a while, it seemed as if all restraints were let go, and the red pupils revealed unparalleled confidence. Asuna had probably guessed what Yayi wanted to accomplish from the conversation between him and Argo, and tried her best to clear the game with everyone alive. Well, I will do my best to support you, but the two agreed to carry it together. After all, we are no longer separate from each other. Touching the flower ring on the ring finger, Asuna answered him firmly. I want to lead the players to defeat this level of bosses, then form their own guild, and lead them to clear the game alive. I will make it, for sure. Let's go and see my weapons first, then buy good supplies, go hard to upgrade, and take our first step. Holding Asuna to continue to the blacksmith shop, Yayi is looking forward to his new weapon even more. Kayaba Akiko, wash your neck and wait, although I'm not a hero, but I'm already working hard, your good days are over. Chapter 12 Flowers. Starry Night Phoenix. Standing at the door of the blacksmith shop again, Yayi's heartbeat was very fast, as if he was about to have a favorite toy when he was young. After calming down, Yayi walked in calmly. The uncle was no longer on the workbench. He leaned leisurely beside the shelf and introduced the weapon to a player who came in. When he saw Yayi and Asuna come in, he threw the player away and walked towards Yayi, leaving the black-faced player behind. Line player, he is not walking, nor is he not walking. Yayi is in a very good mood now. Seeing this interesting scene, he directly asked with a smile. Hey, uncle, are all your NPCs like this? He knew Yayi was joking, but the uncle still answered seriously. Of course not. I am a special case. I am an artificial intelligence. I live in the town of beginning to recommend the most cost-effective weapons to every novice player. Yayi suddenly realized that when he wanted to continue to say something, the uncle had already brought him directly to the workbench. The large table was covered with a thick curtain, and the slightest chill wafted out from the curtain. The uncle walked to the curtain and gently lifted it. In the transparent thick icicles, there was a long spear that was completely pitch black frozen. The head of the gun is pure black, but the blade of the gun is silver white, with a transparent crystal inlaid in the center. The spear tassel is a few tender pink flowers that look exactly like the flowers of the tree of the night sky. A golden pattern circled from the spear sickle, circled all the way up the gun barrel, and extended to the spear tassel, with a silver light flowing faintly in the pattern. Yayi fell in love with it the first time he saw it, reached out to touch it, and the icicle shattered instantly. When holding the gun barrel, the delicate lines and the non-gold and non-wood texture convey a breath of life from the gun barrel. After dancing for a while, Yayi was extremely satisfied with this weapon. Introducing the slitting weapon. Level, Growth Magic Tool. Attack 200210. Durability, 570. Weight, 60. Skill, Life Recovery, active/passive. When holding a spear in a state of dissatisfaction with HP, it will restore 1% of its HP every second. It can also activate the life source in the gun barrel and instantly restore 30% of its HP. Note, after using the active, you can no longer enjoy the passive effect within 1 minute. Seeing the blank space for the name, Yayi knew that it was time to give this weapon a loud name. Looking at the tender pink flowers embellished on the spear tassels, Yayi was also a young man in his last life, and he had a literary atmosphere in his bones. He carefully recalled all the words with flowers in that world, and suddenly a word brand name came to his mind. The meaning of flowers. Just called your name, and as he blurted out, the name column on the information panel of the spear appeared in a flowery font, but it was not Japanese, but Hyuxia, and he remembered what he said excitedly just now. Hyuxia, font recognition also recognizes Hyuxia. Hyuxia is also good, such an excellent word and brand name cannot be expressed in Japanese. After saying goodbye to the blacksmith shop contentedly, Yayi and Asuna resupplied and set off for Ulu village. 2 days later, in the labyrinth area not far from Ulu village. The huge stone statue rushed towards Yayi. Yayi didn't panic at all, dancing Huajianyi in his hand and rushed directly face to face. The pitch-black spear seemed to be danced into a dark halo. When the gargoyle approached Yayi, the huge man directly smashed Yayi with a condescending punch. Yayi calmly collapsed on the ground with his toes, dodging the gargoyle's heavy blow, and it was transferred to the stout arm of the gargoyle. Running along the arm, Yayi did a somersault on the shoulder, appeared on the back of the gargoyle, and stabbed with the backhand, dealing exaggerated damage. At this time, the clumsy gargoyle hadn't turned around, but his hand had already reached his back. Yayi immediately kicked the gargoyle's back. Using the force of the reaction, he pulled out his spear and performed a backflip to keep the distance safe. Landing. Asuna next to him looked at the good opportunity and rushed directly to the front of the stone giant. The stone giant's hands were still on his back, and there was no way to defend himself. He could only eat Asuna's skills. With a dull growl. Boom. The sound of shattering sounded, and a small window popped up where the monster died, showing the experience gain and Cole's income this time. Asuna sheathed her sword. Yayi played a fancy gun, and he pouted. Asuna, our level has exceeded the level of monsters on the first floor by too many, and the gain from experience has been negligible. Let's rest these 2 days and prepare for the next day's strategy. After all, it's a combination of work and rest. Before Asuna could answer, a window popped up in front of Yayi. Xingyahuang is about to hatch, please pay attention. Yayi almost forgot about that egg. At the time, he confessed to Asuna that the egg was thrown into his backpack and never moved. If this window hadn't popped up today, Yayi wouldn't even remember that there was such a familiar egg. Unzip the backpack and take out the eggs. There was a trace of mist on the originally dull bottom cloud pattern, and the star pattern in the middle and upper part emitted more and more intense light. When the light was so intense that it was dazzling, Yayi and Asuna couldn't help reaching out to cover their eyes. Slowly the strong light disappeared. Yayi and Asuna put down their hands. The one that appeared in front of him was like a sparrow. His head and wings were all black, but the chest was really snow white, and it was also dotted with golden spots of light. The jet black tail feathers had gorgeous patterns, and the claws on the claws. It's a silver cloud. The beautiful appearance made Asuna fall in love with it instantly. She wanted to hug it, but it flapped its wings lightly and flew to Yayi's shoulder, avoiding Asuna's outstretched hand. Why, it doesn't seem to like me. It's normal to be afraid of being born when you're just born, and you won't avoid you if you're familiar with it later. As Yayi said that, a message popped up in front of Yayi's eyes. Whether to sign a familiar contract with Xingyahuang. Without hesitation, he clicked the OK button. Yayi opened its information bar. Name. Race, Starry Night. Talent, Stiff Bubble. The Starry Night race lives in the Mine Valley all the year round, and the starlight grass it eats contains a lot of minerals, so the bubbles they spit out have a strong metallization effect. Stiff target, depending on the strength of the target. Giving of the stars, the Starry Night race will grant the starlight stored in the body to the target to achieve healing effect, instantly restore 30% of the blood volume. Astral descent, the huge starlight is centered on the Starry Night race, with a radius of 1 kilometer to become the astral world effect. Starlight distorts light, deceives vision, hallucinations. Looking at the introduction of the little guy on his shoulder, Yayi clicked his tongue secretly. The 3 powerful auxiliary skills made Yayi more confident that there would be no casualties in defeating the boss, but his wish to rest for 2 days may not be realized. Oh, this little guy's level is too low. By the way, you don't have a name yet. What should I call you? Your feathers are like stars, so why not call you Xingyu? After speaking, the bird on the shoulder seemed to like the name and responded with a cry. Time is not waiting for me. Yayi and Asuna continue the journey of leveling after choosing the name, and by the way, get familiar with Xingyu. 3 hours later, Yayi and Asuna found a remote place to sit down and rest. Yayi took out the white bread made by Asuna from the backpack and matched it with the cream from the task. Compliment. Asuna, your craftsmanship is getting better and better, and the level of cooking has risen again. Just if you like Yayi. Asuna still didn't give up and wanted to hug Xingyu. She took out the starlight grass from her backpack and handed it to Xingyu. The arrogant bird turned her head away immediately, without giving Asuna any face. But Asuna was not discouraged, and continued to tease Xingyu for a while. Xingyu looked at the starlight grass in front of her, and finally did not escape Zhengxiang's law. It is estimated that he only wanted to eat 1 bite, and then it became 1,000,000 bites. Asuna took the opportunity to touch it, but it just shook and continued its elimination plan. Slowly, Asuna's movements didn't cause much vigilance to him, and he successfully held it into his arms. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Raiders Meeting. 2 days passed so quickly. Yayi and Asuna went straight to the location of the strategy meeting. In front of me is a corner of an abandoned village, with a high platform in the middle and a circle of stairs surrounding it. There were already several people standing on the high platform, and they were chatting happily with a man in brown leather armor and blue hair at the center. Seeing Yayi and Asuna approaching, the blue-haired man immediately greeted him. "Hello, you are here to participate in this strategy meeting. I am the leader of this meeting and the initiator of this strategy. My name is Diabel. I am very happy that you can come to participate in this strategy, but now that everyone has not arrived, go to those stairs and sit and wait for the meeting to start," said and pointed to the stairs in front of the stand. Yayi smiled and nodded to Diabel, then took Asuna up the stairs and sat down, quietly waiting for everyone to arrive. "The two of them are higher in level than me. The enemy searcher can't see the data clearly. It seems that they are two masters, so this strategy will be more secure." Diabel, who was in a good mood, continued to walk back to the stand and chatted happily with several of his teammates. Gradually people arrived one after another, and Diabel went up to talk with each new team, then pointed to the stairs and let them sit on the stairs and wait for the start of the meeting. When no one came after waiting for a while, Diaby slowly walked to the high platform, coughed heavily, and everyone who was talking stopped. "Okay, then it's almost time to start. Then thank you again for being invited to come today. I am Diabel, and I think I am a knight by profession." The crowd burst into laughter. "There is no career system. What about knights? Is the meeting a joke? Seriously?" Diabel raised his hand and pressed it. The voice of the crowd gradually disappeared, and finally calmed down again, and then Diabel continued to say. 5 days ago, above the tower, we found the boss's room. We must defeat the boss and reach the second floor. Tell everyone waiting in the town of the beginning that this death game will end eventually. That's our mission here now, isn't it, everyone?" Hearing this, the players in the audience looked at each other, nodded secretly, and immediately after the first person applauded, everyone was moved, and warm applause broke out. The excited players even whistled. Yayi sat on the stairs and looked at Diabel, who gave a passionate speech in front of the crowd. Having watched the anime, he knew that Diabel had other goals, but he did not deny that he did promote the unity of players. He was not a bad person in essence, he was just a real person. Find a chance to remind him, it's up to him whether to listen or not. At this time, Diabel on the stage spoke again. "Okay, then it's not too late, let's start the strategy meeting now. First of all, please form a team of 6. The boss of the defense is not something that ordinary teams can fight against, so we need to gather teams to form a coalition." Yayi saw Kirito looking left and right at this time, and then his eyes focused on himself and Asuna, because only himself and Asuna sat quietly in the same place, without the slightest idea of forming a team. Yayi also looked around at the players who were present. Klein estimated that he was qualified to be present. Kirito seemed to have nothing to form a team, so he naturally noticed himself and Asuna. Looking at Kirito approaching. That. Don't you have a team? It seems that 2 people are not enough. Add me one. Looking at the autistic Ertong, Yayi smiled and sent him a team invitation. Kirito happily clicked the confirmation, and then saw 2 more health bars in his upper left field of vision. Yayi and Asuna. It was Yayi and Asuna's health bar. Kirito couldn't help taking a deep breath when he saw the level above. Levels 14 and 15, seeing that they have worked so hard for so long, and only at level 13, Kirito can be sure that they are definitely experts during the beta test. There were names that didn't seem to match these 2 during the beta test, just when Kirito tried to recall. Diabel on stage continued to speak. "So. Wait a minute." Diabel was interrupted before he finished speaking. At the top of the stairs, a man with strange hairstyle, short stature, and a small beard appeared. I saw him jumping a few steps, quickly descending the stairs and walking up high tower. "My name is Yawang. Before I beat the boss, I have something to say. In it, someone must apologize for the 1,800 people who died earlier. After he finished speaking, he put his left hand on his waist, his right hand made a fist and his index finger stretched out, pointing to the crowd on the stairs in front of him. The crowd was in an uproar, and Diaby next to him asked at this time, "Mr. Yawang, is the person in your mouth a former beta tester?" It goes without saying that those players who completed the beta test, the rookies who left behind have disappeared since the day this damn game started. They have exclusive hunting grounds, simple tasks, and only care about themselves getting stronger, right? Don't care about other people's business. After speaking, his face became ruthless, and he looked at the crowd in front of him. Hey! There should be some of you in this group too, the guys who completed the beta test. They must kneel down and admit their mistakes and spit out the money and items they have saved, otherwise, as members of the same team, they can't rely on their lives. With a proud look on his face, he folded his arms and looked at the crowd in front of him. The expression of Kirito next to him changed instantly, while Yayi laughed directly, and the laughter grew louder and louder. When watching the show, Yayi felt that Yawang was ridiculous, and when he was a client, he was even more certain. Looking at Yawang performing on stage, his short stature was like a funny clown. Sorry, I'm really professionally trained to laugh no matter how funny it is, unless I can't help it. The laughter was passed onto the stage, and King Ya looked at the cloaked man sitting there. When bursts of laughter came, he became angry. Why are you laughing? Because I saw a pig kicked in the head by a donkey. FK, you are obviously laughing at me. Oh, is Mr. Tooth King changing his name to Mr. Pig King? As soon as Yayi finished speaking, the crowd on the stairs burst into laughter, and the face of Yawang changed. Hiding your head and showing your tail under the cloak, I think you are shameful. You are the beta test players who killed 1,800 people, right? Yayi put on the cape because he has saved many players in the month since the death game. With his handsome face and conspicuous silver hair, he has gradually become famous among players, and he will be recognized every time he returns to the safe zone. And then, surrounded by some young girls, Asuna was squeezed out of Yayi's side by the crazy crowd every time. Over time, Yayi put on the cloak, and when King Ya said he was shameful, he lifted the cap of the cloak. In the eyes of everyone present, the mysterious man in the cloak lifted his hat directly, revealing silver hair, and his handsome facial features matched with ruby-like eyes, satisfying the definition of handsome as a man. He seems to be the savior who has become famous among the players recently. He alone can save no less than 200 players. A player recognized Yayi by looking at the silver-haired red pupil of the logo, and then shouted out Yayi's deeds loudly. Asterisk. Chapter 14 The Savior. Yayi slowly walked down the stairs and came to stand on the stage. He said calmly, "I'm the beta tester in your mouth." What? There was a louder uproar from the crowd. Yayi, who had saved countless players, couldn't be compared with selfish beta testers. Tooth King's expression changed, gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that you are here to kneel down to apologize and hand over the money and items you have saved. It seems that your conscience has found it?" Yayi turned his head and glanced calmly at the jumping clown. His words did not contain any waves, he calmly seemed to be explaining a fact. As a human being, no one owes anyone anything. It is a love to help others when you are high in level, and it is a duty to be unwilling to help others. And out of human nature, I chose to help those newbies. I wrote after reading this guidebook, which is the brown book that was distributed free of charge in the pharmacy in the town of the beginning. I believe you have got it too, Mr. Yawang. According to your logic, Mr. Yawang, you can stand here and participate in the strategy meeting. Half of the credit is the packaging and testing strategy one recorded in the brown book. You are also half of the packaging and testing players. Previously, Mr. Yawang thought that the beta testers did not help others, but I helped you with the brown book, so that you can stand on the top of the strategy meeting at this time. Then Mr. Yawang. Then why don't you share your saved money and items to help those players? After all, I have already helped those players. Yawang's face changed rapidly, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. He got the strategy from the brown book, and he also went to one of the areas for the first time, and finally he could have the current level and equipment. What? This is something I've worked so hard to save myself. Your book is just about how easy it is to level up these nihilistic things. I only got my current equipment level with my own efforts. Yi looked at Yawang's unconfident tone, but what he said still denied the brown book's credit. He smiled lightly. Mr. Yawang has no bottom line to accuse others of indifference, but he is a bystander who looks at those novice players who need help with cold eyes. It's really funny. Yawang looked gloomy, looking at the handsome young man in front of him. 2 or 3 words put him in a dilemma. You are just stealing the concept. I'm not a beta tester, and I have no obligation to help those players. Haha, the good one has no obligations. Are you worthy to talk to me about obligations? Yi laughed arrogantly and glanced at him with contempt. Yawang was burning with anger at the sight, and he reached out to the hilt of the sword on his back unconsciously. Yi looked at him and said disdainfully. If you shoot me, I will definitely let you hit the first time, and then after you become an orange name, I will let you know what regret is. Yawang's anger disappeared in an instant, and in front of him was the person who wrote the strategy book. His level was definitely the highest in the field, and he slowly put down his hand while thinking about it. And someone in the crowd on the stairs shouted. We believe in the Savior. He can save so many people. He must be a good person. We are willing to trust his life. Yeah. The crowd kept cheering, and the seeds Yi had planted for more than a month have yielded good results. Looking at this phenomenon, Yawang knew that he was no longer a beta tester, so he walked down the stage and returned to the stairs. When passing by other players, the other players seemed to have seen the god of plague and could not avoid it. Tooth King secretly hated it and took this account firmly. Yi on stage continued to say. After I provided the information, Aincrad has killed so many people within a month, and the boss is a more terrifying existence than the wild monster. The most urgent thing we should discuss is how to defeat the boss. After putting on his hat, he turned around and walked down the stage back to the stairs. Players kept approaching on the way, asking Yi if he had formed a team, which formed 2 sharp contrasts with Yawang. Okay, can we start over? Seeing that things were over, Diabel stepped forward and continued his speech. The news about the boss, the latest guidebook has been distributed. The book states that the boss on the first floor is called the Kobold Lord Ilfang, with a team of guards, usually 3 ruined kobold guards. The boss weapon is an axe and a small round shield. After the 4 HP bars are reduced to the last red blood, the weapon will be changed to a machete, and the attack mode will also be changed. At this time Yi spoke. This is the information during the beta test. But it doesn't prevent the crowd on the stairs from exclaiming. That's it, it's amazing. All eyes were on Yi, who was sitting at the back. He felt uncomfortable watching him. I know I'm very good, but it's a little weird for you guys to look at me like this. So he coughed heavily and heard Diabel continue to say. That's all the information, but it's already detailed. Let me thank this. What's your name? Yi. Oh, let's thank Mr. Yi for his gratuitous information. Everyone applauds him. There was a burst of applause, and Diabel said slowly. Then this is the end of the strategy meeting. In the end, regarding the distribution of items, all the money will be automatically divided equally. The experience will go to the team that defeated the boss, and whoever loses the items will have no opinion. The crowd responded with a bang. Okay, then we will leave at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and disband. Everyone got up, some gathered together to talk loudly, and some dragged a few teammates to the pharmacy. Some people in the middle also came up to chat with Yayi, but Yayi just responded with a smile. After chatting for a while, he also felt bored, and then left to chat with Diabelle's small group. Finally, they were all gone. Yayi took Asuna to the town to open a double room, and then rested in it. They were going to rest 2 days ago, but seeing Yu's hatching disrupted their rest plan, and they can finally relax today. Unconsciously, night fell. Yayi and Asuna walked out of the hotel and went to the restaurant to eat. When passing by the small fountain in the center of the town, Yayi saw a group of people surrounding a bonfire, talking and laughing. Even Yayi saw Diabelle and Yawang drinking a cup of wine. The corner of his mouth twitched, feeling a little speechless. Although I know that drinking a cup of wine in Japan is a symbol of friendship, but I am from the Hyuxia dynasty, so I can't believe it. Just ignore them and continue to lead Asuna to the restaurant, but Diabelle saw him and shouted directly. "Mr. Yayi, come and have a drink at the bar." "No, no, I'm not good at drinking." "It's alright, come on." Even though Yayi clearly refused, but Diabelle and the others were very kind. Yayi didn't know how much alcohol was drunk, and he walked crookedly, and finally Asuna helped him back to the hotel. The early morning sun shines on Yayi's face through the window. Yayi's consciousness slowly wakes up. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Kobold Lord Ilfang. Well, my head hurts. It's really not suitable for drinking. The palm seems to be holding something. It's so soft. Suddenly Yayi seemed to have reacted to something, and suddenly opened his eyes. The first sight Yayi saw was the face of Asuna, who was facing him, the delicate sleeping face, adding a bit of cuteness. Then Yayi's eyes slowly moved down, and finally his pupils shrank, his eyes fixed. FK. Yayi is really swearing. Goddamn Kayaba Akiko, why are you making this game so real? It's killing me. The dazzling sunlight in the morning, coupled with Yayi's slight movements, Asuna has slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Asuna wake up, Yayi's expression froze, and he greeted angrily. "Good morning, Asuna." When Asuna woke up, she clearly felt the strangeness in her chest. She lowered her head to look, and then her face instantly turned red, and her crystal-clear earlobes were dyed with a delicate pink. But she didn't react too excited. Instead she reached out to hug Yayi with a happy look on her face. Yayi's eyes wandered and she didn't dare to look at Asuna, but Asuna had already put her forehead on Yayi's forehead. She said softly. "Mr. Yayi, the unexpected encounter in the crisis made us acquainted, the mutual help in the difficulty made us acquainted with each other, and the love in the hope couldn't help making us fall in love. You love me, and I also like you, we have a relationship foundation. So I don't mind. However, I feel that this is disrespectful to you. So shy, you are not younger than me. How is it possible? I'm 14 years old this year. He really is a little brother. Hey, after all, you drank too much last night, and I took the initiative to sleep with you. I was mentally prepared when we slept with each other. You don't have to blame yourself, because I love you." The contact between the foreheads conveyed the warmth of each other, and the thick love words turned into spiritual poison, which eroded Yayi's sanity. He looked at Asuna with bright eyes, seeing Asuna's atrial fibrillation, and slowly closed his eyes. Looking at Asuna, who was waiting for something with his eyes closed, Yayi lost his senses and kissed him slowly. At this time, Kirito outside knocked on the door. "Yayi, Asuna, get up and pack up and get ready to go." The two separated in an instant, then smiled at each other, packed up, and met Kirito at the hotel entrance. Walking on the forest path, Kirito took the initiative to talk to Yayi. "Asuna, the first floor boss needs to face the boss and its guards at the same time. It turned out that the task of our single team was to deal with the kobold guards, but Diabelle knew the level of Yayi and Asuna and transferred us to the strategy team. Next, if the boss attacks us, I will be responsible for using the sword skills to block the boss's attack." Yayi, you and Asuna are responsible for switching attacks. Before Yayi could answer, Asuna smiled mysteriously. Just watch Yayi Jun's performance next. Yayi nodded in agreement. The weapon master is not for nothing. Let you brothers in the strategy group be healthy. What is tactics? Not long after, the large army arrived at the door of the boss's room. Entering the eye is a bronze gate with complicated patterns, and a heavy sense of breath blows. Diabel slowly stood still at the gate, turned around, looked at everyone, and said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, listen to me, I only have one word, to win." After saying that, Diabel clenched his fist and pushed open the heavy bronze door with a solemn expression. Squeaky squeaky. Inside the opened door, it was pitch black, and a pair of red shimmering eyes became cold, and Diabel walked in first. Suddenly, the whole room became bright, and the Kobold Lord Ilfang jumped from the throne one by one, and jumped down. 3 groups of white light lit up beside it, turning into 3 little men with hammers and iron helmets. Kobold. Yayi looked at the scene in front of him. The Kobold Lord was wearing a piece of cloth, and the 3 mobs were all covered in metal armor. He really couldn't understand it. Could it be that the cloth piece has higher defense than metal? Trying to get his mind back, Yayi watched Yirfang rush over quickly with his 3 younger brothers. The stars gathered in his hand, and the white gold long spear appeared. Yayi glanced at Asuna next to him. "Asuna, let's go." Seeing Asuna nodding, Yayi rushed forward. Kirito next to him just stretched out his hand. "Hey, Yayi, don't be impulsive, cooperate with your teammates." Before he could finish speaking, Kirito saw Yayi rushing up with Asuna. His face turned bitter. What teammates are these? Kirito had to bite the bullet and follow Yayi Asuna, but before he could get close to the Kobold Lord, Yayi and Asuna's series of operations blinded him. I saw that Yayi had already run to the 3 little monsters rushing in front, and the 3 Kobold guards instantly formed a closing trend. 3 hammers smashed Yayi from the front, left front, and right front at the same time. Yayi tapped the ground on his toes, flipped over the Kobold guards in front of him, and swept past the Kobold guards with his backhand, then immediately turned around and took the Kobold Lord's aggressive axe. At this time, the 3 Kobold guards had turned around and smashed Yayi's back with 3 hammers again, and Yayi used the power of the Kobold Lord's axe to turn around and do a backflip. Dodging the guard's hammer attack came to the back of the Kobold guard again. And Asuna was also close to the Kobold guards. Yayi directly held Asuna, and then his body used the remaining strength of the axe, combined with his own strength, to directly throw Asuna towards the Kobold Lord. The Kobold Lord was still in a stubborn state of confrontation with Yayi. The rapier in Asuna's hand, which was flying in the air, had already lit up the auxiliary light, and flew directly to the Kobold Lord's face, releasing the quadruple pain point of sword skills. Swipe, swipe. After 4 consecutive strikes, Asuna stepped on the face of the Kobold Lord, and with the help of the reaction force, Asuna fell back to Yayi's side. Kirito and Diabel arrived late at this time and stopped the Kobold Lord and guards who wanted to continue their attack. Kirito looked at Yayi and Asuna who were doing all the bells and whistles, and suddenly felt like they were playing a fake game. That flexible movement, with perfect coordination, played explosive damage and visual effects. Kirito felt that he couldn't be useless. He took a deep breath and said to Yayi and Asuna, "Next, I will stand up all the skills of the boss on the opposite side. You only need to play a perfect match, then let's go." Yayi looked at Kirito who was eager to show that he was useful, and was not willing to be left behind. Yayi thought it was a little funny. It really was a juvenile man, a childish idea of not admitting defeat. But not thinking that he was only 14 years old, Yayi and Asuna continued to rush up without distracting thoughts. This time, with Kirito using sword skills to resist the boss, Yayi and Asuna directly output with confidence without any scruples. They knocked out a lot of HP in a short time, but Kirito is not feeling well. He will lose blood, and his blood volume has dropped to 50%. Yayi looked at Kirito's HP, waved his hand to call out Xingyu from the familiar space, and directly helped Kirito recover 30% of his HP. Then take back Xingyu. Xingyu's current level is still too low, just cultivated for 2 days, and is not qualified to participate in boss battles. Yayi was afraid that an accidental injury from the boss would give it a second. Kirito watched the delicate bird add 30% of his health, which was much more effective than the recovery potion. He thanked Yayi, and Kirito continued to charge. Yayi followed Asuna and continued to charge. Asterisk. Chapter 16 The Lone Hero. This is a hall with neatly arranged stone pillars on both sides. The sound of gold and iron clashing is not heard from the center of the hall. The angle of view is zoomed in, and a group of people is surrounded by a dark red, fat and bloated kobold. 3 of the green blood bars around the kobold had disappeared, and the last one had also turned red. Attention, the boss has red blood, and we need to change the attack method. Yayi reminded everyone, who knew that Diabel stood up directly at this time, and he shouted directly. Go back, let me go. Since this raid was initiated by Diabel and planned with one hand, although no leader was elected, everyone basically acquiesced to Diabel. As soon as he spoke, the crowd really dispersed and retreated. Diabel held the shield and released a strong auxiliary light from the sword in his hand, and rushed directly to the red-blooded boss. And Kirito also found something wrong. It stands to reason that the whole team should be surrounded by this time, he shouted loudly. No, back away. And Diabel's dashing sword skill has been activated, and he quickly rushed towards the boss. The red-blooded boss discarded his axe and shield, and pulled out a wild sword. He suddenly became flexible, jumped on the neat stone pillars on both sides, kept jumping, and then suddenly jumped in front of Diabel with a knife. He chopped over, then quickly followed Diabel, who was flying upside down, with another powerful slash. Diabel's abdomen to the chest, a terrifying wound appeared, and then he flew backwards to the back of the crowd. Yayi also shook his head helplessly. Sometimes people's greed can really devour the whole person. He walked slowly to the back of the crowd and looked at Diabel, who was lying on the ground. Diabel, who was dying, looked at him and suddenly recalled the sentence he mentioned at the strategy meeting. This is the data from the beta test. Thinking back on it now, he may have long ago realized that he wanted to take the boss's final blow by himself, so in order to fear an accident, he informed himself of the situation in advance. Unexpectedly, he was blinded by greed and did not pay attention to Yayi's warning. The situation is self-inflicted. Diabel, who was dying, said softly to Yayi. Please, knock down, boss. As soon as the voice fell, Diabel turned into data fragments and disappeared. Yayi looked at Diabel, who disappeared. He couldn't describe what kind of person Diabel was, but Yayi would definitely satisfy Diabel's last request. Kirito couldn't stand it anymore, and Agil, who was now resisting the boss, saw that he couldn't stand it anymore. Yayi grabbed the flower in his hand and ran quickly. Directly blocked the Kobold Lord slash at Agil, and then the Asuna in his hand suddenly flashed, and he directly stabbed the sword skill in parallel. Yayi also supported Hwajianyi with one hand, and Starlight gathered in the other hand, making a vertical arc slash. The super high damage of the two directly killed the boss. As the death of the boss turned into fireworks, the crowd was quiet for a while, and then there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Everyone was happy to pass the customs and survive. Yayi watched everyone reveal their happiness from the heart, and Asuna showed a happy smile, seeking compliments from herself. Agil and Kirito also came to their side, and they praised in unison. Great operation, congratulations, this victory belongs to you. Asuna next to him heard Yayi being praised, and narrowed his eyes happily, as if he was happier than accepting the praise himself. Everyone applauded, and many people cheered Yayi's name. At this time, there was a sudden roar from the back of the crowd. Why don't you die for Diabel? Yayi was shocked, he was completely stunned by Yawang's miraculous logical thinking. Will you die? He couldn't help but ask. Isn't it? Don't you know the boss's tricks? If you report this information as soon as you come up, Diabel will not die. Yayi thinks it's really ridiculous, the key crowd is really shaken, they whisper. Yes, how did he know? Yayi lost his interest for a moment, and the idea of being a hero was shaken at the beginning. Let me take such a group of ignorant people to clear the game, and try to ensure that sorry I can't do it, but I have a lot of grievances. Clearly, always has been. He smiled lightly and walked to the king of Yat. First, I said at the strategy meeting that the intelligence was in the closed beta period. I don't know if there have been any changes to the public beta. This is what I mentioned at the meeting. You can't listen to me and blame me. Do you have any brains? Secondly, because I guess that the public beta will be changed, I don't know why I entered rashly. Not only may I not be able to save Diabel, but I may also die in it, so my reason is that I am afraid of death. So the same, now if you can stand here, it proves that you are not weak, then I will ask you the question of the King of Teeth again. Why didn't you save Diabel? Yawang's expression changed, and he was speechless. He really couldn't explain it, because his legs were too frightened at the time. Look, if you are silent and don't answer, then I will answer for you because you are afraid of death. Even though you are afraid of death yourself, you stand on the moral high ground and blame others. If you can't do it yourself, you need others to do it. You are really a waste. Mr. Wang. Looking at Yawang, who was so angry but couldn't retort, Yayi pouted, really a younger brother. Turning to look at the crowd, he said calmly. You people really let me down, so saving you, you are shaken by one sentence, are you unwilling to trust your teammates at all? The lives of your teammates are entrusted, do you think you are worthy? In the future, I will walk on my single plank bridge, and you will cross your Yangguan road. In the future, you can attack me alone, because you don't deserve to have teammates. After speaking, he reached back with his hands, pinched the brim of the cloak, slowly put on the hat, and walked towards the second floor with Asuna. Sure enough, I'm still suitable to be a lone hero. A group of people watched the backs of Yayi and Asuna disappear into the passage, and then fell into a heated discussion. Some people feel guilty. This matter is really wrong for us, and I suspect that my teammates really shouldn't. Some people are disdainful. What? After blowing him, he made himself the number one person. It seems that he can't do without the strategy. He also attacked by himself, not afraid that the wind will flash his tongue. A small group of people remained silent, and Kirito Agil was among them. The first thing they thought about was the trust issue that Yayi said. Then, seeing the noisy crowd, there was no solidarity at all, he shook his head helplessly. Kirito Agil's little rubbing people were out of sight and not bothered, and followed Yayi's footsteps and entered the second floor. And then left that group of ignorant players to continue to quarrel. Asterisk. Chapter 17 The Black Cats of the Moonlit Night. 4 months later, the time comes to April 8, 2023. After 4 months of hard work, Yayi and Asuna both reached the astonishing level 43. A few days ago, Yayi cooperated with Asuna to clear the 20th floor boss. The boring leveling for many days made Yayi and Asuna exhausted. According to Yayi's regulations, today is a rest day. He will take Asuna to the lower level to swim in the mountains and water. If he sees a player who needs help, he will help him. After stepping on the portal, Yayi and Asuna stood on the 11th floor of Taft after a slight dizziness, pulling Asuna out of the safe town quickly. Looking at the sunny jungle path in front of him, Yayi sighed. Finally I can have a good rest. I've been exhausted these days. Let's enjoy the mountains and waters these days. Seeing Yayi complaining childishly in front of him, Asuna covered her mouth and chuckled. Jun Yayi is just duplicitous. He has been leveling in a boring way, but he has no complaints. If I hadn't reminded him, Mr. Yayi would have forgotten that he had made a rest plan. Yayi reached out and pulled out a dog's tail grass, put it in his mouth, put his head in his hands, and said leisurely. I used to be alone. I am alone in the game or out of the game. It doesn't matter if I can't get out. It's different now, even if I want to stay with you in this world, but I can't ignore your real body. I must use the fastest time to clear this death game. Even if we return to the real world, we will no longer have anything to do, because I love you. Just as Yayi finished speaking, Xinyu, who was floating in the air, fluttered his wings beside him, and let out a cheerful cry. Chirp. Seems to agree with Yayi's point of view. Reaching out and hugging Xinyu, even though she was very moved, Asuna still showed a small expression of anger. Jun Yayi, do you think our relationship is just in the game? I, Asuna, are fortunate enough to be your wife. I will take care of you with the love of my life, give you all the tenderness of my life, and let you know that I will come back to you. It's there, so how could our relationship be denied just because the game is cleared? Yayi knew that he had said something wrong, and listened to her scolding him with a smile, then reached out and embraced her in his arms. Sometimes thousands of words can't match an actual action, and the two people just hugged quietly. But Xinyu was uncomfortable in Asuna's arms. Now that his body was about to become a ball, he was squeezed into the arms of Yayi and Asuna, and kept chirping. Yayi immediately separated from Asuna, and then Xinyu quickly got out of Asuna's embrace, flew to Yayi's shoulder and landed, making a few angry tweets, as if protesting Yayi and Asuna's show of affection, and murdered birds. Yayi looked at this silly bird and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Look, you've become fat, don't call it Xinyu, I'll call you fat in the future. When Asuna heard the nickname Yayi gave to Xinyu, she looked at Xingyu's image again, and laughed outright. Everything was so beautiful, but a roar broke their two worlds. Do not want. Yayi and Asuna heard the roar, immediately took out their weapons, and ran to the place where the sound came from. As soon as they reached the position where the sound appeared, Yayi and Asuna saw a small group of players lying on the ground, and beside them a huge centipede-like monster was approaching one of the team members, and a brown-haired brother in the team was still there. Shouting loudly. Don't, please, really don't. The voice was full of grief and anger, but the paralyzed body was still unresponsive, and he could only watch all this powerlessly. Yayi looked at the distance and found that the centipede had already straightened up and rushed towards the player in front of him with its mouthparts full of metallic luster. At this distance, he couldn't catch up with the player to block the centipede's attack, so he had to try that method. I saw Yayi threw Huajianyi into the sky and kicked the tip of the spear in mid-air. Huajianyi instantly turned into a rainbow and shot towards the centipede's head. Yayi immediately landed. Then rushed over. At the critical moment, Changhong flew to. Boom! The white gold Changhong directly pierced into the head of the centipede, and the huge force on the spear brought the centipede to the ground, and the centipede let out a painful hissing sound, then turned into pieces. Yayi and Asuna arrived at this time. Yi calmly pulled out the flower meaning inserted on the ground and turned to look at the group in front of him. The battlefield was changing rapidly, and these people were still immersed in the fear of death just now, and finally the brown-haired teenager was the first to react. Okay, that's awesome. Yayi's spear swung horizontally, then turned into petals and fell, lifted the cap of the cloak. Yayi felt that wearing a cap was disrespectful for Kazuto to speak, and walked slowly in front of them. It's all right, everyone. Looking at the handsome young man with silver hair and red eyes, and the black and white star feather floating beside him, The brown-haired young man asked cautiously. Are you Silver Wing-sama? Then there must be the shining Asuna-sama next to you. Well, are Asuna and I already so famous? Why do you call me Silver Wing, and don't use honorifics? It feels weird. No no no, you saved the lives of so many players, a guidebook for the benefit of all Aincrad players, you deserve to be called by us. As for the Silver Wing, because your game nickname is Yayi, and you have a prominent silver hair, at first we called you Yunyi, and then you became Yunyi. After speaking, the brown-haired youth patted his head and hurriedly said, Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Kito. My name is Dakar. My name is Tetsuo. My name is Shimaru. When it was the turn of the last player saved by Yayi, Yayi realized that he was saving a girl. The girl in front of her was weak, with an air of pity that I could see. She timidly covered her chest with her hands. Bowing to Yayi. My name is Seeing, thank you very much for your life-saving grace. Yayi waved his hand, expressing his small intentions, and then he heard the brown-haired youth, that is, Chi-Tai, send an invitation to Yayi and Asuna. Thank you very much and Asuna-sama for your life-saving grace, and we would like to thank you for having a meal with Asuna. Seeing that apart from the timid girl, Seeing, the remaining 4 big men looked at him eagerly, Yayi's face darkened, and he really wasn't good at rejecting others. That night, in a lively pub, Kitai, the president of the Black Cats of the Moonlit Night, raises his glass. For the rescue of all the members of our Moonlight Black Cat troupe, let's toast Yayi and Asuna together. After everyone raised their glasses, they waited for Yayi to raise their glasses. Yayi's expression froze, and then he bit his head and raised the cup. After clinking glasses with everyone, he closed his eyes and raised his head to drink. In an instant, his fair face turned red. Chi-Tai saw that Yayi drank the glass in one gulp, thinking that Yayi was good at drinking, and hurriedly filled Yayi's glass. Yayi's face instantly turned pale again. Asuna next to him looked funny, but he still reached out to stop Kito. Jun, Yayi can't drink enough. If you drink too much, you will talk nonsense. Yayi glared at Asuna when he saw that he had exposed himself. Chi-Tai looked at Yayi in surprise. Will Yayi talk nonsense after drinking too much? After getting along for a long time, Chi-Tai and others became familiar with Yayi, and they became less restrained, so I felt like asking such a question. Yayi's face darkened when he heard Chi-Tai's question, and he replied stubbornly. Nothing, I just can't drink enough. Asuna next to him looked at Yayi, who was stubborn, covered his mouth and smiled secretly. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Mentality of the Strong. Before I knew it, dinner was coming to an end. Kai-Tai suddenly said to Yayi. Although it's a bit presumptuous, can I ask Yayi how old are you and Asuna? 43. Everyone in the Black Cat group of the Moonlit Night took a deep breath. Impressive. Too strong. More than 20 levels higher than us. Kai-Tai's face is gloomy. I really don't know how to speak. It's unreasonable, but I hope Yayi and Asuna can guide us for a few days. Yayi, you also saw that we were almost wiped out during the day. We don't want to experience that powerlessness anymore. So I hope Yayi you guys can teach us. After saying that, Kito stood up, bowed directly to Asuna, and put his hands together above his head. Please. Looking at the sincere Kito and the hopeful gazes of the remaining 4, Yayi thought of the Black Cat Unity Bureau in the Moonlit Night in the original novel, and Asuna also held Yayi's hand under the table, expressing his determination for all his decisions. Support. Sure enough, I'm not suitable to be a hard-hearted person. It seems that the holiday has been ruined again. Yayi sighed and nodded to Chi-Tai. He lowered his head, but quietly opened one eye and peeked at Yayi out of the corner of the eye. Seeing Yayi nod, Chi-Tai immediately cheered and turned to hug Tai Seong next to him. At this time Yayi spoke up. Asuna and I can teach you, but I have one condition, that you must be obedient. Yayi was afraid that Moonlight's black cats would repeat the same mistakes in the original book, so he explained the conditions directly. Okay, no problem at all. Seeing that Chitai and the others agreed, Yayi nodded secretly, but when he thought that his and Asuna's vacation was over, he was again troubled. At this time, Kaitai pushed the girl named Seen to Yayi and put one hand on her head, while Seen was holding the wine glass in both hands timidly. I want to transform Lucky into an avant-garde shield swordsman, but I don't know what to do. I hope you can guide me, Yayi happily grumbled. What's the matter? What people say is the same as waste material. Then he turned sideways to avoid Kaitai's hand. You suddenly let people come forward to fight close combat, people will be afraid. Tai Xiong didn't notice the uneasy look at all, and said indifferently. Just hide behind a shield. Followed by Dakar also took a sentence. Really, you've always been so timid. Fortunately, hearing the words of his teammates, he hummed angrily, and then all the people in the Black Cat group smiled softly. Kito went on to say. Actually, our guild is a member of the Computer Research Association of the same high school in reality, so I'm in trouble for the two of you these days. Everyone cheered suddenly, Seeing also smiled at Yayi. Yayi could see that she was smiling reluctantly. The next morning, Yayi and Asuna packed up and waited for Chitai and the others in the training area early. After a while, Kito and the others arrived at the training area, saw Yayi and Asuna waiting in the distance, and ran towards them shouting. The people of the Black Cats quickly ran to Yayi, and Chitai put his hands on his knees and said while panting. Sorry for keeping you waiting. It's okay, we just arrived. Yayi waved his hand to let them not mind, then got to the point. Next, Asuna and I will use novice weapons, because our level is too high, and if Asuna and I use our own weapons against monsters on this floor, it will directly cause instant kill, so we can't demonstrate the operation to you. Blink to see how Asuna and I are doing and responding. After speaking, the two of them wanted to look at each other and nodded. Yayi immediately squatted down and picked up the 4 stones on the ground, and activated the throwing skill. The hatred of the 4-headed monster immediately attracted Yayi. Starlight gathered in his hand, a novice spear appeared in his hand, Yayi rushed over with Xingyu. After thinking about it, the Black Cat Corps had no animal trainers, so Yayi didn't ask Xingyu to lose control skills, and chose to charge directly, followed by Asuna. The huge insect in front of him, waving its sharp limbs, slashed towards Yayi. Yayi ducked sideways, stuck in the blind spot of the monster's vision, and picked up the backhand spear. And Asuna, not to be outdone, took advantage of Yayi to attract the monster's attention and shot directly at a quadruple pain point. The severe pain made the monster wailing, and he turned his attention to Asuna decisively. The group of black cats who were observing from the side only saw 2 swift shadows wandering among the 4 monsters, constantly dodging the monster's attacks. Of course, sometimes, Yayi and Asuna couldn't dodge, they would use their skills to sway away the monster's attack. Instead of using their skills to resist, they could effectively avoid their own rigidity. Yayi and Asuna were constantly wandering in the attack of the 4-headed monsters. Their gorgeous movements seemed like a beautiful dance. It is said that the dance is incomplete, and it should be called art. Gorgeous skill, light effects and monsters' roars add more gorgeousness to this art. Everyone in the Black Cat group was fascinated. Okay, that's awesome. After a while, the 4 heads fell at the feet of Yayi and Asuna, put away their weapons. Yayi and Asuna walked back to the Black Cat group. How is it? Is there anything to gain? Kito said with a dark face. Sorry Yayi, we just saw how good you and Asuna are. Yayi chuckled lightly and comforted. It's not your fault, our level is high, and the tactics and movement techniques you use are the first time you see it, and you can't see anything normal. This is just an example for you. If you have learned what I will explain next, then it's not impossible for you to reach this level. Everyone in the Black Cat troop looked overjoyed when they heard it. Really? Awesome. Yayi nodded lightly and continued. In the actual combat just now, we were able to keep dodging most of the monster's attacks. This is a movement technique that I have constantly summed up and practiced in actual combat. I call it the shadow step. The principle is to dodge the monster's attack, hide in the monster's blind spot, and then keep shifting the angle of view, so that you can handle every next attack of the monster with ease. As for attacks that are really unavoidable, I also invented unloading block, which is to use skills to change the direction of the monster's attack, so as to avoid the rigidity caused by the collision between myself and the monster. After listening to Yayi's explanation, Chitai and the others looked at Yayi with admiration. Kito seems to have suddenly thought of something and asked, "Yayi, are you willing to share such an important skill with us? Aren't you afraid that we will learn this skill and surpass you?" Yayi smiled and shook his head. "I've not only taught you, whether it's the strategy team at the front, or the weak players I rescued in the back, as long as you want to become stronger and beat Kayaba Akihiko to clear the game, come to me and ask for leave, I will teach him without hesitation." Everyone in the Black Cat group was dumbfounded. "Ah! So many people have learned, then Yayi, won't you be surpassed soon?" Yayi shrugged lightly. "When they learn my skills, they will have the opportunity to catch up with me, and I will not become slack because one person throws off a large portion of all players. Only by working hard to become stronger can I stand on the top of all players." Everyone in the Black Cat group was shocked by Yayi's strong self-confidence. Looking at this arrogant, confident, and rebellious young man in front of him, everyone felt like they were looking up to the peak. Asuna saw Yayi, who was arrogant and had both hands on his back. He couldn't help but step forward and hugged Yayi's arm, and Xingyu also seemed to feel Yayi's strong self-confidence, flew up from Yayi's shoulders, and floated beside Yayi. Called out. Kito muttered, "Is this Master Silverwing?" As expected, he deserves to be the first strong player in the Raiders group, a worthy player. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Perception. Yayi explained his skills again in detail, and then took the black cats to find monsters for actual combat. After all, only actual combat can be mastered. Looking at the huge mantis-like monster in front of him, Yayi nodded secretly, pointed to it and said to Chitai and others, "Just this violent mantis, you all get ready, I will attract him." The faces of the Black Cat Corps were solemn. This berserk mantis was an elite monster. According to their previous skills, there would only be a dead end. Now that I have consulted Yayi, I feel that I have learned a lot, and it is not impossible for them to try. Chitai nodded lightly to Yayi. "I'll trouble you then, Yayi." Seeing that they agreed, Yayi raised his hand to pick up a stone and threw it at the mantis. The attacked mantis immediately looked in the direction of Yayi and the others, and rushed over. The people of the Black Cat Regiment also rushed up immediately. After approaching, the mantis slashed directly with a knife, and the members of the Black Cat Regiment quickly dispersed, and then appeared to the left or right of the mantis, and then continued to position themselves with the card perspective taught by Yayi. Move to attack the mantis monster. Yayi looked at the scene and nodded secretly. From the current point of view, everyone in the Black Cat Corps has performed very well. They have perfectly integrated what he taught them into his team. It seems that their talents are still very good. At this moment, fortunately, the mantis monster suddenly caught the opportunity by accidentally walking and not blocking the angle of view of the mantis monster. Its sharp limb slashed down quickly. Fortunately, he raised his shield in a panic, and his little head dropped instantly. Ding! There was a huge gap in strength, and Seeing was staggered. Yayi rushed up and pulled Seeing away. The starlight gathered in his hand and became a small shield. When the mantis slashed down with the second knife, Yayi turned to the side of the shield and waved his backhand. The shield and the mantis limb knife formed an oblique angle of 120. Then the mantis seemed to have received some irresistible force, and the limb knife was bounced behind him instantly, causing the mantis to stumble. Yayi immediately shouted, "Tai Xiong, switch!" Oh oh! The stunned Tai Xiong reacted, and approached the straight mantis with a hammer. The mantis was unwilling to turn it into data fragments, and then an experience box popped up where it disappeared. Whew! Nervous Kito and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was dangerous just now, thanks to Yayi's quick response. Yeah, Yayi saved us again. Yayi didn't go to see them, he turned around and walked in front of Seeing, who was still being comforted by Asuna. Looking at Yayi in front of him, fortunately he hesitated, as if he wanted to explain why he made a mistake, but he couldn't say anything. Yayi spoke first. "I did a good job this time. After all, it's the first time, I'm not familiar with the card monster's perspective, and mistakes are inevitable. And what I want to tell you is my operation skills just now. Unloading and blocking is because most weapons are relatively narrow and long, so the contact surface of the force when they collide is relatively small, so they can only unload the force. And shields like this, the weapon is different, it has a larger area, and the force contact surface increases when it collides. Therefore, the advanced technique of unloading and blocking also came into being. It borrows the force returned by the enemy and adds a little one's own strength to drive the enemy's strength to bounce back to the enemy's attack, and I call it rebound. You are familiar with the rebound, and you can even use long and narrow weapons such as swords and guns to achieve the rebound operation. Fortunately, after listening to it, all the expressions were left with shock. Can I do this? Yayi confirmed with a smile. You have to believe in yourself, you can do it? Fortunately, I still lack confidence, and hesitantly replied. I'll try my best. Afterwards, under the joint guidance of Yayi and Asuna and the constant actual combat, the level of the members of the Black Cat Corps has been greatly improved. Although they are still at the same level, the previous difficulty in leveling has basically disappeared. In a blink of an eye, the sun was about to slowly set, and Yayi, Asuna and the Black Cats walked back to the town chatting and laughing. During the happy dinner time, Yayi was poured a few glasses of wine by the enthusiastic Chitai. He knew Yayi could not drink enough, but he still warmly invited him. In the end, Yayi couldn't stand him, so he drank a little. Yayi, who couldn't drink enough, drank some wine, and his head was a little dizzy. He refused Kitai's next activities, and led Asuna back to the room. Night fell slowly, and the bright moonlight shone through the veil curtains and shone on the floor of the room, reflecting a grayish-white light. Yayi and Asuna were lying on the bed embracing each other. Yayi was a little drowsy because of drinking a little wine. He leaned his head gently on Asuna's chest. The room was unusually quiet, only Yayi and Asuna could hear each other's breathing. Hey, Yayi-kun, have you noticed that the girl named Seeing seems to be about to collapse? Yayi, who has watched the anime and understands the plot, of course knows it, plus he is dizzy and can't understand the idea, so he said directly and affirmatively. That's of course. You are fortunate that she hesitates before each battle, hesitates and fears during the battle, and worries after the battle. Her nerves are probably tense all the time. When Yayi finished speaking, his drowsy mind realized that the atmosphere seemed wrong, and then a faint murderous aura appeared. In an instant, Yayi woke up from the alcohol, and the hair all over his body suddenly became cold, and he heard Asuna say calmly. Jun, Yayi is very careful to observe that girl. Yayi looked confused. Didn't you, Asuna, ask me? I answered this question. Aren't we talking about the crash of luck? Why are you focusing on this, Asuna? Yayi couldn't understand women's logical thinking, and secretly hated Chitai for pouring alcohol on him, otherwise he would make such a low-level mistake with such a strong desire to survive. Chitai, you misunderstood me about something. But fortunately, he is sober now, and his smart IQ has occupied the high ground again. He didn't even think about it. I like strawberries, but strawberry juice is not good, strawberry cake is not good, and strawberries are not good. I like you, you can't look like you can't be like you, and you can't do it without you. After speaking, in order to convince Asuna, Yayi looked around and saw the moonlight shining in through the curtains, thinking that the moon is so full today and the moonlight is so bright just to swear to prove his heart. Finger pointing directly at the moonlight. Don't believe Asuna, look at the moonlight, look at the bright moon in the sky. Then he pulled Asuna to the window, looked at the bright moon, and swore to the moon directly through Yayi. My Yayi's sincerity towards Asuna can be learned from the sun and the moon. If there is a lie, the moon will disappear completely. After saying that, Yayi found that the sky was completely dark, and then his face was also dark. It turned out that a dark cloud covered the moon. Asuna looked at Yayi, who was about to cry but had no tears, and swore before that, knowing that it was a coincidence, she laughed outright, and the awkward silence was instantly broken. Asuna approached Yayi gently and hugged him slowly. As you said, you like me, no one but me. I already know your heart, and over the past few months, I have kept this trust in my heart, so you don't have to swear, but even if I know that today's oath is an accident, I will keep an eye on you. Yayi's face turned even darker after hearing this. Ever since he crossed over, the journey has been smooth sailing. At this moment, Yayi realized that he was still a non-chief. With a sigh, Yayi resigned and hugged Asuna with his backhand. I only like you, but it doesn't prevent others from liking me. After all, someone as good as me is always attractive, right? Having figured it out, Yayi happily dragged Asuna back to sleep. After all, she has to continue teaching the Black Cat Troop tomorrow morning, so she can keep her spirits up, and she can teach Kitai a good lesson tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 20 The Astral World Comes. The morning sun pierced through the sparse leaves, and the mottled light and shadow shone in the forest. Yayi looked at the group of black cats. Although they killed the monsters, there were a lot of problems with their operation coordination. Even though Yayi mentioned it over and over again, they were like certain habits that they could never change. This wave should be like this, then that, and finally this. After a brief instruction, Yayi looked at Kitai. I told you on the road in the morning how to deal with this situation. You forget it again. Are you deaf to what I said? Please use your head. Kitai felt that there was something wrong with Yayi today. Even a small mistake in Yayi could be magnified into a crisis of life and death. I have to say that Chitai's head is quite clever, and then he thought again, did he do something wrong, or Yayi was targeting him like this? The toast was not strong enough last night, and his feelings were not deep enough. If Yayi, who is avenging his personal revenge, knows that Chitai is still going to slap him, his bright smile will probably be blackened immediately, and then he will continue to send him a few extra training packages for one person to let him know what society is. Sinister. Looking at Yayi, who was avenging his personal revenge, Asuna laughed softly, thinking of last night's scene. Seeing Yayi's face, she knew that Yayi's excellence would definitely attract many girls. In order to ensure her girlfriend's status, she had to become better and drive away the girls who were so close to Yayi. Unconsciously, it was noon, and Yayi and the others also came to a grassland training area. Chitai suggested to rest for a while before continuing. Yayi looked at the tired group of people and nodded. Everyone in the Black Cat group was lying on the soft lawn for a moment without any image, complaining to Yayi that they were tired. When Yayi chuckled and said that if he continued to complain, after the extra training in the afternoon, all the complaints disappeared. No trace. After choosing a place, Yayi sat down slowly, when Chitai beside him suddenly asked. Yayi, what do you think is the difference between the strategy team and us? Before Yayi could answer, Dakar next to him interjected directly. Intelligence, it must be intelligence, because with intelligence, the people in the strategy team can monopolize the simple and efficient experience area. But Kito pondered for a while and slowly added. I think it's not just intelligence, but also willpower. It's to protect partners, no. To be precise, it's to protect the willpower of all players. Maybe the strategy team at the beginning was really working hard to protect all players and clear the game, but with the passage of time, the current strategy has become smoky. The Knights of the Blood Alliance and the Yingyang Pavilion founded by them are fine, but since the death of the original president, the Holy Dragon Alliance has changed its original atmosphere, and has joined forces with the army, seizing the high-quality experience area, collecting player protection fees, and becoming all evil. Seeing a group of people who were looking forward to the strategy team, Yayi asked with a chuckle. What, do you want to join the strategy group? That's of course, but now our Black Cat group's primary purpose is to raise the level, first to reach level 30. Hearing the words of his own president, Simaru suddenly proposed. During this period of time, I feel that our technology has greatly improved. The experience Cole gained from fighting these monsters is too small. With Yayi and Asuna, let's go to the upper layers to farm monsters. When everyone in the Black Cats thought about it, it was indeed possible. Now they just need to ask Yayi and Asuna's approval, so they all turned their attention to Yayi in an instant. Whenever Yayi makes up his mind, Asuna will support him unconditionally. Why are you looking at me? Did I say I didn't agree? Oh, Yayi beef batch. Yayi is awesome. Yayi looked at the group of people who were living treasures in front of him and scolded with a smile. Okay, don't be flattering, we'll set off immediately before it's too late. In the labyrinth area on the 17th floor, Yayi, Asuna and the Black Cats were facing off against a lizardman. Of course, Yayi Asuna was watching, and the Black Cats were attacking. Yayi looked at the situation in the field and pointed out from time to time. Chi-Tai will roll over a little more distance, and you still have half of your body leaked from the lizardman's perspective. Tai-Seong, your attack is slow, first look for opportunities to gain vision before attacking, don't be reckless. Dakar, you are a thief, not a meat shield warrior, what are you doing? Simaru widens the distance. The advantage of your weapon is that it is long, and sticking to the face is not suitable for you. Find your own output position. Fortunately, you can try the rebounding skills I taught you now. Don't be afraid. Asuna and I will always pay attention to you and will never hurt you. Fortunately, I heard a noticeable pause in my body, and then began to try to bounce back, but the movements were obviously jerky. Suddenly, thanks to a mistake, the machete in the lizardman's hand was not opened, and he slashed towards Kai-Tai next to him. Yayi wiped his belt, and instantly a dagger appeared in his hand, the auxiliary light lit up, and the dagger turned into silver light and nailed it to the head of the lizardman. His slender blood bar also slowly slid down to the bottom, and Peng's sound turned into a data stream and disappeared. I really didn't mean to. Fortunately, she looked like she was about to cry and looked at her teammates. At this time, she felt very guilty, but Kai-Tai didn't care about anything. It's okay, Yayi is here. Under the appeasement of his teammates, Fortunate finally packed up his mood, and then everyone moved on. Before you know it, dusk is coming. And the people of the Black Cat group also gained a lot. On the way back, Shimaru said excitedly. I'm right, we have no problem, Yayi hasn't done much. If I practice a little longer, I might be able to go to the forefront. Dakar next to him replied in a firm tone. Of course it is. Suddenly, Dakar saw a rune on the wall ahead. When everyone approached and touched, a copper door with a complicated pattern slowly opened, and a treasure chest appeared in the center. It's a treasure chest. After I finished speaking, I wanted to open it, but fortunately said in a low voice at this time. It might be a trap. It's okay, we're so strong now, let's talk about the transfer crystal. After speaking, Dakar excitedly came to the side of the treasure chest and opened it carefully. The moment the treasure chest was opened, the exit of the original room was suddenly closed, and the lights in the room also turned red. Groups of monsters suddenly appeared and surrounded them. The worst thing was that the transfer crystal failed. Everyone in the Black Cat group looked at the large number of monsters in front of them, and their hands and feet were cold. Dakar falls into deep self-blame. It's all my fault, my fault. At this time, Yayi and Asuna were the ones who didn't panic the most. Yayi turned his head and said to everyone in the Black Cat group, "You guys stay still and don't move, the rest is left to me." After speaking, he glanced at the flying star feathers beside him, and let out a loud shout. "Star feather!" As soon as the words fell, the lines on the gorgeous bird's body lit up. A large spot of light suddenly appeared at the top of the room, like a star, casting a beautiful starlight. In the eyes of everyone in the Black Cat group, two people who were exactly like him suddenly appeared beside Yayi. The white gold flowers in their hands swayed, and the three Yayi rushed out just like that. The monsters surrounding them saw the three Yayi rushing over and slashed at one of them with their weapons. Puff! The sound of passing through the air sounded, and then it was directly chopped into a data stream by another Yayi. Looking at the three Yayis in front of them, they were attacking the monster group like no one, and everyone in the Black Cat group was stunned. What kind of skill is this? This is the skill of Yayi's demon, changing the light to create illusions. Two of the three Yayis you see are fake. When the monster attacks the illusion, Yayi has the opportunity to fight back, and Yayi's attack it will also be changed. For example, Yayi used the black and red longsword in his hand, that is, the Blood Sun released the horizontal square slash, and under the distortion of the star feather skill, it became a two-strike skill oblique slash. Asuna, who was still watching, proudly introduced, happier than being praised. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Lucky's Heart. Seeing you suddenly let out a weak cry, the gorgeous lines all over his body dimmed, and he fell into Asuna's arms. The starlight in this room immediately dissipated, and Yayi's avatar also turned into a spot of light and flew away. At this moment, Yayi only destroyed half of the monsters in the room, and then the two mirror images around him disappeared, and at this time he happened to be surrounded by monsters, and 7 or 8 long GE-like weapons swung down at him. Cut, bad luck. Huajianyi instantly held up all the long GE, and Yayi also knelt down on one knee by the huge force. Ah, go away. With a roar, Yayi used all of his strength to slam all the weapons away, and Huajianyi circled around. All the monsters surrounding him flew out backwards, hit the monsters behind him, and turned into a rolling gourd. As soon as the spear was retracted, a dagger appeared in each hand, and the chasing attack directly approached the monster for crazy output. Suddenly, the dagger in Yayi's hand turned into pieces and disappeared, and Yayi was about to use this dagger to block the long GE of a lizardman on the opposite side. His pupils shrank, and the posture he was about to hold changed instantly. He spun around to avoid the attack, and the other dagger in his hand was directly thrown out by Yayi as a hidden weapon. The black light penetrated the two monsters and fell to the ground incapable of falling to the ground, and the two penetrated monsters turned into a glassy data stream and disappeared. The blood-red flames in his hands converged and turned into a long sword, Blood Yang, and Yayi continued to kill the monster. Constantly moving and rolling among the monsters, the weapon in his hand turned into a bloody slash for a while, and then turned into a sweeping swipe between flowers. Yayi didn't seem to be killing, but dancing. Asuna from the rear said boastfully. Silverwing is your name, and Yayi is called the Silver Dancer in the raiding group because his fighting style is like dancing, which is called art. Everyone in the Black Cat group looked at Yayi with a look of surprise and admiration. The surprise was because they were saved, and the admiration was shocked by Yayi's strength. As the battle drew to a close, there were fewer and fewer monsters, and slowly there was no more monsters in the room. Yayi scattered his weapons and walked back to the Black Cat group. Do you know what's wrong? Feel sorry. I don't want your apology, I'm asking you to know where you are wrong, and answer me. We shouldn't have entered this room unprepared. Yayi shook his head in disappointment. You are not careless, you are because I taught you new techniques, the strength growth in a short time, coupled with the real improvement from actual combat feedback, the expansion of psychology makes you become arrogant. Before entering this room, you have never considered that you will not be able to beat this situation, so there is no so-called carelessness. Then Yayi continued to say. If such a little improvement makes you so arrogant, you will probably die faster when you face the boss after entering the strategy group. After all, I'm not your nanny, so I can't follow you at any time. Everyone in the Black Cat group who said in the words was flushed, and they deeply realized that they had become so arrogant after getting a little benefit from Yayi's help. Look at Yayi again, even if he is powerful, he is still humble and low-key. After a comparison, everyone was ashamed. Kito bowed his head and said sincerely. This incident is my president's problem. I take the main responsibility. I will correct it in the future. Thank you Yayi for pointing out our problems. Not only did you teach the technology but also the ideas. Thank you very much. Yayi waved his hand. You guys also have ideals. That's all I can teach. Tomorrow, Asuna and I are going back to the strategy team. We look forward to meeting in the strategy team. It was night. At the last dinner in town, Kaitai and the others expressed their gratitude to Yayi and Asuna, and said that they and the Black Cats would never be arrogant again, and they looked forward to meeting Yayi again. After the raiding team met, the parting meal was over, Yayi took Asuna back to the room to rest. Just 2 hours after returning to the room, Yayi, who was chatting with Asuna, suddenly received a message from Kaitai. Yayi is very sorry to bother you, but I've been lucky enough to go out just now and haven't come back yet. We've already looked for it. I hope you can do a great job. Seeing the news, Yayi sighed softly. This situation still occurs, Asuna, you are waiting for me at the hotel, and I will help find luck. Don't you need my help? It's alright, you know I'm tracking the level, soon, wait for me to come back with peace of mind. After speaking, Yayi gently kissed Asuna's forehead and walked out. The night has completely fallen, torches are lit on the cold street, the white moonlight and the yellowish light emitted by the torches are intertwined, exuding a hazy halo. Open the skill bar and click on the tracking skill. All the colors in the field of vision disappeared, and the world turned black and white. With the cold street, an unspeakable sense of solemnity emerged spontaneously. Yayi kept searching, and finally saw the footprints left by Seeing. All the way along the footprints to a bridge hole in the town, looking at the helpless Han's folded knees and buried his head. Yayi called her softly. Seeing slowly raised his head to see Yayi, looked at him with a look of surprise. Yayi also walked into the bridge hole, kept a distance from Seeing and sat down slowly. Is it strange that I found you? My tracking level is very high. But fortunately answered the question. Yayi, I really want to escape from this town, monsters, everyone from the Black Cats, so. Why suddenly can't think about it? Want to face death? Fortunately chuckle. Maybe that's fine, but if you have the courage to die, you won't be in a safe town. Hey, why can't you get out? Why is it a game, but it really will die, what's the point of that? Hearing Seeing's question, Yayi was also amused. The poor girl was depressed by Kayaba Akiyako. Then next, Yayi, chicken soup for the soul, is going to heal her. After coughing lightly, Yayi slowly vomited out his opinion. Because you are alive, you have to look alive, not like a dead person. Because you are afraid of death games, you need to face the danger of leveling before you can clear the game. Do you think this is a funny thing? Unlucky to answer anything, Yayi followed closely and continued. Because we are afraid of death, we retreat timidly in the face of danger, then danger will always follow you closely, and we will be uneasy for the rest of our lives. We might as well try to be our own hero, to save our hearts, and to smash danger. Your hero smashes death, or lives in fear all his life. I believe you already have the answer. Unconsciously, Yayi had already stood up and walked to Seeing, and he slowly stretched out his palm in front of Seeing. Everyone is used to running away, but it is undeniable that the coin has its other side, and you also have the other side of bravery. You are your own hero. When you no longer fear death, death will fear you. Come on, the members of the Black Cat Corps are still waiting for you. Seeing lightly held Yayi's palm, the temperature in his palm was so real, and the words swirled in his mind. Seeing recalled that it was because she was afraid of death that she came out of the town of the beginning in the past 5 months. She did not want her life to be entrusted to others, and waited for others to clear the game to save her, because she was afraid of death, so the failure of others means that she will also die. She was afraid, so she and the black cats took up arms, in order to survive. When Yayi didn't show up, I survived for 5 whole months. This was a power I never thought about. Before I knew it, I was already my hero. There was a pulling force in the palm of the hand. Fortunately stood up and looked at the handsome Yayi. Suddenly, Seeing blushed and hugged Yayi. Yayi felt slightly uncomfortable and broke free. Don't move, let me hug you. After being enlightened, Lucky, timid and afraid of disappearing without a trace, also had a strange hazy emotion towards the handsome silver-haired boy in front of him. But when he thought of Asuna beside him, there was a sharp pain in his heart, and it came so suddenly. Gently let go of Yayi, fortunately wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. The Raiders team is waiting for me, I will catch up soon. After speaking, he ran first, without giving Yayi a chance to say a word. Yayi's heart collapsed. He really didn't flirt with the lucky girl, he deliberately said that he was his hero, not that he was her hero. This damned plot development is really bad. Yayi went back to the hotel in distress. Chitai and the others were already waiting at the door of the hotel. When they saw Yayi coming, they went up to them. Thank you very much, Yayi. I took the liberty to ask you to call us technology and it's too embarrassing. This time I asked you to help find luck. I don't know how to repay so much kindness. So all of us in the Black Cat group decided to, and then enter it after our level catches up with the strategy group, and we will all join your Yingyang Pavilion to repay the great kindness. Yayi was worrying about Xingmei's liking for him at the moment, so he waved his hand and said politely. Then I'll be waiting for you in the strategy team. It's a word. Without waiting for Chitai to continue, Yayi walked into the hotel and went back to the room. Kito touched his chin in confusion and asked Tai Xiong next to him. Lucky, who just came back, was in such a hurry. What happened to the two of them? Tai Xiong scratched the back of his head honestly and shook his head to indicate he didn't know. At this time, the short docker said mysteriously. Should the two of them be? Kito patted him on the head. Don't make random guesses. You are a single dog who guesses about other people's feelings. Dakar was not happy when he heard Kita's words, so he jumped up one by one, hugged Kita's neck and shouted loudly. What, you and Tetsuo and Shimaru are all right, why are you talking about me? Hey, don't get involved with me. This is Shimaru's answer. There is no game in love. This is Tetsuo's answer. Everyone laughed, and there was a burst of anger in the silent street. Asterisk. Chapter 22 by Lily. The morning sun shines on the ground, the streets are revived, and the silence of the night disappears. Yayi and Asuna are standing in front of the portal, saying goodbye to the black cats. There is no such thing as a banquet in the world. I will teach you all that you can teach. I will be waiting for you at the front line of the strategy team. Come on. Chitai and others quickly expressed. Definitely. Must. Fortunately, he suddenly stepped forward and hugged Yayi, and the atmosphere changed instantly. Under the awkward atmosphere, Yayi felt that his hand was at a loss. Yayi calmed down and pushed Seeing away gently and said, I know you thank me, I have already received it, there is no need for this. Fortunately, however, the answer was not what was asked. I will be my own hero and wait for me. The atmosphere became even weirder. Yayi, whose scalp was numb, hurriedly took Asuna's hand and activated the portal to reach the 21st floor. He didn't even say politeness to the rest of the group and the Black Cat group, leaving behind the Black Cat who looked at each other in dismay. Group. On the 21st floor, Yayi and Asuna appeared in front of the portal, and Yayi, whose scalp was numb, wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. I heard Asuna, who was holding him, speak quietly. Jun Yayi is really popular with girls. Yayi, who had an extremely strong desire to survive, denied it for 3 consecutive years. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Then calm down and talk to Asuna slowly. Our relationship has always been so sincere, and I only like you alone. As for Seeing's affection for me, I don't know where it came from. Time is a good medicine. It will help Seeing forget unrequited love. Hearing Yayi's words, Asuna understood Yayi's meaning very intelligently, and didn't pursue anything further. As expected, she was still the good Asuna of the good wife and mother in the anime. Yayi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly pulled Asuna back to the silver light pavilion of the guild. In front of you is a silver-white attic, carved with many red patterns, and the bright red patterns on the silver-white building have a strange beauty. Entering the interior of the attic, there was immediately a long silver-gray hair, a ponytail, Yuja, who came down from the upper floor and greeted him. As soon as he got close to seeing Yayi, he looked happy, tried his best to suppress the excitement in his tone, and said calmly, Master Yayi, you are back, don't you have one more day off? How many times has Yuli told you, just call me by my name, no need for honorifics, I'm younger than you make me embarrassed by calling me like that. The silver-haired royal sister, that is, Yuli stubbornly replied. No, this is my respect for you. In private, I can address you without honorifics, but this is a guild, and you are the savior who saved thousands of lives and led players to liberate us. You are well-deserved honorifics. Looking at Yuli, who admires her, Yayi also has a headache. She wants to transfer her, but Yuli's excellent ability, coupled with the fact that she loves Yayi's position as secretary very much, finally this matter is over. This is also the reason why Asuna said on the portal that Yayi is popular with girls. After all, this is not the first time. Yayi himself couldn't recall when Yuli appeared by his side. In the process of Yayi's upgrade all the way, he saved a large number of players, plus the strategy book, although the publication of the strategy book has now been taken over by Argo, it does not hinder Yayi's great contribution in the early stage. When Yingyang Pavilion was founded, many players from the strategy group came here because they were saved by Yayi. With their belief in Yayi and Yayi's philosophy, they vigorously developed Xingguang Pavilion. And Yuliel also stood out, and with her outstanding ability, she took the seat of Yayi's secretary. He has a blind admiration for Yayi, and every order of Yayi is done desperately. Lier even gave a lecture on Yayi's story. She didn't force the guild players to listen, but the players did it spontaneously, and even some other guild players came to listen to the lecture. The story is very exciting. It is Yayi's words and deeds recorded in Lai's notebook, as well as the mental journey of Yayi before he founded the guild, plus the story that is observed from Lai's own perspective. Yayi has changed from an ordinary person's mentality to saving everyone he sees despite difficulties and setbacks along the way. The strong individualism adds a legendary beauty to Yayi. Unknowingly, Yayi was not only the leader of the guild, but even became the belief of everyone in the guild. The members of the guild did not live up to Yuli's hard work. Can only be ranked second. Having returned to their guild, Yayi and Asuna no longer need to wear cloaks, so they lifted the cloaks. Yayi and Asuna are dressed in silver, with gold and red patterns embroidered on their clothes. Yayi is a trench coat and Asuna is a skirt. There is an icon on the chest. The men of the guild embroidered the phoenix, and the women embroidered the phoenix. Along the way, all the guild members greeted Yayi enthusiastically when they saw Yayi. Greetings. Greetings. And Yayi only responded with a smile and walked back to the office. And Asuna separated from Yayi and went to summon the guild members to guide the strategy. Closing the door, Yayi breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the president who didn't change his face even when he beat the boss in front of him, but his head was smashed by the fanatical members of the guild, Yuliel chuckled lightly. Yayi glared at her. You're still laughing. It's the lecture you gave. Now I'm like a thief, I have to wear a cloak when I go out of the guild. Holding the document in both hands, Uriel replied as she should. Master Yayi should be respected, no one can deny it. Yayi didn't refute anything, this Yuja's fanaticism towards her was hopeless. The poison is already deep, and there is no way to save it. Sitting on his office chair, he stretched out his hand to take the document handed over by Lily beside him, and watched it carefully. Half an hour later, Yayi read the last document and put it down gently. At this moment, Yuli, who was next to him, got close, stretched out her cold little hand, and gently pressed it on Yayi's temple. The cold fingertips touched the temple, the headache caused by reading the document seemed to disappear in an instant. Yayi couldn't help but snorted comfortably. Confused, Yayi couldn't help but ask. Uriel, where did you learn this from? Uriel answered in a daze. The sisters in the guild said, I think Mr. Yayi, you will hold your forehead for a while after correcting the guild documents. I guess this should relieve your headache. I have to say that Yuli has done everything a secretary can do, and almost done what she can't do. Yayi really likes her more and more. Yayi, said that I like her ability, I am not greedy, I am not mean. Without waving to stop Yuli, Yayi said. Yuli, you have done a good job these 2 days during my vacation, and perfectly fulfilled my requirements for the development of the guild. You have already found a lot of advanced life skills players that you are looking for. The next step is to protect them and give them materials. They also sold the forged things to us voluntarily at cost. Master Yayi, you have won the prize. Even though Yuli was modest, Yayi still heard a happy feeling. The next step is to attack the boss on the 21st floor. The boss room discovered yesterday, the preparations are all done today. Yes, Lord Yayi. Well then, let's go, Asuna is still waiting for us. After saying that, she waved Uriel to stop pressing and kneading, stood up and walked out. I seldom want to collect, but after reading many works of the same period, I have collected 5,000 or 6,000 hearts, and I can't help but feel a little sad when I see my own collection of only more than 2,000, so the little friends who don't collect it quickly collect a wave. I need your support. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Cabin in the Woods. When he came to the door of Yingyang Pavilion, Yayi had already found that Asuna and his guild members were already waiting for him. Walking in front of them, Yayi didn't say anything, waved them to follow, and rushed directly to the boss room in the labyrinth area. It was the familiar bronze door. This time Yayi was about to turn around and talk. He turned around calmly. So far, the death of our guild is the lowest in the rating group, or that sentence, as long as I am here, it is impossible for the god of death to come close to you, so come on. After speaking, he pushed open the door and took the lead to charge in. The boss in the room did not realize the arrival of death, and yelled at everyone aggressively. Yayi and Asuna wanted to look at each other and rushed forward. With their tacit cooperation and flexible movement, Yayi and Asuna pulled the boss perfectly. Time passed by minute, and after the boss finally roared helplessly, it turned into countless data streams and dissipated. Everyone hugged each other, they were one step closer to customs clearance, everyone was so happy, cheering Yayi's name warmly, they were sure that Yayi would lead him to victory in the end. Yayi waved his hand to stop the crowd from speaking, and looked at the members of his own guild in front of him. Congratulations, we are one step away from death. In this 100-level game, every level is a huge challenge, and now we have stepped through such difficulties as the 21st level. Tomorrow we will face new challenges again. You are all elites of the guild, I will not allow you to be arrogant, because you only have one life, remember what I said. Understood, President. Everyone answered neatly. Yayi turned around and walked up to the 22nd floor first. The 22nd floor was a beautiful place, Yayi had already planned to set himself and Asuna's home on this floor. Thinking that he will have a new home soon, Yayi said to Asuna briskly. Asuna, remember what I told you? I'll give you a home. The scenery here is so beautiful, it's just right for us to settle down. Asuna looked at Yayi with a happy face and nodded heavily. After an afternoon of constant exploration, Yayi and Asuna finally found the log cabin in the woods. He was so simple and unremarkable. But Yayi chose without hesitation to buy the hut with all the private coal. At night, on the balcony of the wooden house, Asuna looked at the huge lake, the breeze caressed her face and blew through Asuna's hair, the beauty of Asuna at this moment was full of tranquility. Yayi walked over to Asuna and hugged her gently. This will be our home in the future. We are no longer wandering people. We not only have people we care about, but also a piece of land we miss. Looking at the beautiful Asuna, Yayi felt that the experience during this period was like a dream. He successfully won the love of the goddess, but Yayi, who knew the anime, had an illusion of Asuna who was afraid of losing, and he looked at it with hazy eyes. Asuna. Hey, Asuna, are you saying that our relationship will only stop in the game? Asuna covered Yayi's mouth angrily. Yayi, please don't say such things again, my name is Asuna, I will always love Yayi-kun. Asuna, our relationship is not limited by the mere network, I don't know what would happen if Yayi-kun was gone in my life, but I definitely wouldn't let that happen. Hearing Asuna's firm words, the emotion in his heart surged infinitely, but Yayi didn't continue to say any more words, all the words turned into a kiss, and the two of them hugged and kissed on the balcony ecstatically. Yayi's body was like a fire burning Asuna's skin, he slowly hugged Asuna, Yayi ran into the house. The snow-white moon seemed to have a faint pink color, and a cloud floated over. The moon immediately hid in it, and a little bit of leakage seemed to be peeping at the two of them. Tonight is destined to be a good night. The next day, the bright sun had passed through the balcony. Asuna has been awake for a while, but she has not been in a hurry to get up, and has been quietly looking at the face that followed her face to face. Thinking of the lingering death last night, Asuna couldn't help but feel happy and hug Yayi tightly. In the haze, Yayi felt that he was being held tightly, and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Asuna's bright eyes staring at him with joy, and muttered in confusion. Asuna, you are awake. But Asuna answered nonsense and arched in Yayi's arms. I'm so happy, I really like you, Lord Yayi. Even now Yayi is in a confused state, she instinctively hugs Asuna tightly with her backhand, then sniffs the fragrance in her hair, and says obsessively. The same is true for me. The most unfortunate thing in my life is to meet this death game, and the luckiest is to meet you in this death game. Then he continued, half jokingly. Now I'm suddenly grateful to Kayaba Akihiko. They cuddled with each other, but Yayi's stomach protested, breaking the quiet and sweet atmosphere, otherwise the two might have been hugged until the sea was dead. Asuna heard Yayi's stomach protesting and chuckled, and took the initiative to get out of Yayi's arms. "Hey, Lord Yayi, I'll go make you breakfast." Watching Asuna make breakfast, Yayi stayed in bed but had no motivation to get up. The quilt pressed Yayi like a seal. Suddenly, a small envelope appeared in the angle of view. Yayi reached out and opened it. "Master Yayi, although I know that you and Asuna-sama bought a new house, but you can't indulge in a moment of warmth. The guild has a lot of things waiting for you. Get up quickly." Yayi had no choice but to get up. At this time, Asuna's breakfast was ready. After eating, getting dressed and wearing a low-key cloak, Yayi and Asuna went straight to the temporary residence in the Silver Light Pavilion on the 22nd floor. Walked into the Silver Light Pavilion and took off the cloak. Yayi complained. "It's so annoying all the time, my damn charm." Looking at the narcissistic Yayi, Asuna slapped him lightly and gave him a roll of eyes. "Narcissism." Yayi chuckled twice, without arguing, turned around and led Asuna to his office. Every guild member who saw Yayi along the way smiled and said to Yayi, "Congratulations, President." Yayi responded with a smile and a nod. As soon as he arrived at the door of the office, he saw Yuli already waiting. "Lord Yayi, you have to be restrained, you can't delay your great ideals because of the love of your children." After she finished speaking, she glanced at Asuna with a deep meaning, not knowing whether it was an illusion or the truth. Yayi felt a surge of jealousy permeate. Asuna showed no weakness, and answered Uriel with reason. "I always remind Yayi-jun, remember it at any time." Uriel's face changed instantly, and suddenly she returned to a smile. "Asuna-sama reminded me. Today is Asuna-sama leading the team to level up. Don't keep the guild members waiting. Then leave it to me, Yayi-sama. After all, I am his personal secretary." The dumbfounded Yayi felt a headache when he saw the two women who were suddenly fighting each other. What was the situation of this unreasonable tit-for-tat? Yayi, who was in a dilemma, simply walked into the office and slammed the door. The two women who were suddenly frightened knew that Yayi was angry, so they stopped talking to stimulate each other, turned their heads and snorted at the same time. Asuna honestly led the team to level up, and Lier calmly reported the guild's situation to Yayi. Everything was in order again, and Yayi breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks to my cleverness, I didn't coax anyone, and I used silence and anger to cover up the past. Sure enough, I am a witty one at any time. I saw comments that someone said that I have less than one a day, but I am a big chapter with a lot of words. One chapter is basically equivalent to the amount of other people's 2 chapters. 2 chapters and 120,000 words per day will be put on the shelves soon, so I don't have the speed to collect them. Give me some motivation asterisk." Chapter 24 Dragon Envoy Silica. 10 months later, the time has come to February 2024. Under the leadership of Yayi, Yingyang Pavilion was steadily advancing to the floor, and now it has reached the 56th floor. During this process, the strategy team paid a heavy price, especially on the 25th and 50th floors. The number of deaths was shocking, but the lucky strategy team survived. Yayi, who had been working for a long time, was going to give himself a vacation and go to the lower floors to see how most players are now. Asuna seems to have met a best friend, who is said to be a senior blacksmith. Asuna accompanied her to find materials for her new weapon. The power of the guild was handed over to the tool person, Yuli, and Yayi, who was alone, happily went to the lower floors to play, under the euphemistic name of observing people's livelihood. The 56th floor on February 22nd was a sunny day. The original Yayi was going to go to the 40th floor, but when he teleported to the 40th floor, it was poured into a chicken soup by the pouring rain. The good mood dissipated immediately, and after cursing Kayaba Akiyako a few words, the depression in his heart dissipated suddenly. Kayaba Akiyako, and happily selected the 37th floor. The teleportation light disappeared. Yayi observed the situation. The breeze is not dry, the sun is just right, it's here. Without switching floors, Yayi walked slowly from the town to the forest. Lush trees and fresh air on the road. Even though Yayi has lived in this world for more than a year, Yayi still feels fresh, and the feeling of being integrated into nature is intoxicating. What a beautiful and relaxing day. Yayi stretched and wandered in the forest, but the reality always didn't make him so happy. Not far away came the skill sound effects and the roar of monsters. At first, Yayi thought it was a team of players fighting monsters to level up. This is a normal situation. After all, this is not Yayi's back garden, and there are players who are leveling up in this area. After thinking for a while, Yayi turned and walked in another direction. In this death game now, all monsters are resources that become stronger, so there is no shortage of players who fight monsters, and even die in serious cases. Therefore, most of the current players are very vigilant towards unfamiliar players, especially when brushing monsters and leveling up. After all, people are separated from each other. Yayi turned and walked to another area. At this time, the sound effect of the sword skill had disappeared, but the monster's roar was still loud. Yayi felt something was wrong, the petals gathered in his hands, and then a cry of sorrow sounded. Pina. Yayi's expression changed, the petals gathered in his hands condensed instantly, and the white gold spear clenched tightly in his hand, rushing towards the point of the incident. Looking at Bina, the winged dragon who was lying in his arms and accompanied him all the way, it was exuding a dim radiance, and the green blood bar beside him was replaced by a little bit of blank, and finally became blank. Peng. The feeling of holding the object in his arms was empty, his magician dissipated as a data stream, and a light blue feather floated gently into the palm of his hand, without any weight at all. The inner self-blame and the grief of Bina's death are intertwined in the heart, even if full of anger, but seeing the powerful monster in front of him, the feeling of powerlessness suddenly fills the whole body. Slumped on the ground with tears in his eyes, watching the monster in front of him approaching him step by step. A little Hanmang arrived first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. Yayi, who came with all his strength, had long since been blown off by the wind. The golden morning light shines on the silver hair, the two most beautiful colors in human beings are intertwined, and the fiery red pupils pull out brilliant light bands in the high-speed movement. All so pale. There were scars on several monsters around them, and then the scars began to glow, the light became bigger and bigger, and the roar resounded through the area, and finally became powerless and turned into pieces. The breeze drove the scattered fragments flying around the boy's side, the silver hair was blown by the wind, like a world-famous painting. The girl can be sure that this is the most beautiful painting she has ever seen in her life. The handsome boy with silver hair and red eyes finished cleaning up the monster and turned to look at himself. It was a very familiar look, as if he knew him. Looking at the girl in front of him, Yayi recognized her at a glance, her petite figure, and the light blue feather in the palm of her hand, and the grief and indignant Bina's cry before. The source of everything pointed to the original Sealy card. After crossing over for a period of time, Yayi found that his luck was still so bad. It can be seen from the first place to travel before, but the peach blossoms show an explosive growth. On the contrary, the girls in the original anime can always meet, and they have a good impression of themselves. Looking at the sad girl in front of him, Yayi glanced at Xinyu, who flew to his shoulder and stopped. If Xinyu died for blocking the attack, he would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life. Even if he knew this was a statistic, after getting along for a long time, his feelings towards it were completely different. When Xinyu saw Yayi looking at him, he tilted his head and let out a cry. It didn't understand what happened to the master staring at him all the time. Yayi smiled and touched it, thinking to himself, this situation will never be possible. Approaching the girl, slowly squat down. If the familiar dies, it will fall off the road. The flowers on the top of the hill of memories in the southern part of the 47th floor are the props for resurrecting the familiar. Use it to revive your Pina. The sad girl was hit by the shocking joy. Even though she knew she heard it right, she couldn't help asking Yayi. Really? It was the first time Yayi saw that people's eyes appeared bright, which was the opposite of the dullness before. A high light called hope shot into Yayi's eyes, reaching the depths of his heart. As if to retain this beautiful light, Yayi replied affirmatively. Of course it's true, but within 3 days. Seeing Silica's eyes darken again, Yayi couldn't help but say. Actually, I can take you there. Yayi was shocked by himself, thinking about the words he couldn't help saying just now. Yayi began to wonder if he was a scumbag in his bones. But think about it, no matter if she is a cute girl or not, even if she is a person who doesn't know the dragon tricks, Yayi will reach out to help. What's more, Yayi, who is also a player who keeps a familiar, can better understand Silica's heart, and the help he speaks out is more of pity. Having figured it out, Yayi slowly stood up and stretched out his hand to pick up Silica. Don't worry, today I'll, Silica's legs and feet, who had been sitting as a duck for a long time, felt a little numb. She was pulled up by Yayi and stumbled directly into Yayi's arms. After stabilizing, Silica immediately retreated with a blushing face, and then bowed and apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh. By the way, thank you for saving your life. My name is Silica, how about you? Yayi looked at the girl in front of her who hurriedly changed the subject because she was embarrassed. Seeing that she didn't seem to recognize him, she replied calmly. Hello, my name is Yayi. Asterisk. Chapter 25 The Mysterious Redhead. Mr. Yayi, I really appreciate your help. I will pay you the corresponding reward. Yayi helped others out of human nature, not him seeking compensation, waved his hand and asked. How are you now, can you still adjust your mentality? Or let's go back and adjust it now, and we can leave tomorrow. Silica felt that the teenager in front of her was really considerate, but she shook her head firmly. No need, Mr. Yayi, I can relieve myself. Now please take me to the 47th floor. Seeing that she was not overwhelmed by the fear of death, Yayi was very eager to revive his familiar, but he didn't say anything. He was very confident in his own strength. He was only protecting one person, and he was only on the 47th floor. The two turned around and set off for Safe Town, ready to go through the portal to the 47th floor. On the way back to the Safe Town, Silica told herself the reason why she came to this forest, which was basically the same as the original anime. Other players regarded her as a mascot, but she became arrogant because others called her the Dragon Envoy, and wanted to travel through the forest alone, which eventually led to the death of Bina. While talking, Silica burst into tears, looking at the girl who was reproaching herself. Yayi seemed to see a little girl in the neighborhood who Yuan Shen played very well when she was a child. The palm of his hand was gently placed on top of Silica's head, and the delicate dark yellow hair was stroking in the palm of his hand. Yayi affirmed softly. Trust me, Bina will be resurrected, that's for sure. With the firm words and the warm palm above her head, Silica's cheeks were already red and seductive. Looking at the handsome boy who saved her, even though she put on her hood to cover it up, Silica seemed to be able to see that firm look in her eyes. Before they knew it, the two had returned to the Safe Town and went straight to the central portal. Just as the two were running towards the portal, a shout came from behind them. Silica! Silica! Looking back and looking from a distance, two players, one fat and one thin, were calling Silica's name and running over. When the two of them got close, Yayi immediately thought of the online dating duo on the first floor when they saw the two of them, and laughed dumbly. The two stopped in front of Silica panting, and then looked at Silica hopefully. West. Silica, I finally found you, let's team up with us. Silica glanced at Yayi with an embarrassed expression, and then said to them through gritted teeth. I've already teamed up with someone else, and I still have something to do, next time. Then Yayi saw the two staring at him. I am sorry. After Silica apologized, she hugged Yayi's arm and dragged him away, leaving two people staring at Yayi slowly disappearing back. After getting away from those two people, Yayi asked with interest. Is that your fan? How popular? Sorry to trouble you. As soon as Silica heard that Yayi felt that she had caused him trouble, she apologized directly. Seeing that she had misunderstood her meaning, Yayi explained with a smile. No, I'm just curious. Seeing that Yayi had no other meaning, just pure curiosity, Silica was also relieved. She didn't know why, but she suddenly cared about other people's thoughts. To be precise, it was the boy named Yayi beside her. Idea. She explained softly. Because I have a winged dragon familiar, I am affectionately called Dragon Familiar Silica by the majority of players, and they invited me to form a team just as a mascot. Yayi saw that his question seemed to be a pain point. After all, no one likes to be used as a vase, so he quickly apologized. Ah, sorry to mention your pain. At this time, Silica looked away and said happily. It's alright, if it wasn't taken as a vase at the time, I wouldn't have gone to level up in anger, and nearly lost my life, and I met Mr. Yayi. Just when Yayi felt that the atmosphere was not right, a team led by a red-haired woman approached, and the red-haired woman in the lead said in a frivolous tone. Oh, isn't that Silica? Oh, you escaped from the forest, that's great. Seeing Silica's expression suddenly sinking, the woman left the team, slowly stood in front of Silica, looked down at Silica, and asked with schadenfreude. Hey, what about that lizard? Seeing this familiar scene, Yayi suddenly remembered something, then tried to calm down and said. Lady, Silica and I have teamed up to go to the 47th floor of the Hill of Memories. We still have things to do, please don't hinder us. Although Yayi's tone was very light, the inexplicable meaning between those words was self-evident. The red-haired girl was stunned when she heard this, and wondered if the cloaked man opposite knew her. No, she had never touched her, and the members of the guild should be very clean. Just as she was thinking about it carefully, Yayi had already pulled Silica and walked directly to the portal. When the red-haired girl came back to her senses, the two had already walked away, and she said directly to a team member beside her. Go and tell the members of the guild that today is a big fish. If you dare to go to the 47th floor alone with Silica, you will definitely be a big fish. After listening to the team members next to them, they opened the system in front of them and sent messages to the teammates in the guild. The red-haired woman looked at the two people who had disappeared. Silica would like to thank you for finding a big fish for us. Yayi and Silica had already arrived at the central portal of the town, and the two stood on it. The purple lines bloomed with dazzling brilliance, forming a three-dimensional light array. After a slight dizziness, Yayi and Silica came to the 47th floor of Aincrad. The breeze mixed with the fragrance of flowers blowing on his face. The world of huge flowers in front of him is so beautiful, and couples are embracing each other in this ocean of flowers. Seeing the scene in front of him, Yayi explained with a smile. The 47th floor is the world of flowers, so many couples come here to date in the town. But Yayi's explanation seemed to be a problem, and Silica's face instantly turned red, and it spread all the way, and even her neck was red at the end. Yayi only wanted to understand what he said, but it was difficult to explain. The more he explained, the more troublesome he became. Silica, let's go to the southern memory hill to get the resurrection items. Seeing that Silica was no longer shy because she mentioned resurrecting Bina, Yayi let out a slow sigh, and finally got through. The clear sky, the warm sunshine, and the fragrant environment of birds and flowers, although they want to help Silica revive the demon, but the holiday is not a waste, and there is a girl to accompany, and after sighing that they have won in life, the two of them said to each other. The Hill of Memories set off. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Do What You Say and Do What You Say. The two of them stopped and walked along the way. Yayi at most sighed at this kind of scenery, while Silica often saw beautiful flowers and went to squat down to smell them, so they stopped and walked all the way. Secretly complaining that women are really troublesome, but Yayi can only wait for Silica to appreciate it before setting off. Walking on, Yayi found that he was about to reach the Hill of Memories. He happily pointed to a path winding among the flowers in front of him. Crossing the flower path in front of us, we will see our destination this time, the Hill of Memories. After speaking, she walked over first, and Silica hurried to catch up when she saw it, and tried her best to keep up with Yayi. Silica looked at Yayi and wanted to say something, but the words just came out. That, Mr. Yayi, ah. A wild wild monster suddenly appeared on the left side of the flower path. The thick and long vines wrapped directly around Silica's bare feet, and when she pulled Silica with her backhand, she hung upside down in the air. In the panic, Silica covered her skirt for the first time, and then saw the bloody mouth of the piranha. The sticky saliva in the mouth was filamentous, and Silica's scalp was numb, and she screamed loudly. Yelling, slashing the dagger desperately. "Mr. Yayi, save me." Yayi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw the panicked Silica, and replied loudly. "Silica, calm down, this guy is weak." Silica, who gradually calmed down, recalled that Yayi could see all the images of her shame, and her face flushed with anger. "Give me enough time." After speaking, he cut off the two vines wrapped around his bare feet with his backhand, and the dagger in his hand glowed as he fell, stabbing the flower with one sword. Peng! Seeing the imposing man-eating flower suddenly turned into pieces and fluttering away, Yayi quickly covered his eyes when he saw Silica on the ground. After landing, Silica clutched her skirt, walked back to Yayi, and asked hesitantly. "You saw it?" Yayi didn't know how to answer, but at this time his enemy searcher found something abnormal. He was secretly happy, and thanked the monster that was about to come out. Reaching out his hand and pulling Silica directly behind him, he replied nonchalantly. "No, the situation is not right." As soon as the voice fell, the earth shook, and a piranha flower twice as big as before appeared in front of the two of them. The piranha flower that was destroyed by Silica just now was more than 10. Silica, who was behind Yayi, looked at the huge number of piranhas in front of her, and the huge piranha monster whose light size was terrifying, and a sense of powerlessness struck immediately. She gently pulled the cuff of Yayi's cloak. "Well, Mr. Yayi, just resurrect Bina." It was really difficult for Silica to say such a transformation, because trying to pick the flowers from the Hill of Memories through a dozen piranhas and the obstruction of the piranha boss was nothing short of a fantasy. "Mr. Yayi is a good person, I can't let him risk his life in order to revive Bina," this is Silica's real thought. Yayi turned back and smiled at her. "As a person, I have always kept my word. I promise that no matter how difficult it is for others, I will work hard. Difficulties are to be overcome. Besides, this is a small case for me." The sun shines on Yayi's profile, the soft brilliance is matched with the shadows, and the young man uses a flat tone to describe his inner confidence. "It looks so good." This is a portrayal of Silica's heart, but she was inadvertently said, and she covered her mouth shyly after speaking, ashamed of her nympho. Yayi didn't care about her anymore, and the flowers in her hands danced. From the left hand to the right hand, then the left hand instantly holds the spear sickle, the right hand holds the gun barrel, and the tip of the spear points to the piranha boss. The high-speed dancing Hwajianyi suddenly stiffened, forming a powerful air wave that spread out. "Come on then. Roar!" Yayi rushed towards the piranha group, and with the roar of the boss, all the vines of the piranha quickly shot towards Yayi. On the way to charge, Yayi took a look at the situation. There were fewer monsters on the left. First, clear the few and destroy them one by one, and then defeat the boss head-on. When he thought of it, he did it. Yayi took a step, changed direction, and rushed to the left, avoiding the two vines that were cut by flying. At this time, the path on the left was blocked by a few vines. The flowers danced and the vines were cut off. Yayi continued to rush to the left. The vines kept shooting, Yayi kept slashing the vines with his spear, and suddenly the boss gathered several mobs and a large number of vines to shoot at them, and the front, back, left, and right spaces were instantly blocked. As a long-handled weapon, the flowery meaning is no longer suitable for use. Wave it and let it turn into petals, the blood-red flame burns, and it turns into a black-red long sword. The auxiliary light of the skill lit up, and the blood yang turned into a red arc, which cut off the vines in front and rushed out of the siege. As soon as he stepped out of the cage, another vine unexpectedly hit the side. If it was an ordinary player, the damage would be fixed, but Yayi, who had been strengthened with nerves, reacted. Between the lightning and flint, Yayi leaned back in embarrassment, and Shui Yang supported himself. Silica in the back was terrified, and when she saw that Yayi was about to be hit by the powerful vine, she was so frightened that she covered her eyes. Tears poured out in an instant, and even the palms that covered them couldn't stop them, and they flowed out along the gaps between the fingers. Silica suddenly felt that she was an idiot, a very, very big idiot. She was arrogant because of the title of Dragon Envoy called by others. She went to the forest alone. Yayi was killed because he went to resurrect Bina. All the responsibilities were taken by Silica, and the endless self-blame slammed into her heart. How could the girl's fragile spiritual defense line stand up to such a devastation? Silica suddenly made a very impulsive decision. If Yayi also died, then never live alone. When she raised her hand to regain her sight, Silica saw that Yayi was approaching the piranha monster. The threat of the vines at close range was greatly reduced, and the difficulty of Yayi dodging was greatly reduced. Silica was shocked. Yayi was not shot flying and then besieged to death, but had already approached the piranha monsters on the left. Although she didn't know how Yayi saved her life, she knew that Yayi was creating miracles. His eyes were attracted by Yayi's rolling figure, only to feel that Yayi's battle was like a dance, full of calm and grace. Beyond the level of the floor, coupled with the perfect movement, combined with the powerful tactics of the weapon master, the piranha boss can only whimper and turn into fragments. After successfully killing all the piranhas, Yayi turned his head and said seriously, "Look, I'm very good at doing what I promise." The boy's silver hair swayed in the wind, and his confident words touched the girl's heart. Excited Silica wiped the tears from her eyes and ran up. Throwing Yayi on the lawn, he said in a choked voice, I saw, I almost, you died." Yayi was first thrown down in a panic, and then listened to Silica's choked words in his arms, and his head turned black in an instant. "Hey, what do you call me dead?" "Sorry, I was too excited to speak clearly." Knowing that this girl was excited, Yayi stopped teasing her and said with a headache, "How long are you going to hold me?" "Ah, I'm so sorry, I'm so excited." Only then did Silica realize what she had done. She stood up with a blushing face, and then bluntly looked for a topic in order to avoid embarrassment. "That Mr. Yayi, you used to use a long spear before, but now you have turned into a long sword, and this sword is so beautiful." Yayi also laughed secretly, but he also knew that continuing to tease Silica would make her angry, so he replied following her topic. "I have special skills, I can use a variety of weapons, and the combination of different types of weapons forms my unique tactical system, which means that I am a team. As for swaying, my experience of obtaining it was quite difficult." The shy Silica was instantly attracted to her attention. The little hand unconsciously pulled Yayi's cuff again. After a cough, Yayi slowly told the story between him and Swayang. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Memories, Blood Yang, Part 1. On March 29, 2023, the weather was fine. The intense sunlight shone on the ground, and this was an inconspicuous small village in the southern part of the 19th floor. Yayi and Asuna let out a long sigh as the sound of the completion of the task submission sounded crisp. 10 days ago, Yayi and Asuna had discovered this wonderful quest. It was obviously a hidden quest level, but it was placed in front of all players above board, and everyone could take it. But the low reward is not even as good as the normal daily tasks, and it is still an annoying chain task. A series of abnormal, but highlights the uniqueness of this task. Finally a player found it and went to try to finish it. Unknowingly, 7 days passed, and the hidden mission of this pitman is still endless, one after another, and finally the player gave up, and this mission became famous. Garbage rewards, endless chain, now all players are racing against time. It is impossible to waste precious leveling time on one reward without any intelligence, betting a lot of time to do such a pitman's task. After Yayi knew about this quest at that time, he accepted it with Asuna without any hesitation. The reward of the hidden quest level could not be cheap, so there must be some unparalleled rewards behind this long chain. Yayi was very confident in the leveling speed of himself and Asuna. Even if he gave up a month, Yayi and Asuna could catch up. Seeing that the exclamation mark no longer appeared above the old man's head, which also represented the end of the series of hidden missions, Yayi stretched his back and sighed. Ah! I've finally completed this damn chain of hidden quests, and the next step should be the ultimate reward. Asuna smiled lightly, but did not speak, but the happiness in her eyes was very obvious, probably because of the boring series of hidden tasks. At this time, the old man spoke slowly. Young adventurers, congratulations on completing this boring task. It is rare for young people at your age to have such patience. The old man smiled and stroked his beard, then praised Yayi and Asuna, and then said, "The ultimate reward for my mission is a piece of intelligence, a piece of invaluable intelligence." Yayi had a headache. He worked so hard for so many days just to get a message, but he didn't interrupt the old man rudely. The old man seemed to know what Yayi was thinking, but seeing that he didn't interrupt him, he was even more satisfied and kept nodding his head. Very good, your calm personality is too rare at your age, and I didn't interrupt me because I said that the final reward is a piece of information. Now I feel more and more that you will definitely get the reward in the information. There is a cave not far to the south of our village, which leads directly to the ground of the 19th floor, where there is a powerful monster called the nine-headed fierce sun snake, and it is in the place called Yanjing Cave for the purpose of guarding a precious ore. That's the hottest ore, blood jade black marrow in the world. It exists in a liquid state. If you want to take it away, you must prepare a container made of cold jade. Come on, young man, go defeat that monster, get that ore, and you will get a legendary magic weapon resounding through Aincrad. Remember, the weak point of the Liang snake is the inverse scale at the 7-inch point. If you break it, the Liang snake will be frozen for a long time. After listening to the old man's words, Yayi glanced at his status bar. A first-level weapon master can lock 2 weapons. Huajianyi has already occupied 1 spot, and the second weapon has been locked for a one-handed straight sword, but the quality of the weapons was not that good, and just when he fell asleep, a pillow would be delivered to the door. After turning around in the village and getting all the supplies ready, Yayi took Asuna to the south of the village. There is a huge cave in front of you. Standing outside, you can't see what's inside. The dark entrance of the cave is like an open blood basin, and there is an inexplicable feeling. Yayi took Asuna into the cave without hesitation, but there seemed to be another cave inside. There is no head visible at a glance. The walls of the corridor are dotted with red transparent crystals, exuding red fluorescence, illuminating the corridor, which is completely different from the darkness observed outside, and has a different kind of beauty. Just as Yayi and Asuna were admiring the beautiful scenery in the cave, a neigh came from the end of the tunnel. Yayi and Asuna immediately took out their weapons, looked at each other, and ran towards the end of the corridor. The light ahead became brighter and brighter, and finally turned into a dazzling light that reached the end. Yayi and Asuna subconsciously blocked their eyes, and then took a second to remove them. What caught his eye was a huge fireball facing him. Yayi reacted and pulled Asuna and rolled away. The two stood up in embarrassment, and only had the opportunity to take a look at the field in front of them. This is a small underground open space. There are some fine cracks on the ground like spider webs. The endpoints of all cracks converge to the red translucent crystal in the center of the site. The magma in the gap slowly flows to the crystal, and finally turned into red light into the black and red clear liquid heart in the crystal. There was a giant red snake hovering on the huge crystal pillar. Yayi could be sure that this was the nine-headed phoenix snake that the old man said. The 9 heads of the symbol are so recognizable. And the fireball that just came in is also the cordial greeting of the Liang snake. Yayi looked at the giant snake and turned to Asuna. This guy is very cunning. When he first came in, he took advantage of our incompatibility with the light and started directly, which made us so embarrassed. I'll go to attract attention first. Asuna, you have to be careful and see the opportunity to output. Turning his head and shouting to Xingyu beside him. Seeing the opportunity to give it a debuff star feather, stiff bubbles. After speaking, Hua Jianyi rushed up in Wu's hands, and one of the heads of the 9-headed snake directly bit Yayi. Although the field became smaller, it was not impossible to dodge. Yayi easily avoided the attacking snake's head in the process of charging. Seeing the snake's head that was hit by the star feathers and hit the ground in vain, Yayi's face was filled with joy, and Hua Jianyi wanted to stab him with his backhand. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that another snake head had already attacked, and he had to withdraw his gun across his chest to block another snake head's menacing attack. It wasn't too difficult for Yayi to block this blow, but what Yayi didn't expect was that the third snake head had appeared behind him. Peng! Yayi was hit by the snake's head and flew out. After landing, he rolled twice before using his spear to stop his body that continued to fly upside down. Seeing that half of the green blood from the left side vanished instantly, Yayi pouted. Cut, what a high damage. Then he turned his head and shouted at Asuna. It has too many snake heads, so don't resist it hard. If you can't resist it, it will block its vision. Seeing you next to Yayi also spewed a starlight at Yayi. Seeing that the HP value slowly returned to 80%, Yayi grinned. Okay, star feather. After he finished speaking, he rushed over immediately, dodging the first snake head with a flip, followed by the second one, and an iron plate bridge nimbly escaped. The third, sideways dodge. Fourth, lie down and dodge. Fifth, roll and dodge. Sixth, the sliding shovel escaped. Yayi, who finally kept dodging, got stuck in the vision of the nearby snake heads, and found an opportunity to pick a snake head and stab it straight down. Peng! Yayi was knocked out again, and Yayi, who turned into a rolling gourd again, finally stopped his body, stood up with difficulty, and saw the other snake head staring at him coldly not far away. Yayi instantly understood something. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Memories, Blood Yang, Part 2. Anxiously shouted to Asuna, who was still dealing with the snake head. Asuna. Each head of the 9-headed snake is independent and has its own thinking, so they do not have blind spots and cannot block their vision. Before Yayi could finish speaking, Asuna had already been hit by the head of a snake and flew out. Yayi jumped up to catch Asuna to avoid the embarrassment of her turning into a rolling gourd. Gently put down Asuna and looked at the 9-headed fiery sun snake, which had no weaknesses. Yayi rubbed his temples with a headache. Now the effect of common tactics on the 9-headed snake is basically negligible, and there is really no good way to deal with it. After thinking about it, Yayi had no choice but to let Xingyu release the Star World, but in the next few days, all the effects of Xingyu's skills will be reduced by 1/3, and this skill will not last long, so there is only a quick solution. Calling Xingyu, Yayi turned to Asuna and said, Asuna, wait for Xingyu to release the astral world to create my phantom clone. I will buy you a short time with the clone. And at this time, the nine-headed fierce yang snake was attracted by me. You took the opportunity to approach it? Do you still remember what the old man said about the inverse scale at the 7-inch point? Smash it? Asuna nodded vigorously to show understanding, followed by a cry from Xingyu beside him. The lines on its body glowed brilliantly, and starlight gradually appeared in the cave. The yellow starlight merged with the red light emitted by the blood jade and gold crystal marrow in the center of the mine, reflecting a golden red in the cave. Two figures slowly appeared beside Yayi, and they gradually solidified. Seeing that the skill had been released and the time was running out, Yayi rushed forward with a twist of the flower in his hand. The three figures collided with the 9 snake heads, the phantom clone dissipated in an instant, and then the starlight reappeared, while Yayi's body blocked the snake head's attack. In the blink of an eye, Yayi collided with the 9-headed sun serpent 3 times, and Asuna had already broken through to the 7 places of the 9-headed sun serpent. The cunning 9-headed fierce sun snake also found that Asuna was approaching his weakness, and suddenly turned his back in anger and wanted to defend and attack Asuna. How could Yayi let it get rid of him so easily and fight directly? The 9-headed fierce yang snake also saw the situation clearly. If Yayi was not dealt with immediately, it would not be able to turn around to protect its weakness, so it turned around and attacked Yayi in anger. There was another violent collision. This time the 2 phantom clones gathered for a long time, and then suddenly turned into starlight and collapsed. The arrival of the astral world was greatly shortened due to the multiple collapses of the phantom clones. Yayi was very helpless. In order to find a chance for Asuna, he had to go up and face it, and the phantom had no attack power at all, so it was only natural that it would collapse when it hit. Seeing the disappearance of the 2 figures in the way, the 9-headed fierce yang snake directly used his skills to immediately get rid of the last enemy in front of him. The 9 huge snake heads continued to spit out small pillars of fire, which converged into thick pillars of fire in the air. Yayi's pupils shrank, and behind him was Xingyu's resting area, and he had to delay Asuna for a while. He didn't even think about using his weapon defense skills. The white gold flowers danced into a light wheel, instantly withstood the sturdy pillar of fire. The scorching temperature was transmitted through the flowers, and the spear became more and more hot. Suddenly, Huajianyi conveyed a cold feeling, and the cold air began to emerge from the lines on Huajianyi's gun barrel. Yayi suddenly remembered that the breath of ice crystals that was used by the uncle on the first floor of forging Huajianyi at that time, this coolness should come from the breath of ice crystals. Yayi and the 9-headed fierce yang snake were in a stalemate like this, but Yayi was the one who suffered. Even if he blocked the attack, his HP value was still decreasing at a slow rate, even if Huajianyi's life recovery and you can't make up for the battle replies you learn by yourself. Just when Yayi was about to collapse, the body of the 9-headed fierce yang serpent froze, and then 9 huge snake heads fell. Looks like Asuna succeeded. Yayi staggered abruptly, his spear leaning on his body, obviously a virtual body but an indescribable exhaustion. After a short while, the 9-headed fiery sun snakes turned into fragments and scattered, matching with the red light in the crystal mine. It was a beautiful scene. Asuna ran over quickly, supported Yayi, and the 2 of them reached the crystal in the center of the arena. The translucent red crystal is matched with the clear black and red liquid heart. The crystal has a different beauty, but it broke the crystal without hesitation, and caught the blood jade black marrow with the cold jade bottle in the backpack. After leaving the cave, the sun was about to set, and we hurried back to the small village. The members of Yingyang Pavilion were already waiting for Yayi and Asuna. When I saw Yayi and Asuna came back safe and sound, they easily defeated the hidden mission boss that was comparable to the guard boss level, and cheered loudly. The president is really amazing. It's not bad for the silver dancer Yayi-sama and the shining Asuna-sama. Because the hidden quest can only be done by the person who accepted the quest, Yayi didn't bring the members of his guild with him this afternoon. Looking at the guild members who were worried about the safety of himself and Asuna, they waited at the gate of the village early. Yayi impressed for a while, he laughed and scolded. Why don't you go to level up in the afternoon? What are you waiting for at the entrance of the village? My level still requires you to worry about me. You should worry about your own level. It's such a waste of time in the afternoon. One of the guild members also replied with a smile. President, you are the hope to lead us to clear this cell. If it weren't for the person who can only accept this hidden mission, we would go with you in the afternoon. Even if you know that your level is high and skilled, you are inevitably a little worried. Yeah, he's right, President. After that member finished speaking, everyone should agree with him very much. At this time, Uliel stood up. The President has been tired for a day. There is no need to continue blocking him here. Let's go to the banquet. Congratulations to the President for getting the precious hidden task reward. Hearing her words, everyone stopped blocking and set off towards the Safe Town restaurant. At the banquet in the evening, Yayi carefully asked every member of the guild if there were any living players who knew advanced forging skills. The result was none. The weapons they used were either from the shops on each floor or dropped from the guild's defending bosses and exchanged for guild contribution points. Yayi, who had a headache, rubbed his temples, turned his head and said to Yuli, who was beside him. Uriel, the guild has recently started to contact those high-level life skill players. They are an indispensable part of the strategy. They were ignored in the past, but now they are important. We have to build a good relationship with them. Okay, Lord Yayi. The silver-haired royal sister answered seriously, and took out a notebook by the way to record it. Depressed Yayi quickly ended the banquet and took Asuna back to his room to rest, ignoring Uriel's resentful eyes. The next morning, Yayi brought Asuna to the blacksmith shop in the first floor of the Town of Beginnings. The blacksmith shop was still hot, and Yayi walked in with hope. What, the forging cost of 60,000 coal? Seeing that the hidden task in front of him disappeared, and the artificial intelligence also disappeared, turning back to the dull blacksmith uncle, Yayi was a little boring, and when he heard that it takes 60,000 coals to forge a magic weapon-level weapon, Yayi couldn't help crying. When he came out, Asuna next to him also had a surprised expression. Hello, guest, you are forging a magic weapon-level weapon. This is the normal price. Can't it be cheaper? Yayi didn't give up and continued to ask. Hello, guest, you are forging a magic weapon-level weapon. This is the normal price. I have all the materials ready, but it's still so expensive. Hello, guest, you are forging a magic weapon-level weapon. This is the normal price. Knowing that there was no counter-offer, the NPC would only say this in a dull manner. Yayi could only reluctantly choose to pay. An hour later, Yayi looked at the black-red one-handed straight sword in his hand. The blade is a red crystal, and the blade is a black metal, covered with fine cracks, and a strange red light flows through the cracks. The handguard is an irregular shape with hollowed-out sun patterns. The handle was smooth and had a jade-like touch, sending warm heat to Yayi's palm, and a ruby was inlaid at the end of the hilt. You are the same color as blood and emit the same warmth as the sun, so let's call you Blood Yang. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Evil will be rewarded. Yayi paused before slowly continuing to speak. These are the stories of me and Swayang. Turning to look at Silica, who was pulling her cuff beside him, Yayi was surprised to find that Silica had a low expression after listening to the story and was still muttering to herself. Brother Yayi already has someone he likes? That girl named Asuna, they fight together. Yayi looked bewildered. Although he didn't hear what was said later, I was talking about the origin of Swayang. Isn't Swayang's story attractive? Shouldn't your focus be on Swayang? Why is your head wondering who I like? Shocked by the woman's mind, Yayi coughed heavily, and Silica was awakened suddenly, as if she hadn't recovered from the sluggishness just now. She suddenly shouted, "Brother Yayi, I." Then Silica, who had reacted, suddenly stopped, her face flushed red. Looking at the embarrassed and shy Silica, Yayi smiled gently, touched her head and said, "Call me Brother Yayi in the future. I just want such a cute little sister." Originally, Yayi wanted to relieve Silica's embarrassment, and by the way, she recognized her as her younger sister, breaking Silica's desire to be greedy for her body, but Silica seemed to have misunderstood something, and her face suddenly turned red, like a mosquito. Whispered again, "Brother Yayi." Yayi, who had a headache, reluctantly hummed in a nasal voice. Looking at Silica, whose face was flushed with joy because of her response, Yayi felt that something was wrong. She wanted to say something, but Silica turned around and happily ran to the top of the hill of memories. "Brother Yayi, come quickly." Yayi scratched his hair in distress, but followed helplessly. The two reached the end of the trail one after the other, at the top of the hill of memories. In front of him was an inverted trapezoid with 4 pillars standing beside it. When Yayi and Silica approached, a lily-like flower bloomed on the inverted trapezoid in the middle. The golden afterglow of dusk shines on the flowers, and the white petals are rendered golden, dotted with crystal-clear water droplets, so beautiful. Yayi stepped forward, gently picked the flower and handed it to Silica. Then Silica seemed to think of something and suddenly froze, and then she took the flower with a blushing face, and carefully put it in her backpack. Looking at Silica's blushing face inexplicably after she received the flowers, Yayi didn't know what the silly little sister thought again. In fact, when Yayi picked the flowers and handed them to Silica, with the setting sun as the background, on the hill full of flowers, a handsome young man handed them flowers. Silica couldn't help but think of the scene in the fairy tale There Is No Difference From Here, and he is the girl in the fairy tale, and Yayi is the male protagonist. On the way back, Silica was immersed in her own world, but when she was passing by a bridge, she heard Yayi suddenly and inexplicably say something to the woods across the bridge. "Come out, don't hide from me and see you." "Huh? Miss Rosalia?" After realizing it, Silica was still wondering what happened to Brother Yayi, when she saw a group of people walking out of the woods on the opposite side. Among them, the red-haired woman came out and applauded. "Actually see through my concealment, the ability to search for enemies is good." The spearman's brother. But Yayi didn't look at her, and continued to look at the woods and said, "Aren't you coming out yet? Do you want me to invite you out?" The red-haired woman Rosalia smiled and looked at Yayi. "Little brother, we came out of such a small forest, can we not, what?" Another thing Rosalia didn't expect was that a swordsman in a black trench coat really came out of the woods again. Her face changed suddenly. If this person had murderous intentions towards them just now, I am afraid that she and others would have died long ago. Rosaria, who had figured it all out, understood that the swordsman in black in front of her was not a match for her, and her way back was blocked, and now she had to kill the 2 people in front of her. Silica herself knew the details. She knew clearly when she entered her team that she was a vase, and how powerful those who could form a team with him were basically stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Dead search skills are very high. Without hesitation, she greeted a few guild members directly. Rosaria took the lead in rushing towards Silica. After all, Yayi has never been in contact with her, so I don't know what abilities she has. After cleaning him up, the skill in everyone's hands became brighter. Silica, who was beside her, turned pale with fright. Yayi sighed helplessly while watching these outlaws, and stepped forward to block Silica. Seeing the figure standing in front of her, Silica's face turned even paler. She felt that she had brought Yayi into such a dangerous situation again. The sluggish body that was originally afraid suddenly surged into a force, trying hard to pull Yayi away to face it alone, but Yayi turned back and smiled at himself at the time of crisis. That confident look reminded Silica that Yayi was also just now In the same situation, the pulling force will gradually disappear, and the feeling of being protected is really good. The next scene made Silica stunned. Rosalia and some of her subordinates slashed at Yayi, but Yayi did not evade it at all, and several people's skill arcs flashed. Looking up at Yayi's health bar, the attacks caused by several people can only cause a little weakening each time, while Yayi folded his arms and looked at the few people in front of him struggling to attack him. Seeing that a few people kept attacking funny but not as much as Yayi's health bar automatically recovered, Silica laughed outright. Rosalia suddenly stopped attacking, took 2 steps back weakly, and knelt on the ground. How is it possible? How is it possible? This terrifying amount of blood and recovery is definitely not at our level. Shouldn't the strategy team be on the front line? Who are you? I saw the cloaked man in front of him slowly lift his head, and he saw conspicuous silver hair, followed by eyes marked like rubies. Rosalia's face was instantly distorted, and she said with a trembling voice, "You, aren't you supposed to be at the front? Why are you in the middle?" Yayi smiled. "It seems that the strategy team has the eyeliner of your murder guild, reporting my whereabouts all the time, but unfortunately you didn't receive the latest news." Rosaria laughed frantically. "I may have been planted this time, but Lord Silver Dancer, you will be punished sooner or later. It's not far away, it's not far away, and the smiling coffin is already being prepared." Seeing Rosaria looking like a madman, Yayi walked slowly to her side. "Remember the Silver Banner Guild that you attacked 10 days ago? The only remaining guild leader of them stayed at the gate of the Silver Light Pavilion from morning to night, begging our guild to avenge him. Unfortunately, I am a bad guy. The one who draws the sword to help. The essence of this vacation is to solve the murder guild. I didn't expect that instead of looking for you, I was found by you. It shows how mad you are. I could have killed all of you easily, but as a human, my humanity does not allow me. Make that choice. Congratulations, take this transfer crystal and go to the prison area to repent, otherwise I will kill you and no one will tell me." A azure crystal fell in front of Rosaria. In the end, the hope of survival defeated freedom. Rosaria reluctantly picked up the team to transfer the crystal to activate. A white light gradually appeared on several people. Yayi seemed to suddenly think of something. "Oh right. I have all your game IDs in my memory. When the game is over, I will expose you to the government, and what you people have done will be known to the society, not only in the game, but in reality for a lifetime. Repent." Rosalia heard it rush towards Yayi like crazy, and she knew that even if the game was over, her prison life would not end. The teleportation light reached its maximum brightness, and Rosaria's group had disappeared. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Kirito joins. Standing up, Yayi looked at the last person on the opposite side and shouted with a smile. "Long time no see, Kirito." The handsome black-haired brother on the opposite side also smiled and replied. "Yeah, we haven't seen each other for a long time since you left the strategy team on the first floor and formed the Silver Light Pavilion by yourself." Yayi looked at Kirito and asked strangely. "I had an incident on the 37th floor. Later, I recognized the notorious Titan's Hand Guild in the town. I was afraid that another player would suffer, so I followed." Immediately after that, Kirito's expression became strange. Hand of Titan probably didn't expect that they were following the president of Yingyang Pavilion. They hunted wild geese all day long and were pecked by wild geese. "Now that you have solved it, I have to continue to do other things. Goodbye." After finishing speaking, Kirito waved his hand, turned around and wanted to leave, when Yayi suddenly said something meaningful. "Kirito, do you remember your childhood promise?" Kirito, who had already stepped and was about to turn around and leave, suddenly stopped, and the dusty memories of his childhood were slowly uncovered. The silver-haired red eyes overlapped with his friend in his childhood memories. Kirito hesitated and tentatively shouted, "Brother Yi." Yayi responded calmly with but Kirito was not calm. Brother Yi, our contact has been cut off since your family moved. I didn't recognize you. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect to meet in the game, but why didn't you recognize me before? Looking at the excited Kirito, Yayi thought with a headache, that he had only been here for a year at that time, and the memories in his mind had not been integrated at all, so how could he still think of childhood things? Certainly not the answer. You and I changed a bit at that time, and the departure of my parents hit me hard, so I didn't recognize you right away. No, I should be the one to apologize. Brother Yi, you have such a conspicuous silver-haired red pupil since I was a child. I didn't recognize you. I should apologize. One of the four great joys in life, Kirito met him in a foreign land, and Kirito himself felt an indescribable joy. Then Yayi stepped up to hug him and said happily to him. Let's go, it's getting a little late, let's talk as we go back to town. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the safe town. On the way, Yayi continued to ask Kirito what he just said. Remember our childhood promise. In a trance, Kirito thought of the promise he made with Yayi when he was young, and the words of the promise he made with Yayi when he was young echoed in his ears. Kirito, we need to help each other when we grow up. At that time, I firmly agreed. After so many years, does Yayi still remember? Then I heard Yayi say. You haven't joined the guild, right? Klein has such a good relationship with you. You haven't joined his Fengguo forest yet. Do you feel sorry that he left by himself? Then the best repayment for your guild is to clear the game, not to level up alone. Without a partner, you may end up losing your life. So join us in Yingyang Pavilion, it's time to fulfill the promise of childhood, Kirito, let's work together. Kirito, who was walking, stopped and asked in a low voice. Brother Yi, I'm a very selfish person, otherwise I wouldn't have left Klein in the first place. I think my teammates are too extravagant for me. Although he didn't say it clearly, Kirito's meaning was already obvious, and he still couldn't pass the level in his heart. Yayi sighed softly and said. There is nothing wrong with the pursuit of survival. Everyone is afraid of death, including me, so your situation at the time was what most people could have done. If you really feel guilty about it, then how much guilt people should have in their life. We might as well open it up, even if you really feel guilty, you should try to make up for it, and now clearing the game and letting everyone go out alive is the best way to make up for this guilt. Come on, join us Kirito. At this time, Silica, who was beside her, also said quickly. Brother Yayi is right. I believe he will lead everyone to clear this game alive. I am very firm at the moment, and clearing this game depends on everyone's efforts. Mr. Kirito, Brother Yayi needs everyone's concerted efforts and your help. I may not know the agreement between Brother Yayi and Mr. Kirito before, but the huge difficulties you are facing now are not obligatory for Brother Yayi to fight alone. This is everyone's business, please help Brother Yayi. Looking at Silica who was making an assist, Yayi couldn't help giving her a thumbs up, she did it so beautifully. Listening to Yayi's enlightenment and Silica's words, Kirito suddenly felt that even now, he was still so naive. He thought that single playing was punishing him, and Yi was also suspected by the strategy team. Although he broke away, he used his own technical Kazuto charm to cultivate his own guild and worked hard to pass the customs. With such a comparison, Kirito immediately felt the gap between his own and Yayi's ideological realm, and deeply admired Yayi. Sure enough, Brother Yi, you are still the same as when you were a child. You haven't changed at all in 6 years. Well, I promise you, Brother Yi, let's work hard to clear this damn game. Kirito, who was awakened by Yayi, had a feeling of complete liberation. From the first floor, he abandoned Klein and went to a good leveling field alone, then he was accused by the king of Ya at the strategy meeting, and finally, the doubts of the players in the boss room. Even if Yayi was holding on, those players suspected the entire group of beta testers, and unfortunately it was this group. The inner torment had been eroding Kirito's heart. After drinking Yayi's chicken soup for the soul, all the burdens are gone. Looking at the relaxed Kirito, Yayi nodded secretly, and before he could say anything, the more cheerful Kirito joked. I haven't seen you for 6 years. Brother Yi, you have become so handsome. Sugihara even mentioned you before you entered the game, Brother Yi. For it. He was suddenly interrupted by Kirito, and heard him mention his sister. He knew what he wanted to express. Sugihara was very attached to Yayi when he was young. Yayi cried for a long time when he moved. But the car accident that followed took the lives of Yayi's parents, and the depressed Yayi eventually cut off contact with the Kirigaya family. Until he crossed over a year ago, to be precise, Yayi did not cross over a year ago, but crossed over to Sword Art Online at a very young age, but his memory was sealed. It was only a year ago that I started to recover my memory, and the headache was naturally a sequela of memory fusion, which was why I didn't recognize Kirito at that time. Yayi didn't even think about it. Yayi directly raised his concerns to other places. What makes me so handsome? I used to be handsome. Kirito replied with a smile. You were so cute back then, all the little girls on the street wanted to hug you when they saw it. As if Kirito mentioned some dark history, Yayi's face darkened, and he wanted to change the subject immediately, but Silica, who was curious next to him, exclaimed. Hey, was Brother Yayi cute when he was a child? After that, the conversation seemed to open up. Silica listened and asked about Yayi's childhood, and Kirito was happy to share Yayi's childhood and his story. Hearing Kirito say that when he was a child, he was surrounded by nympho sisters on the street with him, and then was held by a group of girls under suspicion, his face became darker and darker. But the two of them didn't seem to notice, and the more they chatted, the more excited they became. At this time, the three of them had already returned to the gate of the safe town on the 47th floor. Yayi dragged Silica and ran to the central portal without a word. The people disappeared in a blink of an eye, but the voice came slowly. Kirito, go to the Silver Light Pavilion on the 56th floor to find Uriel, and I'll go back to the front line to help Silica resurrect the familiar. Leaving Kirito with a stunned face, who has not yet broken away from the excitement of talking about Yayi's black history. The humble author is asking for a flower evaluation ticket. Thousands of mountains are always in love. Can you give me some collections? Yesterday, a local tyrant reader voted for a 36,000-word reminder, today you are blessed, this is the first chapter *. Chapter 31, Azura Field. In the Safe Town Hotel on the 47th floor, Silica slowly opened the backpack bar and pressed hard on the prop of Bina's heart. Feathers emitting blue shimmer slowly appeared, floating in the air, and continued to slide down to find the soul flower, which was finally turned into a white flower by the convergence of countless rays of light. Everything was ready. Silica held the flowers in her hands and looked at Yayi involuntarily. With a slight smile, Yayi responded to Silica with words of encouragement. Resurrect Bina, you have a lot to say to it. Hearing Yayi's words of encouragement, Silica slowly dripped the dewdrops from the flowers onto the feathers. Yeah. Bina, I have so many things I want to tell you, today's big adventure story, my one-day brother's story. The dewdrops dripped on the feathers, bursting out a strong light, and a loud chirp resounded in the hotel room at random, and a blue-feathered pterosaur appeared in front of the two of them. Silica shed tears of excitement in an instant, stepped forward and hugged Bina, choked up and said, That's great, Pina, really great. The winged dragon Bina also kept tweeting happily in Silica's arms. Yayi walked out of the room silently, leaving the rest of the time to one person and one dragon. The whole night was silent, the morning sun shone on Yayi in front of the portal, the shadow on the ground was drawn slender, and Silica in front of her was sad, with tears in her eyes, looking at Yayi. Seeing this girl's pitiful expression as if she was abandoned, Yayi smiled and touched the top of her head. What are you sad about? It's not that you can't see me anymore. If you miss me anytime, come to the headquarters of Yingyang Pavilion to find me at any time. Hearing Yayi's words, Silica's face became much better, but her face was still a little down. Is it really possible? Will it not disturb your strategy? Will you no longer want to see me? After all, I am so useless and cause you so much trouble. Yayi is also funny. How stupid this girl is. She recognizes you as her sister. Why am I still avoiding you? She answered in a decisive tone. Of course, it won't disturb our strategy. You have to believe in your brother Yayi's strength. And Mr. Kirito yesterday, he is a player who can go on the front line alone. Silica, who was madly comforted by Yayi, finally stopped being depressed. She smiled and wiped away the tears in her eyes, looking at Yayi. Ah! Then Yayi brother, go ahead, Mr. Kirito and everyone from the Silver Light Pavilion are waiting for you on the front line. Yayi turned around with a smile and disappeared in a burst of light. Silica was still in a daze at the place where Yayi disappeared, and it took a while before she recovered. I have to work hard to catch up with brother Yayi. It's a shame to be so cowardly. In front of the central town portal on the 56th floor, a burst of light lit up and dissipated. Yayi's figure appeared in front of the portal, and then a large group of silver-costumed players surrounded Yayi. Looking at the guild members in front of him, Yayi said with tears in his eyes. Aren't you going to level up today? Why are you all waiting for me here? Although I know that the players in the Killing Guild are not high level, they are desperados after all. We are still very concerned about the safety of the president. Uriel, who was in the crowd, walked out slowly, and followed closely. Didn't I say to go on vacation at that time? Is it really okay for the president to go and solve this matter alone without telling us? Yes. With Lord Yayi, I feel that I can clear this game, but there should be no problem. Looking at these fanatical fans in front of them, each of them rescued them from despair and gave them faith to fight and clear the game. Each face has unswerving trust in himself. It turns out that he has become the guild's belief without knowing it. Yayi, who is very moved, answered everyone with certainty. I won't be so impulsive in the future, I will definitely discuss it with everyone, trust me. After speaking, he led the crowd back to the Silver Light Pavilion and slowly stopped in the lobby on the first floor. Yayi turned around and looked at the guild members. I'll introduce you to a very powerful player today, and he will be your teammate in the future. After waving his hand, a black-haired boy walked down the second floor, and then Yayi announced loudly. I believe he is familiar to all of you. Yes, he is Kirito, the swordsman in black. He will become teammates with you in the future. Come to Kirito to say hello to them. The introverted Kirito greeted everyone softly, and Yayi saw the members of the guild surrounding Kirito and greeted them enthusiastically. Looking at Kirito, who was in a hurry to answer everyone's questions, Yayi smiled wickedly. The next step is the efforts of the guild squad leaders to see who can pull Kirito into your squad. Hearing Yayi's words, the captains of all the squads recruited Kirito more enthusiastically, and finally Kirito joined Moonlight's Black Cat squad. Yes, that's right, after Yayi taught the Black Cat Corps their skills, their level quickly caught up with the level of the Raiders group. At that time, they joined the Silver Light Pavilion on the 34th floor and officially became the Silver Light Pavilion squad. Sure enough, Kito was still so enthusiastic and successfully pulled Kirito into his team. Looking at Kirito, who had already been identified, the others did not get angry, but instead encouraged each other. Looking at the guild where everyone was living in harmony and feeling like a team, Kirito couldn't help feeling like a big family. It seemed that joining Yayi's guild was indeed a very wise decision. After confirming the team, Yayi waved his hand to dismiss the crowd, and let their team leaders lead the leveling. But before he could turn around, the luck of the Black Cat group in the moonlight ran to Yayi's side. Yayi, wait a minute. Seeing running over, Yayi suddenly had a bad feeling. But he couldn't pretend he couldn't hear him, so he could only bite the bullet and stop, smiling and waiting for her to approach. Luckily, after approaching, he jumped up and hugged Yayi immediately, knocking Yayi back a step. Behind him, Uriel's smiling expression suddenly changed. Before she could say anything, she was fortunate to speak first. Don't be so heroic in the future, everyone in the guild doesn't want you to be in trouble, and you are Yayi's secretary. Yayi, why didn't you notify us when Yayi went to track down the murder guild? Uriel, who was already gnashing her teeth, turned even darker, and directly retorted. Hey, Yayi originally told me to go to rest, but then I happened to meet the murder guild that the leader of the Silver Banner asked for help in our guild at that time. I only knew everything later, otherwise I would have stopped him from taking care of it. Nosy. And you have been pestering the guild leader since you joined the guild. Do you have any thoughts about the guild leader? You must know that there is Lord Asuna. Seeing suddenly broke away from Yayi's arms. Since Yayi enlightened Seeing has become less pessimistic, and his character has become soft on the outside and firm on the inside, and he retorted confidently. Yeah, a handsome and responsible boy like President Yayi must be very popular with girls, and I am one of the girls who admires President Yayi very much. On the contrary, it is Yuli who has the opportunity to follow Yayi by the president's side. Even his character is not clear. Is he the kind of person who has the ability to ignore it? So he must not go on vacation but to help the murder guild. I'm really ashamed of you. Yayi was stunned when he saw Seeing, who was weak in appearance, say such bold words, and then looked at the two women in front of him with a headache. Yayi was once again troubled by his charm, but he had no way to reconcile the quarrel between the two women. Just when Yayi was helpless, Asuna returned to the guild at the right time. Don't push too hard, this is the second chapter *. Chapter 32 Lisbeth Arms Shop. Asuna just walked into the guild's residence, looked at the two women who were arguing, and asked with a smile. What are you talking about? Nothing. The two women answered in unison, and then the two women stopped arguing about anything, turned their heads and snorted coldly. Fortunately, they walked back to the Black Cat group who were waiting not far away, and went to level with them, and Uliel also turned back. Go behind Yayi. Yayi breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Asuna's beautiful face, and said happily. My lady, you are too timely. Ah. Asuna, who had just returned to the guild, was immediately blushed and stammered to blame Yayi. You, what are you talking about? Someone else is there. Seeing the shy Asuna, Yayi felt a lot better after being rectified by the two girls, Shura, and stopped teasing her. She glanced around, saw the new weapon on her waist, and said with a smile. Has the new weapon been made? Diverted by Yayi, Asuna happily picked up the weapon on his waist, showed off his attributes to Yayi, and then pulled the pink-haired girl beside him. Jun Yayi, look, this is the life player I mentioned to you with advanced forging skills. Her name is Lisbeth. Looking at this fan's hair and cute freckles on her face, Yayi smiled and said hello. Hello, I'm Yayi, the president of Yingyang Pavilion. I'm very happy to meet you for the first time. Lisbeth seemed to stare at Yayi in a daze, and quickly responded with a blushing stutter. Oh hello, I'm Lisbeth, a senior forging life player. Immediately afterward, Lisbeth continued with an amazed tone. President Yayi is as handsome as the strategy team said. Hearing Lisbeth's praise without hesitation, Yayi secretly said, as expected in the anime, he still speaks directly and is not good at hiding his emotions. The atmosphere suddenly became a little inexplicable. Yuli behind Yayi instantly looked at Lisbeth with alert eyes, while Asuna explained with an embarrassed smile. Haha, Liz is outspoken and doesn't hide any thoughts. Asuna and Liz have known each other for a while, knowing that Liz is a carefree girl on weekdays, she can say anything out of her mind, she just thinks Yayi is good looking, and Asuna has to bite the bullet and explain in order to ease the embarrassment. On the contrary, Yayi didn't care, it was just a truth, it was a compliment to himself, so he smiled and said modestly. Well, thank you Miss Liz for your compliment. By the way, is there something wrong with Miss Liz coming to the Silver Light Pavilion today? The neurotic Lisbeth just remembered the purpose of coming today and said quickly. I want to thank President Yayi for helping me find rare metals and create high-level weapons. With this high-level weapon, I became famous and established my own weapon shop on the 48th floor. This time I came to thank President Yi's. Yayi waved his hand, and instead of accepting Liz's thanks, he replied. I didn't help you for free. Now I need your help to build 2 weapons. After Yayi finished speaking, the petals in Yayi's left hand fluttered and gathered into a white gold spear, and the flames in his right hand gathered into a black and red sword, and solemnly handed the 2 weapons into Liz's hands. Hey, can you make a weapon of this level? Weighing the 2 heavy weapons in her hands, and gently opening their attribute bar, Liz sighed. It's amazing. Such a powerful magic weapon must be made of precious metals. Even though she knew that Liz could make magic weapon level weapons in the anime, Yayi still asked a question. How about Miss Leeds, can you make it? The confident Liz has a firm tone and insists. It's definitely possible, and my weapon shop on the 48th floor now has a very strong weapon. Yayi, who had thought of the plot in the anime, suddenly had a strange expression on his face. Miss Liz, are you sure that the weapon in your weapon shop can be compared to my Huamai and Swayang? Liz, who was still inflated with self-confidence, naturally swore an answer, and also invited Yayi to visit her weapon shop. The helpless Yayi could only agree, preparing to let her know that the weapon that he was most proud of was not bad. Looking at Yuliel and Asuna by her side, Yayi turned around and said to them. Wait, Liz and I will go to her weapon shop to see the weapons, and I learned from the president of the Titan's Hand that I met on the 47th floor before that there is a traitor in the raiding team monitoring our Silver Light Pavilion, and the smiling coffin is also prepared. Take action against us. I'll go to Liz's weapon shop to look at that weapon. First, go and investigate the raiders and the smiling coffin. After finishing speaking, I followed Liz out of the Silver Light Pavilion, and the 2 women left behind looked at each other solemnly, and immediately set off to prepare for the investigation. In front of the portal on the 48th floor, the dazzling light disappeared, and Yayi and Liz appeared on this land. Being led by Liz in front of him, he turned left and right, and finally came to a house with some trolleys next to it. Walking into the house, I saw all kinds of weapons hanging on the wall at first sight, the most eye-catching of which was the blue-white longsword hanging on the wall behind the counter. Liz excitedly ran to the counter, took off the longsword and handed it to Yayi, with a smug expression on her face. I really can't bear to hurt Liz's self-esteem, but if Liz is complacent because of such a weapon, then she probably won't be able to forge the same magic weapon as Hanama's blood son. Yayi weighed the longsword in his hand, waved it quickly, reached out and picked up the swayang placed on the counter by Liz, and said with certainty. Do you know Liz? Flowers and Blood Sun are not only about the level of magic weapons on the attribute board, but the highest level of sword art online is magic tools. What? Liz had a look of disbelief when she heard Yayi's words, and then Yayi continued. For a forging expert like you, there should be a list of weapons in the hands of intelligence dealers, and neither Huajianyi nor Swayang has appeared in the list. I don't know if it can reach that level, so let's try it. After finishing speaking, she picked up the blue-white longsword and slashed at Swayang. Liz shouted in horror when she saw this scene. Don't. Your sword will break. With a crisp sound, the blue and white longsword broke in half and flew to the floor, making a clanging sound. On the other hand, Swayang was unscathed. Liz quickly took back the blue and white longsword in Yayi's hand, turned her back and looked at the durability on the attribute panel, and said with a sad face, "It's over, there's no way to fix it?" Then he slumped to the ground, and the blue and white longsword in his hand disappeared into pieces. Looking at the sad Liz, Yayi replied calmly, "Miss Liz, I will pay you double the price for this sword." Hearing Yayi's words, Liz stood up angrily and tried her best to keep her face close to Yayi's face, but found that she was still looking up at Yayi, so she tried to stand on tiptoe, looked at Yayi and said loudly, "I didn't do it for money. It was made by collecting materials and working hard at the time. It was my hard work. I hope its owner can take good care of it and not be rude like you." Yayi's expression suddenly became playful, and the handsome features on his face exuded a unique sense of beauty. "Oh, is this the best gear you can make? If so, sorry to bother you." Hearing Yayi's answer, Liz's mouth swelled angrily and put her hands on her hips. "Hey! You, I praised you when we first met, and now I want to take back this sentence. You are not a gentleman at all, and I am not my limit with such equipment, I just have poor materials. Or you will definitely be able to forge a weapon that cuts off your blood someday." Yayi was really surprised. It turned out that the weapon forged by Liz was even more powerful than the one that was interrupted in the anime. It was completely comparable to Kirito's interpreter, but it broke quickly when it was cut on the blood sun. I was extremely disappointed. Liz also seems to have higher forging skills than in the anime. This is Chapter 3 today *. Chapter 33 Dragon's Blood Cryogen. Seeing Liz, who turned from anger to full of confidence, Yayi asked happily, "Really? Can you look at these ores?" Yayi stretched out his hand to open the backpack column, and a pile of ores appeared on the counter. Liz immediately opened one by one to check the ores, and then kept exclaiming, "Wow, ice crystal mine. Yeah, frozen earth element." Seeing Liz, who kept exclaiming, Yayi looked at her with a smile. "How can I make the weapon I want?" Yayi's question made the excited Liz calm down, and she took a deep breath. President Yayi's flower intention and blood sun are so unique, maybe it's because of some legendary ore. Yayi didn't hide it at all, nodding his head to confirm. Then these materials are not enough to create weapons comparable to President Yayi, Yuhuajianyi and Swayang. Seeing Liz's answer, Yayi had already vaguely guessed a possible possibility, but Yayi seemed so calm. Legend has it that ore can be found in the first place, so he can only retreat and ask for it. That. Just when Yayi was about to say that he made do with these materials to make a nearly weapon, his words were interrupted by Liz. "President Yayi, I bought a piece of news about the legendary ore from an intelligence dealer a few days ago." The surprise came so suddenly, Yayi felt like he was stunned by happiness. He was going to deal with it, but Liz unexpectedly had news of the legendary ore. He directly put his hands on Liz's shoulders and asked excitedly, "What kind of ore and how many layers?" Looking at the face that was close at hand, the exquisite facial features full of beauty, and the palm supporting her shoulder, Liz didn't know how to answer for a while. Seemingly finding that his movements were a bit abrupt, Yayi calmly put down his palms and distanced himself from Liz. Liz was visibly relieved, and then said, I haven't forgiven you for your reckless behavior just now. Now that it's like this again, I won't tell you." Yayi, who was in a good mood, suddenly had a bad taste, covered his forehead and pretended to answer helplessly. "Didn't I just take out the materials to restore my honorific title? Why don't you even bring my honorary title, Lisbeth?" Hearing Yayi's words, Liz frowned, and her mouth bulged again instantly. "I was so excited to see you come up with so many advanced materials just now and didn't pay attention. In fact, I didn't forgive you for your rude behavior. You are not a gentleman, so I didn't bother to tell you." Seeing the sullen Liz, Yayi stopped teasing her and apologized with a smile. Okay, it's my fault, maybe my behavior is rude, but I didn't expect it to break. Just after Yayi apologized, he felt that Liz should calm down and told him the news of the legendary ore, but Liz's focus was not Yayi's apology, but the last sentence. Are you saying that the weapon I made is weaker than I thought? Yayi was dumbfounded. No, shouldn't you tell me the information after I apologize? Why is your focus so different? Yayi quickly explained. No, your weapon is very powerful. It can be used as a weapon for the members of the raiding team, but it is still a bit worse than my blood sundae. But it's okay not to explain, this explanation will make a headache even more. Liz looks at Yayi with certainty. You must think that my forging skills are poor, so I can't make a weapon comparable to Huajian Yu's Yang. Then he said angrily. Then I'll tell you the information about the legendary ore, Dragon Blood Cryo Crystal. If you get it, I will forge a weapon comparable to the Blood Sun. On the 55th floor of the West Mountain, there is a dragon that feeds on crystals. I heard that he kept a rare metal in his body. Listening to Liz saying something similar to the anime, Yayi interrupted directly. Stop, didn't you say legendary ore? What's the use of rare metals? Liz rolled her eyes at Yayi and sighed helplessly. Can't you wait for me to finish? After you kill the giant dragon, you will drop a prop called Dragon Blood. If you drop it on the rare metal in the dragon's body, it will spawn the legendary ore dragon. Cryostatin. You were so calm when you were in the guild just now, why are you so reckless now? Knowing that it was his own problem, Yayi scratched his head embarrassingly. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit restless about the weapons thing. Looking at Yayi, who sincerely apologized, Liz's anger slowly disappeared. She nodded to accept his apology, and then said. The intelligence told you, I also have one condition, that is, I want to go with you. Hearing Liz's request, Yayi refused directly without thinking. No, the 55th floor is too dangerous for you, and I will get in the way to protect you. Knowing that Yayi was just a kind reminder, but the words seemed to pierce Liz's heart with a sharp sword. I'm so weak, I'm so sorry. Then Liz seemed to remember something, raised her eyebrows slightly, and said smugly with her hands on her hips. I heard that to get the metal, you need to have a forging expert present. Even so, do you have to go alone? The helpless Yayi could only agree, but still ordered. Stay obediently in the back. Like a powder keg that was instantly ignited, Liz's face immediately flushed red. If you don't know how to speak, can you just keep your mouth shut? Yayi looked at Liz, who was in a good mood, and pretended to be serious and asked back. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Liz blushed, but she couldn't refute anything. You. Yayi looked at Liz's flushed face and asked back with a smile. What's wrong with me? Who knew that Liz didn't answer herself immediately, wiped the tears from her eyes with her palm, turned and ran into the room behind the counter with a crying voice. You must dislike me for getting in the way. Then I won't go. You can find a way for the legendary ore. Why are you crying? A girl like Liz shouldn't be so vulnerable. Yayi clearly knew at this moment that he was off the hook, and could not wait to slap himself twice. Even though the girl was crying because of the headache, Yayi knew it was caused by his own bad taste, so he could only bite the bullet and follow. Seeing Liz in the room with her back to her, Yayi rubbed her brows with a headache, and said softly to Liz's back. Sorry, but I want to correct one thing. I don't dislike you as a hindrance. The main reason is that the 55th floor is a high-level area, which is too dangerous for you. Hearing Yayi's words, Liz wiped away her tears and turned to look at Yayi. Sorry, I made you watch a joke, and your self-confidence was hit by your denials, so I just broke down a little bit. I'm fine now, then let's go. After she finished speaking, she walked out and looked at Liz, who had become calm. Yayi thought for a while and didn't say anything, but she was secretly worried about what she had done. Liz was a carefree girl on the surface, but she was actually very delicate. Those words may have really hurt her, so take the opportunity to apologize to her. Following closely behind Liz, the two went to the portal in silence. After reaching the central portal, a burst of light lit up and the two disappeared on the 48th floor. For the sake of my update today, is no one encouraging me? Even a few flowers are fine. This is Chapter 4 *. Chapter 34 Strange Liz. On the 55th floor, a burst of light lit up and disappeared, and the two appeared in this silver-clad world. After leaving the safe town, he pulled out the system map and looked at the direction of Zishan. Yayi took Liz and headed towards the target. Along the way, except for white, it was white, and the cold wind slashed on his face like a knife. The chill penetrated into the bone marrow along Liz's thin clothes, and Liz couldn't help shivering. From the corner of Yayi's eyes, she looked at Liz who was behind her. She was clearly freezing, but she gritted her teeth and insisted not to cry out, for fear that she would dislike her and get in the way. Looking back, the joke just now may be really hurtful, and sighed. Sorry, your level must not know that the 55th floor is icy and snowy, and I forgot to remind it. This is my mistake. After speaking, he undid the cloak on his body and threw it on Liz's shivering body. Looking at the warm cloak on his body, he saw Yayi who was also wearing a thin silver coat. The silver hair matched the snowy environment, highlighting the fiery red pupils, a handsome boy like an elves in the snow. Liz knew for the first time that a good-looking person can really make people look dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly reacted, what should Yayi do when he was wearing a cloak? He couldn't help but ask. You gave me your cloak, so what do you do? Yayi calmly waved his hand. Difficulties are overcome, and I am a man and you are a woman. Looking at Yayi who looked right, Liz suddenly laughed. Well, you're still a macho man. Yayi answered with a stubborn neck. Girls are inherently weaker than boys. In some extreme environments, they must be more able to bear more. Besides, they can't overcome such difficulties, so what kind of determination do you have to lead everyone to clear this game? Seeing Yayi, who is not very tall, say such great words, Liz felt that this person was really strange. When he was in the guild, he was a calm and composed leader. When he was in the weapons store, he was an impulsive and reckless boy, and now he is a great and noble boy. I can't always see through his character, but every character is perfectly integrated into one person, not so annoying, and even a little attractive. Liz couldn't help but whisper. It doesn't seem so annoying. What did you say? The whirring of the wind covered Liz's voice, making Yayi inaudible. But he saw Liz's lips wriggling a few times, and thought he had something to say, so he asked again. What did you say? Liz is too embarrassed to say it again, and quickly replied. It's nothing. Looking suspiciously at Liz, Yayi turned around and continued to set off without further questioning. After more than an hour, Yayi took Liz through the two training areas and finally reached the foot of the West Mountain. Hearing the dragon roar from the top of the mountain, Yayi turned his head and said to Liz behind him. When I reach the top of the mountain, I will take the initiative to attract the attention of the giant dragon. You can hide behind the cover with peace of mind, and you will come out after I kill the giant dragon. But Liz wanted to refute something, but Yayi interrupted her directly. No, this game only has one life, you can rest assured that I can solve it alone. After speaking, he touched Liz's head. The pink hair was a little silky. Yayi resisted and continued to rub it, took away his palms and turned towards the top of the mountain. But Liz seemed to be stunned, and slowly stretched out her hand to cover the top of Yayi's head that she had just touched. The residual temperature faintly passed from the hair to the scalp, so warm. Yayi, who had walked a few steps, looked back and saw that Liz was not following, and shouted strangely. Hey, Miss Liz, Why are you still in a daze? Keep up with it? Oh. Recovering in a panic, Liz hurriedly followed Yayi's footsteps, thinking in her mind exactly what Yayi called her just now. Well, do you have that kind of talent? You need to add a respectful title. It was unfortunate that the small whispers were not blown away by the wind and snow, which made Yayi in front of him not listening very clearly. He turned around and asked Liz confirmingly. What did you say? I'm thinking about the ore. The flustered Liz immediately found a reason to change. Yayi's attention seemed to be attracted to the ore, and before they knew it, the topic of the two was discussed on the legendary ore. Are you sure this must be a legendary ore? Are the dragon blood props guaranteed to drop? Most of the questions were asked by Yayi, and Liz's answers were basically short answers. Her mind seemed to be thinking about something else. Yayi looked at Liz, who didn't know what she was thinking, and asked with a strange expression. Are you stupid? No. After answering, Liz's face instantly turned red again. You are really enough, it's so annoying. Yayi instead replied with a smile. You are always distracted when talking to others, and you don't respect others. You are also very annoying. We are half a catty to 8 tails. The stubborn Liz immediately wanted to refute. I. Immediately after that, I couldn't say it anymore. It was impossible to say that I was recalling the warmth of Yayi touching his head just now, it would be too embarrassing. He simply didn't answer, and turned around and walked towards the top of the mountain with a bulging face. The halfway up the mountain was covered with ice thorns, a slender trail winding up, the sun pierced the clouds, and a ray of golden light shone on the ice thorns on both sides of the trail, reflecting an ethereal beauty. Liz saw this beautiful scene, and all her unhappiness disappeared in an instant. She immediately wanted to go up and watch. Looking at Liz, who was nervous, Yayi pulled her helplessly. Prepare the transfer crystal, the dragon's lair is ahead. Feeling boring, Liz pouted unhappily, but she still took out the transfer crystal, and it didn't take long for the two to reach the top of the mountain. Looking at the giant dragon covered in silver crystal armor in front of him, the ferocious dragon head let out a huge roar, arousing a wave of air around the giant dragon and causing snowflakes to dance in the sky, and the 5 green blood stripes beside him. Yayi looked solemn. Shouted with her back to Liz. Hide and wait until I defeat it? Oh. The well-behaved Liz immediately hid behind a huge ice thorn not far away, and looked at Yayi worriedly. Her tiny body was like an ant in front of the silver dragon. The man and the dragon looked at each other for a few seconds, and then the giant dragon suddenly seemed impatient, flapping its wings, whipped up a gust of snow, and flew into the air. The mouth of the giant dragon in the air slowly gathered a faint blue light, and Liz, who was hiding behind, exclaimed. Be careful, Lord Yayi, it's the dragon's breath. On the other hand, Yayi was very dull. The petals in his hand gathered into a long spear of white gold, and he glanced at the skill icon on the left side of his view. Use this giant dragon to try out the legendary special sword skill Infinity Gun today. The flower in his hand swept across, and a white arc of light was drawn in front of him. The menacing light blue dragon breath was instantly dissipated and attacked the ground beside Yayi, causing a large number of snowflakes to form a huge black screen. Before the shadows blocked by a lot of snowflakes dissipated, Yayi broke out of the shadows and ran towards the giant dragon that was parked in mid-air. Chapter 5 *. Chapter 35 Special Skills. It's amazing. Using such a slender weapon to block the dragon's breath is worthy of being the first person in the strategy group. Seeing Yayi rushing out of the snow fog unscathed, Liz was amazed again and again. The original worry about Yayi turned into believing that the other party could kill the dragon alone, and the next scene made Liz even more stunned. While flying, Yayi's hand lit up with the skill light effect, and the dashing skill piercing the wind directly hit the dragon's left neck. Chong! The sharp Hwajianyi directly smashed the crystal armor on the dragon's neck, creating a long and narrow wound, causing a lot of damage. The giant dragon seemed to be provoked, his neck turned straight, and he breathed another dragon's breath at Yayi, who had appeared behind him. Seeing that the damage he inflicted on the giant dragon angered it, Yayi was not distressed. This was just the beginning. After the dashing technique, Yayi passed through the giant dragon and reached behind the giant dragon. Normally, the skill has ended, but the light effect of Hanayoshi's skill has not disappeared. Facing the attack of the dragon's breath, Yayi Hwajianyi danced directly. 9 arcs of spear-pointed light suddenly appeared in front of him, quickly dispelling the dragon's breath, but the light effect of the skill was always on, and the system determined that Yayi was this a few casual attack skills. Liz in the back looked puzzled. She was sure that Yayi's attack of blocking the dragon's breath could not be counted as a skill, but why did the system judge it this way? Moreover, according to the skill judgment, Yayi's skill has reached an amazing 10-strike combo, and there are still 9 attacks after the dash. Does Aincrad have this skill in the spear skill? With a stomach full of doubts, Liz didn't interfere with Yayi. Let's ask these questions after the battle is over. Then Liz continued to observe the situation on the field with doubts. When Yayi wanted to continue attacking the giant dragon had already turned its heavy body, and faced Yayi rushing towards him. The giant dragon slapped it directly. The huge body brings unparalleled strength and defense to the dragon, and the price is naturally greatly reduced flexibility. Facing the powerful blow of the giant dragon, Yayi just took off lightly, dodged the dragon's claws with a small flip, and stood on the back of the dragon's claws. Then Hwajianyi directly slammed on the dragon's claws, grasped the Hwajianyi on the dragon's claws, and ran along the dragon's arm to the shoulders. The sturdy Lingia crystals scattered behind Yayi, and ran to the shoulders. Yayi pulled out the flower, and landed with a flip, turned around and prepared to launch the next attack. When the dragon reacted, there was already a twisted wound from the dragon's claw to the shoulder. The dragon roared angrily, venting the pain Yayi had caused it, but its tail swept directly to Yayi. Looking at the giant dragon, which was completely attacked by anger, the thick tail wrapped in the strong wind swept towards him with the momentum of thunder. In just half a second, Yayi judged that he couldn't resist hard, and he only had half a body to evade, not the left and right sides. He estimated that as long as he took half a step back and took a small position, he could easily avoid this endless crisis. A blow. Between the lightning and flint, the nerve strengthened. Yayi finished thinking, and his body immediately took a half step back following his thinking. This powerful blow was so empty, but the violent wind also tore a tiny wound on Yayi's face. The edge of the small wound emits red fluorescence, and the red fine mesh data is inside. Even if the pain in the game is negligible, the tactile feeling will be reflected back. It has been a long time since he worked so hard. Yayi, who was walking on the tip of the knife and risking his life, was shivering all over. The powerful fighting instinct won't let Yayi miss a chance. After the dragon's tail was swept away, Hanajianyi, who was still flashing with the light of his skills, directly released the 4-strike technique, cloud piercing and 4 breaks. The 4 quick stabs were controlled by Yayi at one point, and the first sound was the sound of piercing the armor. Chong. The second sound followed closely. This is the sound of piercing into the flesh. Puff. The third sound sounded at the same time. This is the sound that penetrated deep into the flesh. Laugh. The fourth sound also followed closely. This is the sound that runs through the other side of the dragon's tail. Chong. The dragon's long tail was stabbed in the opposite direction by Yayi directly with Hwajianyi. The dragon's mourning sounded very well, and then the tail swung hard, and Yayi, who was holding the Hwajianyi, was directly thrown by the dragon's tail. Throw away. Seeing an opportunity, Yayi pulled out his spear and landed smoothly with the power of the giant dragon. The irrational giant dragon, who had been tortured by severe pain, saw the tiny human standing opposite, and rushed up. At this moment, its simple head was to kill the human beings who were playing to vent its hatred. Seeing the giant dragon whose attack method became rude and rhythmic, Yayi shook his head, dodged the attack easily, and then attacked again with his backhand. Peng! The giant dragon was directly knocked out by Yayi and rolled around on the ground, but immediately rushed up full of anger as if nothing was wrong. Yayi knew that it wasn't as good as he saw, and if it was consumed like this, the giant dragon would surely die in the end, but the giant dragon, already dazed by anger, rushed up without hesitation. Yayi didn't dodge this time, and Huajianyi directly pierced the claws of the dragon that he photographed, but this time the giant dragon didn't roar, instead the huge dragon's eyes showed a cunning trick. The dragon's claws clenched instantly, the keel stuck in the flower, and the other dragon's claw took the photo. Yayi, who responded very quickly, immediately judged that the flower couldn't be pulled out. Overhead. Boom. With a loud noise, the collision of the two formed a huge convective air, which rolled up the snow on the ground, forming a snow fog that blocked the sight. Liz, who was hiding behind, watched the snow fog gradually dissipate, revealing the scene inside. Yayi was passively defending and was not fully prepared. Now, he was kneeling on one knee under the pressure of the dragon's claws. The scene in front of her made Liz's head suddenly heat up. She ran out from behind the cover and shouted loudly to the giant dragon who was still wrestling with Yayi. "Hey, big stupid dragon, look here." Sure enough, the dragon's eyes turned to her, and then he spit out several mouthfuls of dragon breath, blocking all the hiding positions of Liz, and if the weak Liz was hit by the high-level dragon's breath, it might cause an instant kill. This will make Yayi feel guilty for a lifetime. He was attracted and attacked Liz. The strength of the dragon's claws had already decreased. Seeing that Liz was about to die, Yayi panicked for the first time. The dagger appeared in his hand. For the first time, the special skill of wrapping the sword in the hand showed its power in Sao. The grey dagger turned into a black light and rushed towards the only path of the dragon's breath. Boom! The dagger successfully intercepted the dragon's breath, and he lost his power and fell into the snow in front of Liz. Liz, who was pulled back from the brink of death, was still in a daze, and immediately after the second wave of the dragon's offensive attacked Liz again. It's activated. Chapter 6 *. Chapter 36 Spike. Seeing that the weak human woman was rescued by the human beside her, the dragon was extremely unhappy. The human male in front of him seemed to be very concerned about this human female, and the cunning dragon swept its tail directly towards Liz. The second wave of attacks that followed was so fast, I thought that she was about to die, but Yayi's throwing skills finally saved her. Liz, who was stunned, couldn't react to this sudden attack. Fortunately, Yayi, after pushing up the dragon claw and throwing out the dagger, he ran directly to Liz. Leaping over, Yayi directly picked up Liz and turned to avoid the fatal blow, but he only turned half of his body, and was blown away by the air wave from the dragon's tail, landing on the ground in a daze. Tumbled several times. He staggered to his feet and helped Liz up beside him. The two of them had only 1/3 of their health bars remaining, and Xingyu in the distance immediately replied, pulling the red blood bar back to yellow. Looking at Liz, who had left, Yayi didn't even have time to reprimand her, so he could only quickly tell her to continue to hide behind. "Stupid Lisbeth, didn't you tell me not to come out before I killed the dragon? Go and keep hiding." Liz, who was relieved from death, opened her mouth to say that she saw you in crisis and wanted to attract the attention of the dragon. But seeing Yayi's anger and his own stupid behavior made Yayi fall into a more dangerous situation, he swallowed his words again, and obediently avoided the huge ice thorn again. Yayi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Liz hiding safely again. The AI program of the Sword Art Online monster would observe and learn the player's fighting style to continuously improve his coping ability. However, these learning files will be reset after the individual is eliminated, and will not be fed back to the next individual of the same species that appears in this area. Because of the power of the dragon, Yayi couldn't solve it in a short time. The continuous learning of AI made the dragon become cunning. Later, Liz exacerbated the situation. Without the slightest attempt to give Yayi a chance to breathe, the giant dragon rushed towards Yayi when Liz was hiding. Seeing that the giant dragon was about to beat the underdog, Yayi laughed angrily. "It is undeniable that I was careless before, but even if I suffer a loss, it is not an existence you can provoke." The blood sun in his hand lit up directly, and the quadruple strike technique, quadruple pain point, was activated, instantly blocking the attacking dragon head, and the huge force directly caused the person who was hit by the giant dragon to stand up and almost overturned. Yayi flexibly approached the giant dragon who was trying to stabilize his body, and pulled out the flower that was still stuck in the dragon's claws. The blood sun in his hand turned into flames and dissipated, the spear body of Huajianyi lit up again, and the giant dragon on the opposite side was hit by the sword skill wide open. Yayi used the infinite spear to instantly pour out all the skills. Single attack skill, sweep. Single attack skill, piercing. Single attack skill, slash down. Double strike, moon arc. Double strike, snake shadow. Triple strike, triple claw. 4 combo skills, 4 breaks through clouds. 8 combos, 8 sounds of death. As many as 22 combos erupted on the dragon's chest, the dragon's mourning resounded through the sky, and the Lena crystals on its chest splashed in all directions. When the last shot was over, the ferocious Lingia crystals on the dragon's chest had long since disappeared, and a thick and long wound across the entire chest appeared on the dragon's chest. Boom! The giant dragon fell with a heavy muffled sound, followed by the sound of glass breaking, and the body turned into a glass-like data stream, flying to the distant sky. A sense of fatigue suddenly emerged from the relaxed Yayi's body, and he stumbled. Yayi held onto his body with Huajianyi in time to avoid falling to his knees. The dragon was dead, and Liz hurried to Yayi's side to support him. Looking at Yayi, who was exhausted, Liz just whispered apologetically, but she didn't know what to say. "Who knows?" Yayi smiled and said in a relaxed tone. "It should be me saying sorry, my tone was a bit aggressive just now, but I didn't do this because you caused me trouble, it was your irresponsibility for your own life that made me angry. If it were someone else, you might have disappeared in this place. The world is okay, but fortunately, I fulfilled my promise, and you were not hurt in any way." Looking at Yayi, who was scratching his head in a cheerful tone, Liz didn't know how to describe her mood. Her heart was beating so fast and her face was getting hot. The carefree Liz suddenly stuttered and tried to change the subject. "Then, why didn't you pause when you used your spear skills just now, and your throwing skills are so powerful that you can actually compete with the dragon's breath?" Sure enough, the pure Yayi's attention was immediately drawn to the skill issue by Liz's question. He proudly said, "Well, that is the special skill of the gun system, the infinite gun. Unlimited free combination of all gun-related skills, to make infinite combos, is a well-deserved special skill, the infinite gun. If the throwing skill is also a special skill, it is called the shuriken sword, which is specially strengthened. Throwing skill damage." As a mainstream life player, Liz was very confused, but she could understand the power of these special skills. As a giant dragon that could be compared to the gatekeeper boss, she also fell under Yayi's gun. In the end, the exaggerated 22 combo directly emptied the remaining half of the dragon's HP. The instant kill and the gorgeous combo of skills made the visual senses explode. Seeing that she was still addicted to explaining Yayi's special skills to herself, Liz felt that if the game could be cleared, then Yayi would definitely be the most likely person, and what she had to do was to forge the best weapon for him. Suddenly she thought of the purpose when she came, and asked Yayi happily, "Look at your backpack, you should have dropped the ore and dragon blood props." After hearing this, Yayi hurriedly checked the backpack. Sure enough, in the last two spaces, the rare metals and dragon blood were sitting quietly inside. He tapped the item grid twice with his finger, and ore and dragon blood appeared in his hand. Yayi handed them to Liz and gave her an encouraging look. Seeing Yayi's encouraging eyes, Liz nodded heavily and took two things slowly. When the dragon's blood dripped on the light blue crystal, the crystal seemed to become a living thing, and suddenly white veins like meridians appeared, and the dragon's blood flowed into the interior along the crystal. The light blue crystals started to become transparent, and eventually the crystals disappeared in Liz's hands. To be precise, it didn't disappear, it was because the crystal was completely transparent, and the white pattern seemed to float in Liz's palm, but in fact the pattern was still inside the transparent crystal. Looking at this unusually beautiful ore, Liz breathed a sigh of relief. Even though she knew it would be a success, she still felt a sense of tension in her heart. It seems that the information is correct. Yayi was very happy. He didn't waste his energy. Thinking that his weapon was about to appear, Yayi hurriedly pulled Liz and returned to the same place. After finally changing the subject, Liz, who had calmed down in her heart, became uneasy in an instant, but she didn't break free, so she was led by Yayi and walked on the way. I vomited 36,000 words, why don't you vote separately? Mind-blowing, this is Chapter 7 *. Chapter 37 The Temperature of the Heart. Back at the weapon shop on the 48th floor, Yayi remembered later that he was in a hurry and dragged Liz all the way back, and hurriedly let go of Liz's hand. I'm too anxious for my weapon, I don't mean to offend. Looking at Yayi, who was embarrassed, compared to how calm he was during the battle, an unexpected contrast made Liz smile directly. The confused Yayi asked, but when he saw that Liz was not angry, he relaxed and smirked. Haha. What are you laughing at? Seeing herself laughing, Yayi followed suit, and Liz asked curiously. I see you smiling. Well, what's your reason? You are really strange. Liz was also amused by the reason that this was not a reason. The boy in front of him was like a treasure, always so strange and interesting. After laughing for a while, Liz cleared her mind, slowly placed the ore on the forging table, and turned to ask Yayi what weapon she wanted. Yayi answered directly without hesitation. Sword, one-handed straight sword. Hey, doesn't Jun Yayi already have a handful of blood yang? The honest Yayi directly explained that he also has a special skill of the second sword style. After understanding, Liz clenched the forging hammer with both hands, and the temperature of Yayi still remained in the palm. Even though Yayi would reject her 100% for some reason, Liz still wanted Yayi to know her heart. Ding dong ding dong. The forging hammer kept falling on the transparent crystal, as if Liz's hammer had hit the air, and then the air burst into red light, turning into a one-handed straight sword, slowly reddening. The light disappeared, the appearance of the sword appeared in front of Yayi, and then Yayi's face became very strange. This is a transparent sword, the hilt is light blue mixed with white veins, and the blade is completely transparent. When Yayi approached the forging table, like air. Picking up the sword gently, he unleashed a double strike skill, the sword body swiped through the air without any humming, making a harsh air-splitting sound. The proper weight made Yayi use it in a different way. Liz on the side asked, obviously very nervously. How is it? Is it all right? Yayi, who was amazed by this sword, answered without hesitation. Awesome, very good, a very strong sword, your forging skills are really strong. Hearing Yayi's affirmative answer, Liz breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the attribute column of this one-handed straight sword had no name, she replied with a smile. Hey, this sword doesn't have a name yet, give it a name. Since it is without a trace, let's call it Shadowless sword. As soon as Yayi finished speaking, the blank space for the name of the attribute column was changed to the word Wuying. Excited, Yayi couldn't help but waved it twice, then turned to Liz and said. Although the guild has helped you, Miss Liz, before, the cost of forging and intelligence still has to be paid. How much is it? Seeing Yayi happily asking herself the price, Liz slowly shook her head. No, that can, let me be Yayi's exclusive blacksmith. Ugh. The dumbfounded Yayi combined the previous situations, everything became clear, the embarrassed Yayi scratched his head. Didn't you already cooperate with our guild? Help our guild forge equipment. Yayi, who understood the situation, immediately wanted to confuse the concept, but Liz didn't want to eat the set at all, and directly sent the output on the flying dragon's face. No, I mean to be Yayi, your personal blacksmith. Yayi, who was forced to have no way out, looked at those hopeful eyes. Yayi gritted his teeth. That, Miss Liz. Just call Liz. Okay Liz, I think you may have some kind of delusion about me, but it's not the kind of delusion you think you know. You can't just make a decision that you regret for the rest of your life just because of impulsiveness. Listening to Yayi's words, even the carefree Liz could hear the vague rejection in Yayi's words. Even if I had already guessed the result, it was still very uncomfortable after hearing it. Liz, who already understood what Yayi was thinking, didn't do anything. Just when Yayi breathed a sigh of relief, Liz suddenly found a reason to glance at her feet. Ah! I suddenly remembered that I was going to stock up. Yayi, help me take a look at the store. I'll be back when I go there. Seeing Liz turn around and run out without waiting for her answer, even with a far-fetched smile on her face a second before going out. Seeing this scene, Yayi fell silent. The girl expressed her heart sincerely, but was rejected by the person she liked. Even if it was a very tactful rejection, the words still pierced into Liz's soft heart like a sharp knife. Yayi scolded himself for being mentally handicapped, and Yayi chased after him, but Liz had already disappeared without a trace, and Yayi, who was helpless, could only drive to follow, slowly starting to search from the edge of the town. The afterglow of dusk shone on the tree in front of him, all the colors were covered with gold, and the girl under the tree was burying her head with her hands on her knees. Instead of crying and screaming, the silence made people feel distressed. Looking at Liz in front of her, Yayi didn't know how to speak. Liz. Liz, who was frightened by Yayi, stood up immediately and said with a forced smile. Ah! Yayi, why are you here? What about my shop? If you lose something, you will have to pay. If you can't come now, you can return to the usual spirit of Lisbeth after a while. Looking at Liz, who was incoherent, and her voice became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. Yayi calmed down instead. I chased after you as soon as you passed by, but you have disappeared. I drove the track to find the present. Sorry, it doesn't matter to me, I'm just not used to taking risks and I'm scared, so all my words, forget it. Looking at Liz, who pretended to be calm, Yayi said in a very soft voice. At that time, Liz stood up and shared the attention of the giant dragon for me. After saving Liz, I really found out that we are all alive and working hard to live. So, thank you Liz. Hearing Yayi's words, Liz seemed to be recognized. Me too, I've been looking for real things in this world. For me, the temperature of Yayi's palm, that's it? Yayi must have told Asuna what he said just now. Yayi, who was being said, was silent, and Liz said immediately. It doesn't matter to me, there is still a little bit of heat left. So please end this world with your own hands. Until then, I will work hard. Listening to Liz's words, Yayi answered very firmly. I promise, it will be cleared. Then Yayi saw Liz with her back to him, wiped away her tears and said. Come to me anytime if you need to repair weapons and armor. Then Liz, who had recovered, turned around and looked at Yayi with a smile on her face. I will take care of the Lisbeth Arms shop in the future. I feel that the whole person is useless. I am afraid that I will be bald today. For the sake of my strength, won't you take pity on me? This is Chapter 8. Asterisk. Chapter 38 The Conspiracy of the Smiling Coffin. After packing up his weapons, Yayi bid farewell to Liz and returned to the 56th floor. Yayi's next day seemed to be dull again. During the day, he and Asuna trained at the front line, and at night they returned to the cabin on the 22nd floor. The warm life makes Yayi satisfied, and even Yayi and Asuna have a very good relationship, which spread through the entire strategy group through the guild members, so that one time I met Klein, the president of Fengguo Forest, in the labyrinth area. Smile and say hello. It's Yayi and Asuna. How are you, model couples? At that time, Asuna had been shy for a long time when he heard this, but Yayi was not surprised. They were both old and married, so shyness doesn't exist. Days passed by like this, 6 months passed in a blink of an eye, and the time came to August 23, 2024, and the people in the strategy group also successfully defeated the 71st floor boss in these 2 weeks and successfully set foot on the 7th floor. 12 floors. Everyone is working hard, trying to move forward towards customs clearance. And the days of breaking through the floor calmly were broken by the sudden news. The morning breeze blew away Yayi's remaining sleepiness, and stretched comfortably. Yayi, who came to the guild talking and laughing with Asuna all the way, heard a news. Uriel, who was in front of her, nervously recounted to herself the news that the intelligence dealer had provided free of charge to everyone in the strategy team yesterday. President Yayi, yesterday's biggest intelligence dealer, Argo Mouse, provided all the guilds in the raiding group with the location of the Smile Coffin Guild, and today the major guilds have assembled their staff to capture the members of the Smile Coffin. Are we going to support or stand by? Knowing the news, Yayi pondered for a while. Since it is the information provided by Argo the Mouse, it must be highly credible, and if a guild like the Smile Coffin always exists, it will be a threat to all players, and we will not be spared. Assemble the staff, and we will set off and attack the group. The guild meets. There's something else Yayi didn't say, not to mention that the Smiling Coffin, who had been cautious for so long, was discovered so easily, plus the words that the chairman of the Titan Guild said that the Smiling Coffin was going to deal with. The Smiling Coffin must have has an unusual purpose. If you let those from the strategy team go, they may be ambushed and cause death, which will greatly reduce the strength of the strategy team and delay the progress of the game. After thinking about everything clearly, Yayi decided to bring the guild members and the strategy team along. At this time, Uliel said with a smile. Actually, we have already completed the assembly. We know that President Yayi will definitely go. Seeing Uliel who had already made a decision for him, Yayi smiled but didn't get angry. He had no desire for rights in the guild, and the guild was also organized spontaneously by the people who were rescued by Yayi. It is the personality charm of Yayi, so Yayi and each member of the guild are more friends than cold subordinates. Taking 2 steps forward, Yayi saw the guild members who had already assembled, turned around with a wave of his hand, and rushed to the central plaza on the 72nd floor. As the most cutting-edge floor, the number of people was sparse, but today there are close to 200 people in the central square. These people are all members of the Great Guild of the Raiders Group, Fengguo Huanlin, the Knights of the Blood Alliance, and the Holy Dragon United. Seeing that everyone was talking and chatting together, Yayi walked over with a light smile and led his guild members. The sharp-eyed Klein immediately saw Yayi, and immediately waved and shouted. Hey, you can see that Yingyang Pavilion is also here, and President Yayi is leading the team. The crowd exploded, everyone excitedly talking to each other. The Silver Light Pavilion is here. Yeah, it's still President Yayi leading the team. It seems that it is appropriate to send a group of smiling coffins to prison this time. Time has given the players a clear understanding of Yayi's strength and his unique charisma. Everyone admires such a young man from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone seems to be reassured of his arrival. The carefree Klein smiled and went up to say hello for the first time. Yayi Asuna, how are you? Welcome to the Smile Coffin Crusade. Then I saw Kirito of the Black Cat group behind. Hey Kirito. Yayi nodded lightly in response, and glanced at the crowd. Kayaba Akiyako, the president of the Knights of the Blood Alliance, that is, the biggest boss of Sao, did not come. He didn't seem to be interested in the players' battle, but was only keen to lead the player to defeat the boss. After coughing twice, the crowd quieted down. Yayi said slowly and loudly. Hello everyone, although this operation is a spontaneous organization of everyone, I am not the leader, but I still want to remind you a few words from my own name. Smile Coffin is different from the previous orange-named guilds. They are a group of players who really ignore life, and they have an unimaginable enthusiasm for killing people. This time the information is likely to be a trap, but it is also an opportunity, and there is only one chance like this. I, Yayi and Yingyang Pavilion, will not miss this opportunity. If players who are afraid can quit now after hearing my speculation, we will not condemn you, because this is not your obligation. Who knows that the crowd is all in support of Yayi, and everyone has not retreated. President Yayi, arresting the murder guild is a matter for the benefit of all players, how could we be afraid? Yes, there are so many of us. And President Yayi won't let people sacrifice in vain, right? Looking at the players who were confident about his arrival, Yayi didn't say anything to break confidence. Even if there was a conspiracy, it would be good to break it. Everyone gathered together and set off towards the place indicated by the information. The noon sun revealed heat, the weather on the 56th floor was in summer, and the strong light combined with the heat wave made players complaining to the Smile Coffin station again and again. Hey, how did the Smiling Coffin set the guild station so far away? The guild must be hidden a little bit, so it's easy to find it and it's over. Yes, but the weather is too hot. The various guilds discussed it, and everyone decided to take a break before continuing to set off. The players of the raiding team who learned that they were resting immediately slumped on the ground in a daze, and the forest in the resting place just blocked the fierce sunlight. Each guild member took out the food prepared in their backpacks and chatted while eating. At this time, a cotter of the Knights of the Blood Alliance became particularly enthusiastic. Yayi remembered this player. He was very good at socializing and could chat with most guild players. Seeing him chatting with the people of his own guild for a while, he ran to other guilds and exchanged the food he prepared, and soon came to Yayi and the others. He warmly greeted the players of the Silver Light Pavilion. Hello everyone must be very tired. This is a delicious dish that I specially made with advanced cooking players. Come and try it. The players in the Silver Light Pavilion did not doubt that he was there. Coming to Yayi's side, he said respectfully. President Yayi, thank you for coming to the Smile Coffin Crusade. On behalf of our Knights of the Blood Alliance, I sincerely thank you for coming. This snack is made by senior life players. Please try it. Looking at the dim sum he handed over, Yayi smiled and refused. No, Asuna is also an advanced cook. I have eaten the food she made just now. But the enthusiastic player didn't seem to give up, and then took out a bottle of juice. Since President Yayi is full, let's quench President Yayi's thirst with this bottle of water. Yayi, who really couldn't refuse again, slowly took the juice and took a sip, indicating that he had already received his heart. The 36,000-word reminder, I'm not human, but you guys are too stupid, this is the 9th chapter. Asterisk. Chapter 39 The Trap. Looking at Yayi who drank the drink, the player of the Knights of Blood suddenly burst out laughing, and then shouted to the surrounding with an excited expression. Haha, come out. Immediately behind the surrounding trees, a group of cloaked people walked out. When the players saw the guild icon with the logo on the back of their hands, everyone's pupils shrank. This group of people were members of the Smiling Coffin. The players in the strategy group immediately wanted to stand up, but they knew that their bodies were no longer under control, and then they discovered that there was a paralysis state next to the health bar. The slightly smarter player seemed to have thought of something. The player of the Knights of the Blood Alliance said with a smile. "Aren't you surprised? Haha, you idiots thought that if we got our guild's residence, we could be wiped out. If it wasn't for our permission, you would also want to know our guild's residence." All the people yelled. "Aren't you a member of the Knights of the Blood Alliance? You're actually playing a dirty trick. You're actually undercover, damn it, you traitor." Everyone couldn't believe that there was a ghost in their team, and the people who collapsed the most were the members of the Knights of the Blood Alliance. The senior members of their own family were actually members of the Smiling Coffin. A feeling of falling from the sky reverberated in the hearts of the Knights of the Blood Alliance. Looking at the desperate strategy team members, Fo praised the traitor of the Blood Alliance with a smile. "Well done. It's still Mr. Fo, your plan is great." After a little flattery, the player walked into the Smiling Coffin members behind Fo. Looking at Yayi who was slumped to the ground, Fo slowly walked to Yayi and squatted down, looking at him condescendingly. "Isn't it, what?" Before he could finish speaking, Blood Yang appeared directly in Yayi's hands, who had collapsed on the ground, and a black-red arc of light flashed across. Puff! Fo's left hand was directly cut off. He quickly stepped back and covered his left hand. The person smiling at the coffin instantly changed from a relaxed expression to a serious expression. And the man beside Fo with red eyes under the cloak directly turned around and grabbed the collar of the Blood Alliance traitor and asked, "Aren't you sure he drank a drink laced with paralyzing poison?" The Blood Alliance traitor was also surprised, and answered with a sad face. "It's true, Lord Shasa, I really saw him drink the drink." "Waste. Don't, Master Shasa, I." Without listening to the Blood Alliance traitor's answer, Shasa directly pierced the Blood Alliance traitor with his rapier, and his blood was instantly emptied, turning into pieces and flying away. Obviously such a ruthless scene, the group of players who smiled at the coffin turned a blind eye. Yayi raised his eyebrows when he saw it. "Although this player died, but you are too ignorant of life." After cleaning up the feeling of being shocked by the indifferent humanity of the Smiling Coffin, Yayi looked at the Smiling Coffins who were staring at him with fear, and said with a light smile, "Is it strange why I am not paralyzed? You must know that sometimes the eyes can deceive you. Since my whereabouts were accidentally exposed by the Titan's hand, I had already guessed that there was a traitor in the raiding group, but this traitor has always been cautious, and I couldn't find any clues. Today's sudden news caught me by surprise. How could you, who have always been like sewer rats, let the intelligence dealers get the news of your station so easily?" And I specially contacted Argo before and learned that the process of her getting the news was very easy. I started to suspect that this might be your trap. But the opportunity is not easy to come by, and I won't miss it easily, so here I am. You are seducing me out, and I don't want to send you all to the underground prison in the town of Beginning. All the players seemed so nervous along the way. Only the senior of the Blood Alliance looked relaxed, and that was nothing. At most, I thought he was in a good mood. Then he asked to rest, which was no problem. "Then come over and give me food." After I had eaten the food made by Asuna, he continued to ask me to drink a drink. All kinds of things made me doubt him, but I couldn't come to a conclusion. I simply followed him and pretended to drink the drink. The blind spot of vision blocked his sight, making him think that I had drank the drink, and what happened next was not what I expected. Looking at Yayi, who was chatting brightly, and seeing through all his designs, Fo couldn't help but want to applaud, and then he remembered that his left hand had been chopped off, and it would take a while to recover after drinking the potion. Before Fo could speak, Shasa, who was behind him, said with a grim expression on his face, So what, all the raiding groups have fallen to the ground, including your guild members, you can escape with your own skills, but these poor players are going to die. Or you stay alone and beat us 40 or so. Personal. Seeing the smugly smiling Coffin crowd, Yayi also smiled. Why should I run and why didn't you run? Smiling Coffin, everyone seemed to have heard a big joke and looked at each other. I heard that right. Who gave him such courage? The first place in the strategy group really made him swell to the point where he has no brains. Even the players of the Raiders team who collapsed on the ground felt that Yayi was too arrogant. Yayi smiled, not annoyed by the ridicule of others, and said in a low voice. If you don't try, how will you know if what I'm saying is true or false? After speaking, the petals gathered in his hand, and the meaning of the flower appeared in his hand, and the long spear rushed towards the smiling Coffin crowd. Looking at Yayi who was attacking, although they mocked Yayi for being over the top, they all knew that even if he couldn't do what he said, Yayi was still a very strong player and could not be treated sloppily. Yayi, who was charging at a high speed, quickly lowered his body, dodged a knife in the face, and picked up the gun by Huajianyi, instantly knocking the knife-wielding member into a floating state, and then one by one, he swiped his left hand on his waist, the dagger appeared in his hand, and then he turned sideways to dodge the other two sword blows, and the backhand Huajianyi crossed his chest to block the three attacks. Fell into paralysis. Withdrawing and leaving instantly, the smiling Coffin man immediately followed, two rapiers chasing from left and right, stabbing Yayi in the face. Yayi's high-intensity nerves made Yayi immediately respond. He turned his body to the left, dodged the right stab, and with a pick from the flower, he bounced back the stab on the right, making the sword master fall into a straight backhand to this sword. The master of the rapier is another dagger. Boom dash. The smiling Coffin member on the right instantly froze and fell down, and Yayi, who had completed the mission, carried the three sword skills directly behind Yayi's back. Shasa and other officials looked at Yayi, who was idling in the court under the siege of the guild members, and turned to Fo, who had already replied. President, let's go together and kill him. The shameless senior management of Smile Coffin directly played in person, and as expected, after Fo Shasa and other senior management joined, Yayi's pressure increased greatly. The original members of the Smiling Coffin couldn't get close to Yayi, but Yayi had already paralyzed 7 members by virtue of the pulling distance and the advantage of the spear. Now that the president and Cotters have joined, it is already close, and the advantages of Huajianyi have begun to turn into disadvantages. Moving lightly, Yayi took 2 steps back to avoid the 2 fatal attacks, the petals in his hands fluttered, and the meaning of the flowers dispersed. There's nothing to complain about, let's make the storm come more violently. Don't you support a wave of updating the powerful flowers evaluation? This is Chapter 10 *. Chapter 40 I am stronger than you can imagine. Looking at Yayi with his weapons scattered, Shasa laughed. What's wrong? I lost my fighting spirit, but we won't show mercy. After speaking, all the members of the Smiling Coffin swarmed up, looking at the men who rushed over. Yayi smiled. This is the challenge, then I have to start serious. What? Everyone's pupils shrank when they heard Yayi's words, and saw Yayi's right hand flames converged into a black-red long sword, and snowflakes appeared in his right hand to form a light blue hilt. Seeing that Yayi was equipped with 2 long swords at the same time, everyone who smiled in the coffin saw this strange scene, and they couldn't help but feel bad, but their dash skills had already been activated to rush towards Yayi, so they had to bite the bullet attack. Yayi Shuiyang swung upwards across his chest, cutting off the 4 oncoming attacks. Shadowless backhand slanted behind him, and the transparent blade accurately blocked the 3 stabs. A Smiling Coffin Cotter behind Yayi saw that the attacks of himself and others were directly blocked, and after careful observation, he suddenly said, "Be careful, the body of his other long sword is transparent without a trace, so be careful." After knowing the information, Fo and Shasa in the front led the members to continue to unleash their sword skills directly towards Yayi, only to see Yayi easily and short, dodging the attack of the smiling coffin's concentrated upper body, and turning his hands with the sword. Everyone in the circle close to Yayi had their ankles cut off, lost their balance and fell to the ground, and then Yayi's double swords lit up with auxiliary lights. 16 combo skills, Starburst Air Slash. Yayi turned into a butterfly and walked among the crowd, tumbling, jumping, idling, and turning sideways. Except for the sword skills of a few cotters in the smiling coffin, they could touch Yayi, and the rest could not bear a single move. After the set of 16 hits, only about 20 people remained in the smiling coffin in a blink of an eye. These players who murdered without blinking seemed to be starting to fear and slowly backed away. Shasa directly stabbed to death the most powerful member beside him, and said to them viciously, "What are you afraid of? He can grind him to death by grinding alone. Besides, he has to protect the members of the strategy team. Let's kill the paralyzed strategy team first, disrupt his rhythm, and then directly besiege him to death." I have to say that Shasa is still a bit brainy as a cotter, knowing that this is the only way to kill Yayi, but Yayi chuckled after hearing this. Shasa, who was in a serious mood, called out directly, "Why are you laughing?" Seeing his stern look, Yayi turned the long sword in both hands, the tip of the sword inserted into the ground, and the right hand held it empty. A piece of petals gathered, the white gold flower meaning appeared in the hand, the spear danced, the spear tip slashed the ground to form a slender straight line, and the voice said solemnly, "Those who cross the line will bear the consequences." Shasa laughed after hearing this. "Mr. Yayi, it's undeniable that you are powerful and outrageous, but do you think you can protect the trash behind you?" Immediately, the players in the strategy group behind Yayi were furious. "Hello. What did you say? Dare to give me time to relieve the paralysis? If I could move you, you'd be in jail long ago." Looking at the angry and shouting strategy team, Shasa's disdain became more and more obvious. "Look, I haven't seen the waste in form until now. Even if there is some strength, it is still a rabble." After waving his hands, the members of the smiling coffin rushed towards the players of the strategy group, completely ignoring Yayi's words. In fact, Yayi's words are still somewhat useful. Previously, with great strength, 1v43 subdued 20 people and let 5 or 6 new members enter the smiling coffin. The members who had not been completely distorted by foe hesitated for a while, but this time, those who did not hesitate to rush the smiling coffin member to Yayi has approached Yayi. The next scene made those hesitant smiling coffin members feel lucky. The dazzling sword skill radiated violent ripples across the air, Yayi turned into a light and shadow, and instantly passed through those people. Boom boom. In 5 seconds, the smiling coffins who crossed the line were all cut off, their limbs lost, and they all turned into rolling gourds. The 5 or 6 hesitant players in the back quickly stopped, and then kept retreating, their faces were horrified, and their fighting spirit was obviously destroyed by the 27th combo technique, Solar Eclipse. Soon these newly recruited members who were obviously unsettled could not stand the battle of unequal strength. This was not a battle, but a massacre. As if they had negotiated, they turned around and fled around. Shasa was obviously stunned when he saw this scene, and then cursed angrily. "Trash, it really is trash." When Shasa wanted to take further measures, Fo reached out and stopped him. As the guild president, he has a very important position in the hearts of these guild officials, so Shasa quieted down and stopped Shasa's Fo looking at Yayi and said, "Very good, the first person in the strategy team really deserves his reputation. This time we failed, but the matter is not over, we will have a future." After speaking, he turned around and wanted to take a few smiling coffin cotters around him and wanted to retreat. Looking at the smiling coffin, everyone was about to run away, and Klein, who had a loud voice, was lying on the ground and taunted directly. What? You are not a waste, and you are laughing at us. If we are not paralyzed, then you are not running faster. After he finished speaking, he spat, and heard Klein's mockery of Shasa and other smiling Coffin high-level officials trembling all over, but Fo seemed very calm, patted Shasa on the shoulder, and then took the lead in retreating. Glancing at Klein angrily, Shasa and the others followed closely behind Fo and prepared to retreat. At this time, Yayi, who was standing in front of the members of the strategy team, spoke directly. Did I say let you go? As soon as the voice fell, Yayi touched his waist, his wrist flicked again, and a large amount of black light shot into the woods. 5 or 6 screams rang out in the woods, accompanied by the muffled sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and there was a wailing from the woods. Fo and the others who were about to escape directly shrank their pupils. Throwing skills definitely cannot reach such an effective distance and power. What kind of ghost skills are these? Fo, who quickly determined that he could not escape, turned around with the rest of the members, the weapon like a kitchen knife reappeared in his hand, and looked at Yayi with a morbid smile. It seems that I can only try to kill you. Yayi heard his words and said with a smile. Who gave you confidence? Just the rotten fish and rotten shrimp around you. Fo waved his hand without refuting, and the smiling Coffin cotters around him who had been completely brainwashed rushed up without hesitation. The next scene directly made Yayi stunned. I saw that after the teammates rushed up, Fo and Shasa directly retracted their weapons and turned around and ran away. Yayi was stunned for a moment by selling their teammates so decisively. Then he reacted, and reached out to take out the prepared dagger from his waist. The swords wrapped in their hands rendered the two incapacitated. But the smiling Coffin cotters next to him rushed forward with frantic expressions. Yayi had no choice but to dodge sideways, pulling out a dagger with his backhand. After being interrupted for a while, Fo and Shasa had already run into the woods, leaving a vague back. The helpless Yayi still tried to keep them, but it was a pity that the 5 daggers shot out of his hands were blocked by the 2 and 1 was avoided. Over the ankle, shot on the arm. The 2 figures in the distance staggered for a while, then continued to run fast, and the figures disappeared into the woods in an instant. Just to earn these 60 UN, all my manuscripts are gone, and I have to kill my liver with my life. Asterisk. Chapter 41, The Destruction of the Smiling Coffin. Seeing that the cunning Fo and Shasa had disappeared, Yayi could only accept his fate. As expected, he was the villain in the anime who could survive until the UW chapter, which was really decisive. When he found out that he couldn't escape, and the possibility of defeating Yayi was basically negligible, he directly showed a desperate look, let himself relax his vigilance and thought he was going to fight hard instead of running away, and then used the guild members to directly drag him to run away. Yayi, who had suffered a loss, had no choice but to comfort himself. The smiling Coffin had already been destroyed by himself, and there was no way to make a big wave with 2 people. Instead, he vented his anger on the crazy smiling Coffin members dragging him. Soon their hands and feet were cut off by Yayi and they lost their ability to move. Fortunately, Sao didn't feel pain, and these people only temporarily lost their ability to move. Ignoring these people, Yayi turned around and went back to the members of the Silver Light Pavilion, helped them relieve their paralysis, and asked them to help other guilds to relieve the abnormal state. When the status was removed, Asuna jumped directly into Yayi's arms. It's all my fault. I didn't notice the obvious abnormality of that Blood Alliance traitor. I happily ate the food he handed me, and let Yayi face so many enemies alone. I'm really stupid. Looking at Asuna, who was blaming himself, Yayi said jokingly. Protecting Asuna is my lifelong belief. I am very happy to protect Asuna. Don't blame yourself for this kind of thing. It is you who need my protection that makes me feel so motivated in life. Asuna, who was coaxed by Yayi's love words, quickly stopped crying and blamed herself, and began to laugh and praise Yayi's greatness. Wow! You are amazing. That is, who is your husband? That is the first person in the strategy group. Yeah. So many people. It's okay, they must not have eaten enough just now, we will give them extra food. Hee, you have performed so well this time. After you go back, the intelligence dealer's newspaper will report on you, and you will become a hero. Then you are the hero's wife. Showing affection like no one else, the players in the strategy group were speechless for a while. Klein, who was not far away, directly said to Kirito, who was beside him with an envious expression, "Grandpa Ye is really too strong. If I were too strong, I'd be sure that many girls would post it upside down." Kirito quipped. "Not only strong but also handsome." "Kirito, are you implying that I'm ugly?" "That's what you think, I didn't say that." "Kirito, you will lose my good friend." After recovering from the excitement of the rest of their lives, everyone got together to chat directly, praising Yayi's strength and expressing joy at finally solving the dangerous murder guild, the Smiling Coffin. Not far away, Sing, who had just recovered, was chatting with Chi-Tai and the others. It was basically Chi-Tai and the others who were raving about Yayi. When I first heard them praise Yayi, Sing was very happy, and sometimes interjected, "Tai-seong, President Yayi is really amazing." Yes, 40 or so. It's ridiculously strong. You said yes, luckily. Kita and others who were chatting happily suddenly didn't hear Sing's voice, they turned their heads and saw that she was looking at a place in a daze. Then Kita and the others followed Sing's eyes. Asuna was holding Yayi while crying and talking what, then Yayi kept coaxing him, and Asuna broke into laughter after a while, and the two hugged each other like glue. As if they understood something in an instant, Chi-Tai and the others pushed Sing directly to Yayi's side, and then they all walked away. Seeing Sing being pushed over by Chi-Tai and the others, Yayi asked softly, "Fortunately, is there anything you want to say to me?" Sing Zheng, who was pushed to Yayi's side, was at a loss, and there was Asuna. Fortunately, he was a little embarrassed to be answered by Yayi's blushing and stammering answer. Oh, that, what to do with the members of these smiling coffins?" Yayi knew that Sing had a good impression of herself, so she didn't find it strange, she replied normally. "Oh. Send these people to prison as usual." Luckily, who got the answer, didn't leave. She stayed where she was, looking awkward. Yayi continued to ask her question in a low voice, seeing that she was hesitating to speak. "Anything else?" Asked by Yayi, Sing finally said what he wanted to say to Yayi after he recovered. "Sorry, it's all my fault that we let President Yayi face 40 people alone, and he has to be distracted to protect us. I really feel so stupid that I didn't notice the abnormality of that person." Doesn't this sound a bit familiar? Isn't it the same as what Asuna said just now? Seeing Sing, who cried while talking, Yayi's head was as big as a bucket. He had no choice but to release her from Asuna's inexplicable eyes. He walked to Sing and reached out to touch the top of her head. "Hey, it's all right, don't you still believe in my strength? Besides, I couldn't be sure when I got so much information at the time. You fell in love just because the smiling coffin was too cunning. Don't blame yourself, darling." Just like coaxing her younger sister, Yayi finally coaxed her luck and sent her back to Kitai and the others. Yayi turned around and looked at Asuna's meaningful eyes. Yayi, who was staring at Asuna's guilty conscience, looked directly at him. "Stray to another place." Then Asuna's faint words came from Yayi's ear. "Jun, Yayi is too popular with girls. Being a wife is so stressful." Hearing Asuna's voiceover, Yayi knew that Asuna didn't blame herself, she just felt that she was too good, which created a sense of crisis. Yayi stepped forward and hugged her. "Asuna, my love for you will not change. I not only want to marry you in the game, but I want to stay with you for life in reality, and let you give me a big fat boy. The first words Asuna heard sweet for a while, but the words at the end made Asuna shy and patted Yayi's chest lightly. I'm only 16, I'm still underage, don't bring up such an embarrassing topic. But Yayi above didn't give up at all, and then asked. Asuna, don't you want to have the crystal of our love with me? The thin-skinned Asuna was shy and spit out the word like a mosquito humming. Yayi with ears pricked heard without exception, he hugged Asuna tightly. Don't worry, it will be there soon. The hugged Asuna changed her face when she heard Yayi's words, and asked very simply. Jun Yayi, does Sao still have a reproductive system? Looking at the ignorant Asuna, who looked like if Yayi said that he might have a baby for Yayi, Yayi lightly sniffed the scent of her hair and pretended to be mysterious. You'll know then. The wise Asuna wisely chose to remain silent. Yayi did not say that there must be his reasons, but he chose to believe him. Gently moving in Yayi's arms, Asuna felt suddenly grateful to the programmer who kept everyone trapped in this world, Kayaba Akiyako. Chapter 12, I am the author of the society, there are not many cruel words, continue to cheer, Ollie. By the way, please collect. There are only so many for the time being. For the rest, I am trying my best to write 36,000 words before 2400 hours. Remember to do a good job of evaluating flowers. Don't say it anymore, the author went to code words with tears, woo woo xx woo woo asterisk. Chapter 42, The Temptation of Kayaba Akiyako. The news of the demise of the smiling coffin, like a rock that stirred up 1,000 waves, pierced through the entire Aincrad like the wind. And then Yayi was praised. People realized Yayi's power more deeply, and his 4 special skills were also known by everyone. Weapon Master, integrate all weapons, switch ever-changing weapons, and form a variety of tactics. One person is a team. Infinite Gun, freely combine all gun-related skills to create amazing combos. There are many types of gun-related skills. In theory, the Infinite Gun has infinite possibilities just like its name. 2 Sword Flow, you can equip 2 one-handed weapons, which is equivalent to twice the damage of normal players, and there are 16 combo skills, Starburst Air Slash and 27 combo skills, Eclipse. Hand-wrapped Sword, throwing strengthens special skills, enhances the damage of throwing items, and can apply special poison on the throwing items to cause abnormal conditions to the enemy, and it is no longer limited to throw only one item at a time. People are madly amazed, as long as anyone has one of these special skills, they can stand out in the Master Gathering strategy group, and Yayi has 3 by himself. In fact, what they don't know is that Yayi also has one special skill, that is to draw a sword. This skill was obtained by fluke, because the requirement to obtain the skill is to only use the sword drawing skill, not the sword-based skill. It stands to reason that players who do not use the sword do not use the sword-based skill. The harsh conditions of this skill are passed directly. Full server player. But Yayi has a master of weapons, and Yayi has not found good materials for the knife weapon, and asked Liz to make it. Although the knife used is already a rare weapon for other players, most of Yayi is in the only draw the knife and attack when you can. At that time, Yayi was also confused when he learned about the conditions for obtaining this skill, and then he couldn't help laughing and laughing. What a strange obtaining condition, and the sword drawn slash did not live up to the prestige of the special skill. Draw sword, there are only 2 special skills, the first is the upward stroke of the sword, and the second is the quick next batch. The damage of the 2 is the sum of the damage of the sword skills you have learned, but it has a high cooldown time. Yayi, who saw the skill introduction at that time, was directly frightened by this terrifying skill. The sum of the damage of all the sword-related skills he learned was still worth it. Later, Yayi directly abandoned the spear and sword for a while, and frantically practiced the sword-related skills, ready to cut the sword. It was reserved for the killing skill, and at the same time, he asked Argo to obtain information on the legendary ore. In the office of the president of the Knights of the Blood Alliance on the 72nd floor, Kayaba, who goes by the pseudonym Heathcliff, read the guild documents, reached out and rubbed his temples, stood up and turned his head to look out the window. "Yeah, I only have 5 of the 10 special skills I designed. It seems that it will be very interesting at the 100th floor." Apparently Heathcliff used GM privileges to view Yayi's personal information, and he knew better than anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, a cotter of the Knights of the Blood came in from outside the door. He panted and said to Heathcliff, "Yes, President, the smile coffin was destroyed. It all depends on Yayi, the president of Yingyang Pavilion. He has 3 special skills that are comparable to yours: infinite spear, double sword flow, wrapped sword in his hand, and the most terrifying master of weapons." Before the cotter could finish speaking, Heathcliff interrupted him directly. "Okay, I know this information." This cotter is obviously a fanatical supporter of Heathcliff and said directly and anxiously, "President, whether it's the strategy team or the low-level players outside, they're bragging about Yayi, and they even compare your sacred sword to make you worthless. We're too incompetent if we don't say anything, even now. The Silver Light Pavilion is powerful, but our Blood Alliance knights are not made of mud." Heathcliff turned to look at him. His eyes seemed to be able to read people's hearts and see the player through. Kayaba, also known as Heathcliff, knew that the officers of the guild hoped that they could make an appointment with Yayi PK, and the Knights of the Blood Alliance would have great prestige no matter the outcome. If you win, you can blow the guild leader even if he has only 1 special skill, but he still defeats Yayi who has 5 special skills. If he loses, it's natural to say that Yayi has 5 skills, so it's not normal to defeat his own guild leader. Besides, even if the guild leader is facing such a strong opponent, he can fight against him for a period of time before losing. No matter how the Knights of the Blood Alliance can promote a wave of popularity without shame, when the guild adds new members, those players will definitely consider the Knights of the Blood Alliance, so that the number of people can surpass the Silver Light Pavilion. Kayaba saw it very clearly, but this challenge was exactly what he wanted, so he simply agreed and waved the cotter to step down. Watching his face excitedly retreat, he started shouting loudly as soon as he went out. Kayaba shook his head and continued to look out the window. "A brave man named Yayi. What a surprise you can bring me." When the players of Aincrad were still immersed in the destruction of Yayi by the smiling coffin, a bigger news shocked them, that is, the man named Heathcliff, the leader of the Knights of the Blood, was going to challenge Yayi, and Heathcliff was also a special skill owner. His special skill is called Holy Sword. As a special skill intelligence dealer that has already been exposed, there is only one piece of information, which is from the mouths of the members of the Knights of the Blood Alliance. When our president led the team to attack the defending boss, the health bar never dropped to the yellow area. At that time, many people couldn't believe it. Heathcliff, as a sword and shield, has always resisted the damage output of the boss in the current row, but his health bar never reached the yellow area. Later, many people began to suspect that the members of the Knights of the Blood were bragging and were attacked by the raiding group. The guild was ridiculed wildly, and the members of the guild were dissatisfied. Heathcliff forced Heathcliff to stand up and tell the reason, that is, he had a unique special skill, the Holy Sword. There is no specific and detailed data on the sacred sword. The intelligence dealer does not have any information. Heathcliff is basically not interested in things other than attacking the boss. When everyone sees him, he is attacking the boss, so the intelligence dealer can never catch up. Let's inquire within the Knights of the Blood Guild. Even if I ask the cotters of the Knights of the Blood Alliance who often show up, their answers are hesitant, and they can't say why. Many people also have a lot of expectations for the equally mysterious sacred sword. So this battle attracted the attention of all Aincrad players. Now Heathcliff has sent out a challenge invitation, and the rest depends on how Yayi responds. Whether to agree, or to shrink back timidly, everyone was looking forward to Yayi's answer. 36,000 words have been written, and it is estimated that there are 2 to 3 chapters left. This is the 13th chapter. After this update, I may update 1 chapter a day in the next few days. Have pity on the humble author. Shouldn't the author who takes his life to make readers feel good to comment on flowers? Is this the good author of Feilu? I got asterisk. Chapter 43 Heathcliff's Gauntlet. The early morning sun shone into the cabin, and the breeze blew into the room through the balcony, awakening Yayi's sleeping consciousness. Confused, Yayi subconsciously reached out and hugged the side, but he hugged him empty, opened his eyelids that were almost glued together, and the beautiful woman beside him was nowhere to be seen. Yayi guessed that Asuna should make breakfast in the kitchen. Lazily stretched on the bed, Yayi sighed that he was a winner in life. Then he rolled over on the bed. The warmth and aroma of Asuna still lingered on the bed, making Yayi intoxicated. Then he suddenly thought of why he was so intoxicated, and went to hug Asuna. Now that she is his wife, she could do it if she thought of it. Yayi got up and walked to the kitchen. The bright sun shines on Asuna, her slender back is matched with orange hair, and the temperament of a good wife and good mother emerges spontaneously. Maybe he heard footsteps behind him or had a special feeling with Yayi, Asuna said softly without looking back. Are you up? Breakfast will be ready soon. Hearing Asuna's gentle voice, Yayi suddenly felt a very warm feeling, walked gently behind her, and hugged her. Asuna, who is already an old husband and wife, still has a little girlish shyness, and the soft body that was held in Yayi's arms stiffened for a while and then slowly relaxed. Gently leaning her delicate body against Yayi's arms, Asuna greedily took a sip of Yayi's breath, then coaxed her like a child. I'm still making breakfast. Come on, go out and wait. He was obviously a teenager, but Yayi still hugged Asuna like a child and said, Go ahead, I just want to hug you. Asuna, who was dumbfounded, didn't ask any more. He knew that Yayi seemed to have some knot in his heart, as if he was afraid of losing himself. Continuing to make breakfast, after a while the breakfast is ready, Yayi also let go of Asuna contentedly. The two were eating and talking about where to level up today, as if they were not doing something dangerous but traveling, but they did have this ability. After eating and drinking, Yayi took Asuna out and walked towards the portal on the 22nd floor. When Yayi was in the town on the 22nd floor, Yayi felt that the players here seemed to be looking at him. Although he was very famous in the past, the players at that time only greeted him politely, which is not like looking at him now fanatical, talking about himself. Yayi, who had long since stopped wearing a cloak, had a numb scalp, and quickly took Asuna's little hand and stepped onto the portal. The light lit up and disappeared. Yayi and Asuna disappeared in the safe town, leaving the players who were talking about it with a sigh. The phenomenon became even more obvious when they reached the 72nd floor. Even these advanced players were even more fanatical, so they came up to Yayi and asked for an autograph. Yayi was sweating profusely, and finally brought Asuna to the Yingyang Pavilion station. He saw Yulai, the secretary of the royal sister, standing at the door of the guild. After seeing Yayi's arrival, he stepped forward directly. He grabbed Yayi, dragged him directly into the guild, and took him to the president's office, leaving Asuna standing alone outside the guild door with a puzzled look on his face. In the president's office, Yayi slowly sat down on the chair, and then heard Yuliel say, President Yayi, the story of your destruction of the smiling coffin yesterday has spread to all floors of Aincrad through the newspapers of the intelligence dealers. Your 4 special skills made everyone stunned. Now everyone thinks that you are a hero and lead everyone to safety. Clear this death game. Seeing Yulai hurriedly dragging herself in and talking about this, Yayi has an expression that I have guessed for a long time. I can guess this. Besides, I'm a hero, aren't I? Seeing Yayi playing tricks, Yulai chuckled lightly. Indeed, President Yayi is a hero, I always think so. Then I saw her face turn serious. But more than that, Heathcliff, the president of the Knights of the Blood Alliance, heard about your strength, President Yayi. He was only interested in defeating bosses and gave you a strategy. After speaking, he took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Yayi. Oh! This time, it was Yayi's turn to be surprised. Yayi, who had watched the anime, knew that this Heathcliff was the biggest boss, Kayaba Akihiko, but he gave himself a gauntlet and wanted to PK with himself. Yayi, who has watched the anime, has the most incomprehensible villain in the Sword Art Online series is Kayaba Akihiko. This is really a villain that can only be described as strange. There is no dispute that he is indeed a bad person. In order to satisfy his illusion, he imprisoned 10,000 players in this game, which has violated the legal crime of privately imprisoning others. But after experiencing the game that has become real, Yayi doesn't have that much hatred for Kayaba Akihiko. This game satisfies his vision of traveling through another world, and even allows him to meet the love of his life, Asuna. For this game, Yayi no longer thinks it's just a game like when he watched the anime. He began to understand the idea of Kirito in the anime, and he began to have a different kind of emotion for this game. Kayaba Akihiko asked him to single out, but Yayi still couldn't figure it out. Was he really just wanting to see his strength on the surface, or was there another purpose? Yayi, who couldn't figure it out, simply stopped thinking about this terrible thing. In the anime, Kayaba Akihiko, who can beat Kirito with a special skill, turned on the system to accelerate, and Kayaba Akihiko with 5 skills added him with a sacred sword. Wanting to defeat him is tantamount to a fool's dream. Reaching out to take the gauntlet, Yayi glanced at the content, reached out and took the pen, signed the name, and handed it back to Yuli. Say hello to Heathcliff, president of the Knights of the Blood Alliance for me, and said that I agree to his PK request. Let him decide the time and place. Yuli took the envelope back, turned around and walked out the door. The door opened and bumped into Asuna, who was trying to push the door in. Looking at Yuli, who was excited, Asuna asked Yayi with a puzzled face. Mr. Yayi, what happened just now that Lia dragged you to the office in such a hurry? Now where are you going in such a hurry? Yayi immediately told him about Heathcliff's invitation to PK. After listening to Yayi's words, Asuna stretched her index finger to her chin and recalled it. Heathcliff? I remember that although he is the nominal president of the Knights of the Blood, in fact, most of the guild's affairs are handled by the officers of the Knights of the Blood, and he himself is only keen on attacking and defending the boss. How could it be? Do you want to invite Yayi-jun to PK? Yayi stood up, walked over to Asuna, and said with a relaxed expression. We are not him, how can we guess what he thinks, but I will definitely not lose. Looking at Yayi with a relaxed expression, the handsome face of the young man, the confidence exuding all over his body, the unmistakable tone of voice made Asuna fascinated, and the girl coquettishly complied. Of course, I have always believed that Yayi is the most powerful one for others, and the most special one for me, he. The adoration of the girl made Yayi, who was already confident, feel like his combat power exploded. If you are modest, you can say that he can hit 10 Kayaba Akihiko. But Yayi is not really so arrogant. He is very aware that Kayaba Akihiko has GM authority, and it will be difficult to deal with it when he hides himself. After all, Yayi has always believed in despising the enemy strategically. Tactically, pay attention to the enemy. Reaching out and holding Asuna, Yayi said with a smile. Heathcliff shouldn't choose to PK today, so let's level up according to the original plan today. After he finished speaking, he pulled Asuna out of the Silver Light Pavilion and ran to the labyrinth area on the 57th floor. Along the way, Yayi also slowly got used to the way players looked at him. The only thing that was a little annoying were the intelligence dealers, who kept chasing Yayi when they were running around town to ask for information on special skills. This is the 14th chapter. The update is so powerful that I don't need to suggest anything. You can't put on your pants and leave when you're cool. It's so unfair to me, isn't it? Funny. I believe that you are all honest readers. I will never say anything about the next time. I will continue to code the new chapter. This chapter is 3,000 words, and I feel that if I post 2,000 words, I will post it again. One chapter, simply write a 3,000 word chapter for the next chapter. I used to say that my update was not good. Now I know how cow black and white are, haha. So sometimes people don't know that they have such great potential without pushing themselves. Next time, don't vote so much at one time. If you want to vote, remember to vote only once a day with 12,000 words. I may be too late. If not this time there is a manuscript. Asterisk. Chapter 44. The villain is difficult to deal with. Since Yayi took Asuna out of the guild, the intelligence dealers who heard the news were like cats smelling fishy, and the bee chrysalis chased him and asked for detailed information about the special skills. Yayi was immediately laughed at by this group of people. Special skills are unique to him. Will anyone expose their cards to others? Asking such a question is really out of my mind. Simply ignoring them, Yayi walked out of town with Asuna, who knew that this group of intelligence mongers were still thieves, and followed Yayi and Asuna closely. He turned around and took Asuna into an alley next to him. The intelligence dealers in the back didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and immediately followed. After entering the alley, Yayi immediately stopped, turned to look at the intelligence dealers who followed behind him, and asked them expressionlessly. "What exactly do you mean?" The one who answered him was indeed the thinnest of the several intelligence dealers. It seemed that he was the leader of this group of disgusting intelligence dealers. Yayi was disgusted when he looked at him with a thief, and when he heard him say Yayi his senses fell again. That high-pitched voice was like a drake that was strangled by its neck, unpleasant and harsh. "We just want to know your special skill information, President Yayi, and how you got these special skills. We hope to get this information to benefit the strategy team, improve their strength, and make this death game clear earlier." Yayi laughed directly. This group of people was also shameless. They knew that they couldn't ask them directly, so they pulled back the righteousness for the benefit of all players and hoped that they would provide information. Did you save too many players from this death game and be regarded as a hero by everyone, so you have to give everything for righteousness? Then Yayi can only answer him sorry, these things can't restrain him, saving people is just out of human nature, the hero is also installed for him by all the players, Yayi has not always advertised himself as a hero. And this group of people is qualified to blame themselves on the moral high ground? Yayi just wanted to reply. 10 yuan and 3 keys, would you rather match them? Just when I was about to speak to this thief-eyed man, who knew that Asuna, who was beside him, opened his mouth angrily. Jun Yayi led everyone to raid the floor, and saved so many players for the benefit. Besides, why should I tell you that special skills are private secrets? After all, Asuna is only a 16-year-old girl, and she doesn't have that many thoughts, so her words can't make the sly-eyed man speechless. I saw him shrugging his shoulders with a proud look on his face. Those mung bean-like eyes were already small enough, but now they squinted and raised their eyebrows lightly. Hey, President Yayi, the hero that Aincrad's players admired, turned out to be such a selfish person. Isn't it just information about a few skills? So you hide it for fear of being surpassed by others who also know about it and get special skills? Sure enough, the title of hero is a false mask for President Yayi. As soon as Yayi opened his mouth, he knew that the thief-eyed man was an old onmyoji, but Asuna, who was beside him, was blushing, as if he was outraged by this thief-eyed man. Gently squeezed Asuna's little hand, Yayi gave her a look. As an old husband and wife, Asuna is very aware of Yayi's strong mouth, knowing that he wants to take revenge on himself and will start to hate this thief. The original anger turned into schadenfreude, looking at the thief with the eyes of the thief like a good show. The intelligence dealer was seen inexplicably. When he was still wondering if there were any loopholes in what he said, Yayi opened his mouth. First, I have never advertised myself as a hero, but I have saved a lot of people, and everyone admires me. And saving people is also out of human nature, even if they don't want to save. Most of Aincrad's players are not qualified to accuse me. Because there is a mechanism that can be killed in the wild, everyone is on guard against each other, and it is normal to see death. Especially you who are standing in front of me, as intelligence dealers. In order to get information, you can only level up in various ways. District running around, I believe I have seen players die in front of you more than once. On the contrary, I saved those people, but you can't save them, so you deserve to talk about selfishness with me. The second special skill is private. You don't even think about asking people's privacy. Seeing that the thief-eyed man opened his mouth and wanted to refute, Yayi directly interrupted him by waving his hand. Don't mention any righteousness to me. As I said just now, you are not as qualified as me to accuse me of righteousness. Also, don't think that I don't know your thoughts, and I am going to use the names of all players in Aincrad to obtain information. Sell it to those raiding guilds at a high price, and violate other people's privacy for the sake of profit. You are also worthy of letting me tell you the information. After hearing Yayi's words, the thief-eyed man didn't have the slightest bit of shame on his face, he just quibbled. President Yayi, you are stealing the concept. We are small intelligence mongers. Of course, our limited ability can only help us die, but you are different. Yayi was shocked. It was the first time that he knew that a person can be so thick-skinned. He didn't feel ashamed for so many words, and he was able to refute the sophistry. Yayi admired it very much, but it didn't affect me to continue scolding you. Oh? Then let me ask, they all climbed up from the first floor. Why is there such a big gap in ability? One sentence made the head of the intelligence dealer speechless. This is really impossible to answer, even if he is thick-skinned. Immediately afterwards, his expression changed from sluggish to vicious, and he threatened. President Yayi turns out to be such a person, so it's good that I will publicize these things. After turning around and wanting to leave, Yayi looked at the backs of the group of people and said lightly. I'll tell you the whole thing. Who do you think Aincrad's players believe more, and as intelligence dealers, you know that there are quests in SAO that can eliminate orange names. In an instant, the backs of these intelligence dealers stopped, and then the thief-eyed man turned his head and looked at Yayi with a flattering smile. Ah! President Yayi was just joking. We know it's normal for you as a hero to have some privacy. Looking at this man with thief eyebrows and mouse eyes, who looked like two different people, Asuna laughed outright. The silver bell-like laughter not only did not make him feel ashamed, but even more flatteringly said. Your lord has taken me as fart a lot. Looking at this intelligence dealer, Yayi also felt that he had really learned a lot. It was true that Lin's eye was so big that he had all kinds of birds. He waved his hands in disgust and told him to get out. Seeing that Yayi didn't care about him anymore and waved his hands to get out, he immediately turned around and ran away with a few intelligence dealers. Looking at the people who had left, Asuna looked at Yayi and asked suspiciously. When did Lord Yayi be so generous? Those few people just now were so hateful. Yayi smiled. I didn't say I was going to let them go. After speaking, he stretched out his hand and opened the system, clicked on the friend bar to find Argo, sent her some information on how he got his special skills, and also shared the information about the intelligence dealers he met today. The next scene can be imagined. This group of intelligence mongers must be shouting and beating with rats in the street in the future. Yayi turned off the system and turned to Asuna. Small people like this don't need to preach morality to them, and they don't obey their rules. They may trick us at some point in the future, so they must be made to fear us. The smart Asuna quickly understood Yayi's thoughts and looked at him admiringly. Wow! Lord Yayi knows a lot. Yayi instead smiled plainly. The more you've experienced, the clearer it will be. Well, let's go on. After dealing with the intelligence dealers who were following him, Yayi in a good mood dragged Asuna and continued to run towards the leveling area agreed upon today. Asterisk. Chapter 45, The First PK with Kayaba, Part 1. After Yuli visited the Knights of the Blood Alliance, the news of Yayi's promise to PK quickly spread throughout Aincrad. Two PKs with their own special skills must be very exciting, and the power of special skills can also be seen. So far, Aincrad's players have little knowledge about special skills, and they can't even tell that there is such a thing. At that time, when Heathcliff was revealed to have a unique special skill, the Holy Sword, everyone was very concerned about how Heathcliff got this special skill. After all, who doesn't want to have their own skills, but Heathcliff just concentrates on attacking the boss, and has no intention of answering this question, and the intelligence dealers have no way to take him. Now, Yayi, the chairman of Yingyang Pavilion, has also been revealed to have special skills or 4 kinds of special skills. He even agreed to Heathcliff's PK invitation. Then Aincrad's biggest intelligence dealer, Argo, revealed how Yayi obtained the 4 special skills. The weapon master was owned by Yayi when he started the server, and Yayi was not particularly clear about it. The condition for obtaining the infinite gun is that the player who has acquired the most gun-related skills can obtain it. It is said that Yayi described that he was completing the task at that time. After learning a certain number of gun-related skills, the system prompts him to appear directly in his skill column, so he speculated that it may be available to players with the most gun skills. Deolu Yayi is also vague about this, saying that he found it in Yayi's skill column one morning. Yayi knows that this is for the players with the fastest neural response in the whole server, but Yayi can't say without a basis. Before Kayaba Akiyako did not say it, he was confused about getting this, and the rest of him were special. Skills are acquired conditions based on the situation. The sword wrapped in the hand was given by the system because Yayi's throwing skill was the first in the entire server. The players in the strategy group contacted Argo to inquire about the accuracy of the information. Argo responsibly told them that this was the information that Yayi himself said, and resentfully told these people what happened to Yayi. The information is told to myself for free, and there is no charge for a penny, so this information is also provided to the majority of players for free. In comparison, the thief-eyed man wanted to use his moral level to threaten Yayi to obtain information, and then auctioned off special skill information to make a lot of money. Yayi's behavior made all players admire him even more. Soon the snarky intelligence dealer and his intelligence organization couldn't get along in the strategy group, so they could only look at the old intelligence and go to the middle-level players' floor to spend their days. Of course, this is another story. Aincrad's players were also amazed when they learned the conditions for obtaining these skills. It would be great if someone could complete one of these harsh conditions, but Yayi did it all. PK is more full of expectations. The time was finally set on the second day. The players frantically discussed who could win. Of course, without exception, they all felt that Yayi's 4 special skills were basically a sure win. After all, how can one fight 4? But Heathcliff once also led the Knights of the Blood Alliance to conquer many floors, and he and his holy sword were not vain. That powerful defense made it impossible for those floor bosses to beat him to yellow blood. Some business-minded players have already opened the market, betting that Yayi and Heathcliff will win. But most of the people were betting on Yayi. The odds of Yayi and Heathcliff finally stabilized at 1 to 12. It seems that the general public thinks that Yayi will win. What's more, they directly bet on how long Heathcliff can last or how long it can last, causing the members of the Knights of the Blood Alliance who respect their own president to grit their teeth, but they can't refute it. After all, even they themselves have secretly bet. The next day, the weather was fine. In the security zone on the 72nd floor, Yayi and Heathcliff stood on the competition stage and looked at each other. Yayi looked solemn, but Heathcliff was expressionless, as if Yayi was the PK side of this unfair situation. The surrounding stands were full of people. They shouted and supported the people they liked, as if they had turned into fanatical fans, making this serious PK duel like a fan meeting. A panel appeared in front of Yayi, which was a PK invitation sent by Heathcliff. The two sides did not conduct a death PK, and the side with the first yellow blood bar was judged to be the loser. Reaching out and focusing heavily on confirmation, then the petals in his hand fluttered, and the white gold flower meaning appeared in his hand, lightly holding a gun flower. The weapon of the holy sword also appeared in Heathcliff's hand on the opposite side, and the thick sword and shield slammed on the ground, causing a burst of dust. When Yayi was confirmed, the front of the two people's perspective, that is, the center of the two people, lit up the system number 59. 58. 1. Start. When the preparation time was over, Yayi fired at Heathcliff like a cannonball. The tip of the gun pointed directly at Heathcliff. The brilliance of his skills caused a wave of ripples in the high-speed movement. In the face of Yayi's ferocious attack, Heathcliff raised his shield and blocked it directly in front of him. Under normal circumstances, Yayi's attack would definitely be blocked. However, the corner of Yayi's mouth rose slightly. Just when Hua Jianyi's spear tip was about to hit Heathcliff's shield, Yayi's next action surprised many people. Heathcliff was ready for Yayi's spear to hit the tip and use the special technique announced by Yayi to bounce back and make him straight, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. I saw the flower in Yayi's hand turning into petals and flying. His left foot directly touched the ground with his toes, and with his skill, he directly drove his body to rotate sideways, and then appeared on the left side of Heathcliff. Heathcliff's shield was in front of him, and there was no defense at all on the left side. The flames in Yayi's hands converged, turning into a black-red blood sun, and the single basic skill, slashing, fell directly. When seeing the shield suddenly appearing to the left of Heathcliff, that is, in front of him, Yayi's pupils shrank, he immediately retracted his sword without hesitation, and jumped back a few times to distance himself. There was a huge scream from the audience, and everyone was shocked by this very brief confrontation. Yayi's superb technique, combined with his unrestrained imagination and the stunning offensive of the weapon master, were directly resolved by Heathcliff's absolute reaction. It turned out that Yayi's stunning offensive players all felt that the outcome was decided, and they all held a trace of regret, but Heathcliff proved with his own strength that this battle would not be very fast. The players who acted as spectators first saw Yayi's offensive being stunned and fell silent, and then saw Heathcliff quickly defuse it and shouted wildly. Ignoring the shouts in the audience, Yayi's originally raised mouth also calmed down, and he looked at Heathcliff with a solemn expression. As expected, he used system permissions to speed up his thinking, allowing him to react to his own offensive. Taking a deep breath, the blood sun dissipated, and the meaning of the flower appeared in his hand. The white gold flower was on the chest. Yayi looked at Heathcliff. The response was good. Heathcliff still had that expressionless feeling, but in fact he was already very shocked. This player named Yayi's strength was only at the beginning of PK and directly forced him to use the system to speed up. Looking at Heathcliff, who didn't answer his own words, Yayi continued to say something without making fun of himself, and directly pulled out an afterimage and continued to attack. I have nothing to say, blame me for being cheap, and voted for another 12,000, I split everyone, this is the first chapter. Asterisk. Chapter 46, The First PK with Kayaba, Part 2. After the acceleration of the system, Heathcliff was indeed stronger than a star and a half. Yayi's hands danced with countless afterimages, and the high-speed spear attacked by any other player in the strategy team couldn't hold it for a few seconds. but Heathcliff on the opposite side has been completely holding on for about a minute, and there is no way to use Heathcliff with the free combination skills of the infinite gun. Yayi started to get anxious. After all, the young man wasn't calm enough, so he directly gritted his teeth and used the ultimate move that combined all his gun-type skills. The 31 combo skill that gathers all spear-type skills burst into a violent brilliance. Yayi named his amazing skill Doom, which means the end of the enemy. Heathcliff with system acceleration turned on is still so strong, and the top 20 combos of his skills have no pressure on him at all. However, after 20 shots, Yayi's speed of waving Huajianyi became faster, his complexion began to change, and he began to be unable to keep up with Yayi's speed. The players in the auditorium saw that Yayi's skill had already hit 8 consecutive hits and the skill assist light had not disappeared. They exclaimed the power of the special skill, and then they were even more surprised at the back. They saw that Yayi hit the 20-hit combo very quickly, but it didn't stop. What was even more surprising was Heathcliff's 20-hit combo. Kirito, Klein and Agil in the stands were watching Yayi's brilliant light effect, and Yayi who had released 20 attacks and still had not stopped. Klein touched his chin and said with a complicated expression, "Hey. These two are too perverted. Agil is pretty good. After all, having special skills must have something special." Kirito agreed and nodded. Indeed, Brother Yi has always been the top in every aspect since he was a child. Immediately afterward, they saw the situation on the field begin to become clear. After 20 attacks, Yayi's swing speed became faster, and Heathcliff's defense began to struggle. Heathcliff blocked the first 20 hits with ease, and could even use the rebounding skills Yayi taught all players to counter Yayi, forcing Yayi to dodge. Now, he can only resist the skills with difficulty, and the situation is simply going downhill. Yayi in the field looked at Heathcliff, who was able to persevere even though he struggled to resist. Swiping a glance at the health bar in the viewing angle, "I have lost a lot of blood, but Heathcliff has lost less than himself." Even though the tactical style is changeable, this Heathcliff is like a tortoise shell, relying on the system to accelerate to resist all attacks and find opportunities to counterattack. Yayi can't help but suffer 2 losses, and his natural HP is lower than Heathcliff. However, Yayi just glanced at the health bar and was distracted for less than a second, but after the system accelerated, Heathcliff directly and quickly caught the tiny flaw, directly reflected Yayi's flower meaning, and the sword-shaped shield directly topped it. On Yayi belly. After reacting, Yayi immediately interrupted the skill and leaned back, but he was still thrown out by Heathcliff. He rolled around in a daze, and part of the blood bar disappeared again. It was only 1 step away from the yellow tightness. Grab it? An incomparable sense of anxiety flooded his mind directly, took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Yayi thought carefully. According to the rhythm of the infinite gun just now, it is estimated that even the Heathcliff with the system acceleration turned on at the 30th or 31st shot will not be able to resist, and there must be flaws, which means that in terms of reaction, now I have surpassed the opening. The system accelerated Heathcliff wouldn't be so embarrassed if he hadn't been distracted and paid attention to the health bar to give him a chance. In the light and flint, Yayi thought about everything clearly, and his mentality returned to calm again, watching Heathcliff charged aggressively with his sword and shield. With his hands directly touching his waist and shaking his wrist, 5 black lights flew directly to the key points of Heathcliff. If one hit Heathcliff, it would directly turn into yellow blood and lose the game. But unfortunately, it was impossible for others to resist the attacks that could only be avoided. With the help of the system acceleration, Heathcliff directly blocked these 5 attacks and approached Yayi. Huajianyi directly blocked the long sword that was slashing in the face, and Heathcliff tried to use the shield to hit Yayi directly. If Yayi was hit this time, his low blood volume would directly turn into yellow blood and lose the game. But Yayi, who had suffered this loss, wouldn't be fooled again, and the blocking Huajianyi danced in a circle, and the spear and sickle hit the shield directly, swaying the fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, the meaning of the flowers turned into petals and disappeared, the flames danced with the ice chips, and the blood sun and shadowless appeared in the hands in the collision of ice and fire. 27 Combo skills of the top 2 swordsmen, Solar Eclipse. The quick response. Heathcliff adjusted his body directly, the shield blocked in front of him, and there was a sound of weapons colliding. Heathcliff directly blocked Yayi's special skill. But fortunately, the 27th combo skill, Eclipse, also swayed Heathcliff's shield in the last blow, and Yayi's pupils shrank when Octavia caught the opportunity. The starlight converged into a long and narrow straight knife, and the skill auxiliary light lit up. Looking at Heathcliff with the empty door wide open, Yayi smiled. Special skill, slash. The blade slashed towards Heathcliff's chest, but the sword-shaped shield suddenly appeared on the chest that should have been unobstructed. Yayi's smile freezes directly. What? When? The shield blocked this powerful special skill, slashing with the knife, a small sideways movement, a backhand wave of the shield. Yayi was replaced by inertia and continued to charge forward, facing Yayi, who had no defense at all, just stabbed with the sword. Out. Yayi was thinking about how the shield appeared, and then suddenly realized that Heathcliff's system acceleration at the beginning was not the peak. He could still accelerate himself, but Yayi had already fallen to the ground. The brilliance has dissipated, and it is slanted on the ground. The system showed the appearance of Heathcliff's victory, and the players in the stands made a huge noise, unable to believe this scene. Those gamblers who made a big bet at the opening immediately scolded and quickly attacked Yayi personally, without the respect that supported Yayi before. Looking at Yayi lying sluggishly on the ground, Heathcliff didn't ridicule anything, turned around expressionlessly and walked towards the original members of the Knights of the Blood on stage. Compared with Heathcliff's calmness, the members of the Knights of the Blood Alliance were extremely excited, and they touted him wildly. President Heathcliff is really still as powerful as you. You have defeated all 4 special skills of that Yingyang Pavilion's President Yayi. At this time, a member next to him interrupted him directly. What 4 kinds? Didn't you see that the last Yayi used another special skill? It's obviously 5 kinds. The first member to speak hurriedly patted his head and nodded in response. Oh. Yes, 5. The president is really amazing. Who knew that? The calm Heathcliff suddenly said a sentence. No, Yayi is better than me. The member looked puzzled. But didn't he lose to the president? But Heathcliff didn't say anything, just turned around and walked back to the guild. Leaving behind a group of members of the Knights of the Blood Alliance who looked at each other in dismay, they hurriedly chased after the president as he walked away. I figured it out myself. Today, the 12,000 update will be 120,000 words. It will be put on the shelves tomorrow. Okay, I will post my thoughts on the shelves after writing the 12,000. For the sake of my recent efforts, please support me. This is Chapter 2 *. Chapter 47 The Silence. Lying quietly on the ground, Yayi hadn't recovered from the failure, and there were curses all over his ears. It is nothing more than mocking himself for losing 5 special skills, and even more directly saying that this is a conspiracy, that Yayi deliberately lost to Heathcliff in the match-fixing match, but without exception, these ridicules are those who bet on coal. Player. Ignoring the ridicule of those ignorant people, Yayi is still immersed in the final game, and the defense that has completely surpassed the speed of human reaction makes Yayi begin to wonder if these people can still win the game of Kayaba Akiyako. Looking at Yayi, who was lying on the ground staring at the sky with blank eyes, Asuna held back her tears and called out to Yayi. Jun Yayi! Jun Yayi! Asuna's anxious cry came from his ears. Yayi began to slowly regain his senses, slowly got up and looked at the guild members who were already in a circle nearby. Each of them had worry in their eyes. Embarrassed, Yayi smiled. I'm fine, won't I just win or lose once? As he spoke, his voice was getting smaller and smaller. This thing was really shocking. With 5 special skills, he finally lost to Heathcliff, who had 1 skill. Even if he knew that he was using the system acceleration, he was still better than him. He has more than 4 skills. Looking at Yayi, who became silent as he talked, Yuli stepped forward and said with an uncomfortable feeling. "It's okay Yayi, we all know that you are very strong." Klein next to him squeezed indirectly. "The most powerful player, I only serve Grandpa yet. Luckily, I just let it go. Yayi is the most powerful in my heart. If she was lucky, the guild members would definitely make fun of her, but now no one has the heart to think about it, and they are all trying to comfort Yayi." Looking around, most of the players in the stands have disappeared. Yayi cheered up and said to everyone, "Go back to the guild first." Everyone watched Yayi take the lead towards the Yingyang Pavilion station, and quickly followed. After leaving the arena, Klein said goodbye to Kirito Yayi and went back to the station with the members of his guild Fengguashan Forest. Agil said that he was going back to the grocery store, and a large number of people instantly left the members of the Silver Light Pavilion. On the way back to the guild, the players on the 72nd floor saw Yayi pointing, and the members of the Silver Light Pavilion who followed behind felt uncomfortable, not to mention the leader Yayi. Listening to the whispers in his ears, Yayi originally thought that he was a very clear-cut person who never cared about other people's opinions and comments, but after being in such an environment, Yayi realized that it was all self-deception. Those lines of discussion and doubtful eyes pierced into his heart like needles, his palms clenched into fists unconsciously, and Asuna, who was beside him, saw Yayi's fists with both hands in worry. Being clenched by Asuna's soft little hands, Yayi woke up with the members of the Silver Light Pavilion behind him. Didn't he make them worry? Raising his head and showing a smile to Asuna, he loosened his clenched fist. Yayi said that he was fine. But this look made Asuna and the members of the Silver Light Pavilion even more worried. President Yayi has always been full of confidence. Because a duel has become so lonely, everyone is secretly uncomfortable, but there is no way to comfort President Yayi. This feeling makes everyone uncomfortable. A group of people returned to the guild despite the discussion. The order of the Yingyang Pavilion still needs to be carried out as before. Yayi vigorously corrected the guild documents. The time seems to be getting long. Yayi doesn't know how to get here on this day, as Yayi's secretary, Yuli, sees that today is a godless president, and it's uncomfortable. Many important things Yayi are also lost because of godlessness. No way to correct. Looking at Asuna who came in and Yayi was about to go back to the 22nd story forest hut, Lai said directly. That. Asuna-sama. President Yayi won't be here these few days. What? Suddenly hearing this, Asuna looked surprised and looked at the surprised Asuna. Uriel explained. President Yayi must be in a bad mood right now. He even corrected a few important things today. Just take a few days off to adjust his mentality. Master Asuna, come on. Hearing Uriel's words, Asuna said hesitantly. Then what will the guild do if Yayi rests? It's okay, this is what all members of our guild hope for. I hope Lord Yayi can adjust for a few days and then continue to lead us forward. Listening to Uriel's words, Asuna didn't say anything. She could only express her gratitude to the guild members for their understanding. Thank you so much. Seeing Asuna thanking him, the members of the Yingyang Pavilion who were overheard leaned over and said. What thanks, President Yayi has always been the powerful one in our hearts, and it will never change just because of a win or loss. Yes, I can remember the back of him saving me for the rest of my life. It's so handsome. Seeing all the members who firmly supported Yayi, Asuna was also very moved, and she assured all the members. Trust me, I will definitely enlighten Mr. Yayi well. After 3 days, you will be able to see the confident and powerful Mr. Yayi again. Hearing Asuna's promise, the guild members cheered, and some boldly hugged each other directly. Seeing this scene from Lier, she actually wanted to comfort Yayi very much, but she knew that Yayi was away for these 3 days, and the operation of the guild still depended on her, and she was very satisfied if she could help Yayi. When Yayi came out of the office, seeing the happy members, he cheered up and walked over with a smile on his face and asked, "What do you guys say, so happy?" Uriel looked at him and said with a smile, "It's good news for President Yayi, we collectively decided to give you 3 days off." Yayi was stunned when he heard the news, then thought about how embarrassed his performance was today, so he understood what they were thinking, but he still asked worriedly, "Then what should I do if the guild runs on vacation?" In an instant, everyone started talking, but it probably meant that there was nothing to worry about. In the end, the little secretary Yuli stood up and said, "President Yayi must believe in your secretary's ability." Seeing that they didn't look fake, as if it really wouldn't matter if he rested for a few days, Yayi stopped rejecting it. He really needs to adjust his mentality, and such a mentality really can't lead everyone to clear this game. Waving goodbye to everyone in the guild, Yayi and Asuna set foot on the 65th floor teleporter. After a burst of light, Yayi and Asuna disappeared on the 72nd floor. Looking at the disappearing Yayi and Asuna, the smile on Uriel's face slowly disappeared. The 3 days of the guild are still very serious. In addition to the fact that President Yayi lost to Heathcliff, these days are really eventful. Some distressed rubbed her eyebrows, the silver-haired royal sister cheered up and comforted herself. "Although I can't be with Yayi to comfort him, but now helping him arrange all the guild matters is the best comfort for him. He will be very happy to see the orderly guild when he comes back. You have to work hard. Come on." After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the guild with a relaxed expression. "If I didn't save the manuscript, what I wrote is a mental explosion. You are really embarrassing me." This is the 3rd chapter. It is currently 7,550 words, and there are about 3 chapters left. It's comfortable to read. Thank you very much. In addition, there is an article about creation in the relevant subvolume of the work. I hope you will take a look. I am waiting for you. Chapter 48 Back to the Past. The light dissipated, Yayi and Asuna came to the 22nd floor. As they had already reached the 57th floor, the 22nd floor is now considered a low floor, so the players here are basically afraid of death and do not want to upgrade their level. Low-level players pay much less attention to things on the front line. So on the way back to the hut in the woods this time, there was basically no one pointing at the players, which made Yayi relieved. Looking at Yayi, who was relieved that no one was pointing out, Asuna was also very distressed. Yayi has always been under great pressure to clear the game. This failure is not a blow to him, but more of those the players' comments hit him even harder. Stop thinking about these things, and after returning to the cabin, Asuna smiled and said to Yayi, "You take a rest. Argo gave me information before and I obtained a particularly delicious ingredient, and I will cook you a delicious meal." Yayi was also very moved when he saw Asuna, who turned around and entered the kitchen busy, but he couldn't describe his current mood. Quietly waiting for Asuna to prepare the food, it was already dark outside, and the chirping of Xiachan was intertwined with the chirping of the frogs by the lake. Yayi saw the flying fireflies gradually becoming fascinated through the window. "Jun Yayi, Jun Yayi." Asuna's shout disturbed Yayi, who was fascinated, watching her wearing an apron, her slender hands wrapped in heavy gloves, and carrying a pot of ingredients on the dining table. Yayi smiled embarrassedly, then sat down at the table. As Asuna lifted the lid of the pot, a fragrant aroma hit Yayi's stomach. He stretched out his chopsticks and picked a piece into his mouth. Yayi couldn't help but praised Asuna. "Asuna, your craft is getting better and better." But eating delicious food, Yayi still felt that something was missing. Seeing Yayi, who was sitting opposite Yayi eating more and more slowly, and finally stopped and dazed Yayi, Asuna put down his chopsticks and said with a sigh, "Jun Yayi, why are you in a daze again?" Yayi, who had regained his senses, saw Asuna's puffed up expression, and he was directly embarrassed and apologetic. The helpless Asuna stared at Yayi and said, "Don't you feel like Mr. Yayi has changed?" Hearing Asuna's words, Yayi asked back with a puzzled face. "Huh? Have I changed?" "Who knows?" Asuna nodded with certainty. "Well, Mr. Yayi has changed a lot. In the past, Mr. Yayi never cared about other people's eyes and lived for himself. Since Mr. Yayi founded the guild, the label of a hero started to change. Go, I care more about other people's eyes. Today's matter, if the former Yayi Jun would not be like this, he would laugh it off, and then confidently say that he will definitely defeat Heathcliff and so on." Hearing Asuna's remarks, Yayi fell into deep thought. Has he really changed? I can't help but carefully recall that I entered the game until now, and then I found that I have really changed a lot. I can't help but scolded myself, and I was actually bound by other people's opinions. It's really stupid to the extreme. I have always lived only for myself, and maybe I also care about the people around me. Why should I care about the opinions of those strangers? I just need to do what I think is good, and let him go with the opinions of others. In Asuna's eyes, Yayi's eyes became brighter and brighter, and then his previous temperament reappeared, and then he smiled at himself. He stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a piece of ingredient again and put it in his mouth. This time, the taste was completely changed. It was two different levels of food from what he had eaten before. If the food I ate just now could be called very delicious, it is now unparalleled deliciousness. Seeing Yayi swallowing the food whole, then picking up another piece and putting it in his mouth, and then accidentally getting scalded, Yayi took a deep breath. Asuna knew that Yayi was back. Smiling at his rude eating image, Asuna said with a smile, "Jun Yayi, please slow down, you are really like a child." Yayi, who had a lot of stuff in his mouth, replied with difficulty, "Because Asuna's is so delicious, that's what I'm doing." Then he stopped talking and ate hase like a starving ghost reincarnated. After a meal, Yayi slumped on the chair and said with emotion, "If you marry Asuna in the future, I will be a fat man." Asuna replied with a smile, "I don't want you if you're fat." Now it was Yayi's turn to be dumbfounded, and he answered directly and affirmatively, "Don't worry, I definitely won't gain weight." Looking at the hut that was back to his usual anger, and Yayi who was nervous, Asuna didn't answer immediately, came to Yayi gently, and pulled him up. "Then you're full, stand up and come." After speaking, he pulled Yayi to the balcony and admired the night scenery. The pure and dark sky is like a black curtain, dotted with a few lonely stars. The breeze blew on the lake surface, rippling with tiny waves, and under the moonlight, silver light patterns were formed. Tonight's night beauty is intoxicating. Of course, it may also be a matter of mood. Yayi also thought of Kayaba Akioko's reaction to surpassing that of human beings after the acceleration of the system today. It seems that he really can't beat him. No, you can't think that way. If I think that way, this game will never be beaten, and even if I can't beat it, he still has a way. Yayi accidentally thought of the way Kirito finally passed Sao in the anime, and then looked at Asuna who was holding his hand and teasing fireflies with the other hand. Her smile was so beautiful. Yayi secretly made a decision. Although he is also afraid of death, he is more afraid that the person he likes will die in this game. So no matter what, he has to clear the game, even at the cost of his life. Yayi shook his head, saying that it was too early, he still had time to become stronger. Maybe he didn't need this method. After all, no one wanted to die. Asuna, who was holding Yayi, suddenly felt that Yayi's palm squeezed hard, and then released it again. When he looked back at him, he found that he was looking at him with love and some doubts, but Asuna didn't ask, but held out another one. Clenched palm. Look, Lord Yayi, I caught fireflies. Yayi looked at her slowly open palm, and scattered fireflies flew out of her palm, matching her pretty face, which was suffocating. Embarrassed by Yayi, seeing his head leaning forward again, Asuna slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, Yayi was about to say something when he heard a knock on the door. That, is this brother Yayi's house? Hearing the voice outside the door, Yayi felt a little familiar. He walked over and slowly opened the door. Seeing the players standing outside, Yayi blurted out in surprise. Silica. Looking at Yayi in pajamas in front of her, Silica hurriedly bowed and said, Brother Yayi is very sorry for disturbing you so late. After all, I'm not a player in the strategy team. I only know the news now. I didn't want to disturb you, but I was too worried about you, so I went to an intelligence dealer and bought your address. Come over. Hearing Silica's words, Yayi knew that if any intelligence dealer knew so well about his own family, it was only that little mouse. Some helplessly covered her forehead. After all, she was here to see her, so she couldn't be allowed to stay outside. Yayi had no choice but to say, Oh, thank you for your concern, come in and sit for a while. The shy Silica put her hands on her chest and whispered. That bothered brother Yayi. After speaking, she walked into the cabin in the forest, and then she saw Asuna, who was also dressed in home clothes. This is the 4th chapter. Brothers, the flowers are getting dry. I will do it first. Ollie will give it. Then there is the Shura field where Yayi's harem caught fire. I like to write about women's fights in black and white. Haha, do you like watching harem fights? If you like flowers, I recommend them to Lydian, which makes me more motivated asterisk. Chapter 49 The 3 women meet. Looking at Asuna in front of her, Silica froze. She knew that brother Yayi had someone she liked, but she didn't expect that the two of them had already lived together. If I knew this was the case, I should have refused brother Yayi's invitation to go in. Now that I'm embarrassed, this sister named Asuna is also embarrassed. Just when Silica felt uncomfortable, she thought of a knock on the door. That is Jun Yayi's house. Hearing the voice of a girl who was clearly outside the door, and Yayi had already guessed who it was, Yayi, whose scalp was numb, slowly walked to open the door under the complicated eyes of the two women. As the door opened, the person standing outside the door turned out to be Lisbeth as Yayi expected. Seeing that Yayi was the one who opened the door, he immediately posted it and stared at Yayi and asked, Jun Yayi, are you all right? Enjoying the eyes of the two women in the living room behind him, Yayi scratched his head in embarrassment and looked at him, then replied with a smirk and pulled a little distance away. Ah, me. I'm fine. Who knew that Liz directly put it up again, the faces of the two were almost close to each other, and then Liz looked at Yayi with her suspicious eyes. Asuna, who was sitting in the living room, looked at Liz, got up from the chair in the living room and walked to the door. When Liz saw Asuna walking out from behind Yayi, she was wearing the kind of house clothes she wears at home. Liz asked in surprise. Asuna, have you moved in with Yayi? Asuna seemed normal, but she seemed to be expressing something. She directly reached out to hold Yayi's arm and said plainly. Yeah, I've lived with Yayi Jun for a long time. Yayi immediately lowered her head when she saw Liz at the door, then raised her head again, stared at the two of them and smiled and blessed. Ah, then congratulations to you too. Seeing her heartfelt blessing, Asuna slowly put down the arm holding Yayi, and warmly invited Liz into the room, but to Yayi's surprise, Liz agreed. Then there was a picture that Yayi didn't want to see. 3 girls with different characteristics were sitting in the living room talking and laughing. It was obvious that the 3 girls were happily chatting, but Yayi always felt uncomfortable and felt like he was about to end. Crazy hinted that this was an illusion, and then hinted that Yayi really felt that it was an illusion, and the depressed feeling in his heart disappeared. He smiled, and watched the three girls chat. However, their topic was always on Yayi, and when they talked about Yayi's various heroic deeds, their eyes lit up. Most of the time, Asuna is talking, Liz and Silica are listening, and occasionally Liz and Silica can talk a few words at the beginning, and then most of it is Asuna narrating. Liz and Silica heard Yayi's deeds with joy in their eyes, and then there was a hint of gloom. The smart Asuna seemed to have discovered something and stopped talking about these topics. The topic became comforting Yayi, and Liz, who was upright and generous, asked Yayi directly. "Isn't Lord Yayi going to lose? It's no big deal, you will always be the strongest in my heart." Looking at the carefree Liz, her words didn't hit the point. She was the kind of person who cared about winning or losing. The previous silence was more about others talking about her. But it's much better now, and Asuna's remarks brought him back to the past, the young man who lived for himself and the people he liked. But even if Liz comforted him in the wrong direction, Yayi didn't refute anything, and everyone's kindness was put away with peace of mind. And Silica is a lot more euphemistic, she lowered her head and said shyly. "Although I have been with Brother Yayi for a very short time, I know that Brother Yayi is not the kind of person who is competitive, and it must be those players who slandered him. Brother Yayi is under too much pressure, plus it's these slanders that make Brother Yayi so sad." Yayi glanced at Silica in surprise. He didn't expect that the younger sister he recognized had such a delicate mind, and immediately found out that he had a mental problem. And the carefree Liz also seemed to realize that she was wrong. She quickly stuck out her tongue, looked at Yayi and said with a smile. "I definitely believe that Yayi is not the kind of competitive person, but he will always be the strongest in my mind." Yayi didn't say anything, looking at her playful look, turned her head and said to the two girls. "Don't worry, I was just a little confused before, but now that I understand it, there will be no more problems. Thank you both for your concern." At this time, Asuna, who was beside him, came along at the right time. "Yes, thank you Liz and Silica for your concern for my Yayi." Then Yayi saw that Liz and Silica's expressions changed. Silica seemed to have thought of something and lowered her head with gloomy eyes. And Liz's expression stiffened for a while, then she saw Asuna and Yayi's home clothes, her expression became mysterious and asked secretly. "Huh? You two have been living together for so long, do you have that?" After speaking, he hinted at Yayi and Asuna. Yayi felt extremely embarrassed, scratching his head and really didn't know how to respond. Silica, who had bowed her head, raised her head again, and her gloomy expression disappeared. She looked at Yayi and Asuna curiously. Silica's stare made Yayi even more embarrassed, and Asuna went up to cover Liz's mouth with a flushed face. "Yeah. Stupid Liz said something nonsense, does Sao have that kind of thing?" Liz's eyes lit up when she heard Asuna's words, and even Silica's eyes had a light called hope. Then the topic went straight away. "Anyway, how did the three girls get here?" The little train was making a loud noise, and Yayi, the male compatriot, was embarrassed and helpless. "Let's go, this is where he can go." "Don't go." Listening to the three girls talking about such an open topic is so embarrassing that it explodes. Yayi became more and more strange the more he listened, and even went directly to the questioning session at the back. The three women took turns asking each other. Of course, the other party could choose not to answer. Silica has only one question left unanswered, and that is, who does she like? At that time, Asuna blushed when she asked her, and glanced at Yayi. Maybe she thought her actions were secret, but in the eyes of Asuna and Liz, it was obvious. Yayi was even more embarrassed by her stupid sister, but Liz didn't know what was wrong. Silica asked her who she liked and answered Yayi directly and generously. It left Yayi speechless. This girl was too upright, so she secretly observed Asuna. But Asuna didn't seem to have any unusual expression, as if Liz said that she liked Yayi had no effect on her at all. Just like this, AAO, finally seeing that the time displayed by the South system is getting late, Yayi stood up and said, "Well, it's getting late, I'll take you home." Seeing that it was getting late, Liz and Silica immediately got up to say goodbye and walked out the door. The two women looked at Yayi and wanted to continue sending them off. They both laughed and refused. "It's alright, Yayi-jun, brother." Thinking that Sao has an anti-harassment mode, Yayi didn't force it anymore, and sent them to the door to watch them go back. When they said goodbye at the end, Silica plucked up her courage and kissed him on the cheek before Yayi could react. Yayi was immediately shocked. This little sister couldn't keep up with Kayaba Akiko's speed. Liz next to her bulged up when she saw her pretty face. She stepped forward and wanted to kiss Yayi. How could she know that Yayi was ready? Taking a step back gently to avoid Liz's attack, Liz's face became even more bulging, and then she kissed again. This time Yayi couldn't escape. After all, he underestimated Liz's determination to kiss him, and could only helplessly watch the backs of the two girls disappearing happily together. When I turned around, I saw Asuna smiling at the door. Chapter 5, 12,000 words have been completed. Brothers, I am not strong. I think the strong brothers put the comments of black and white cattle in the comment area. You can apply for listing today. There will be 2 to 3 days of review. It's okay to write in black and white, please support black and white asterisk. Chapter 50 The World of Two People. Looking at Asuna, who didn't look angry at all, Yayi still felt a little scalp tingling. He said with a perverse smile. "I don't want that either." Looking at Yayi, who kept scratching his head and didn't know the explanation, and said such a sentence for a long time, Asuna, who had a strange expression, laughed outright. Puff. Immediately after, Asuna walked up to Yayi, hugged him gently, and pressed his head against Yayi's chest. Even though it was a game, Asuna really heard the heartbeat. Yayi watched Asuna come and hug him, leaning his head in his arms, and then said quietly, "Am I a girl with such a small belly? Yayi is so good. It's normal for girls to like him, but I didn't expect that Liz, who is usually so carefree, would fall in love with Yayi." Seeing that Asuna was not as angry as he thought, Yayi asked in surprise. "Ah, Asuna, aren't you angry?" After asking Yeshuang, he wanted to slap himself in the face. How could he ask such a mentally retarded question? Asuna just gently arched in Yayi's arms, and then answered slowly. "If I'm angry, I don't want to be angry because Yayi is so good and attractive to girls." In embarrassment, Yayi has no IQ, and said with a tone of approval. "Yes." Asuna was successfully amused by Yayi's narcissism. She lightly slapped Yayi's chest down. "When did you become so narcissistic?" Yayi didn't refute anything, just hugged Asuna and smiled, but Asuna followed closely. 360 Actually, I met Yayi-jun from the first floor, and we went through so much in a blink of an eye, and the two of us became husband and wife. Yayi-jun also became the current #1 guild president from a little-known player before. The first of all players. Hearing Asuna's words, Yayi retorted with a wry smile. "Asuna, you are trying to kill me. You lost to Heathcliff. What are you talking about as the #1 player?" However, Asuna shook his head firmly, suddenly got out of Yayi's arms, and turned to look at Yayi with a firm gaze. Yayi was a little embarrassed with those hot eyes, and she said slowly. "Jun, Yayi's strength is not only me, but everyone who knows Yayi thinks so. Yayi-kun, do you always think that our strength over you is technical strength? That's a big mistake. Yayi, not only is your technique powerful, but your inner strength is also admired by everyone. No internal beta player can move forward under so much pressure, even if all the players misunderstood your internal beta players at the time, but you used your powerful personality charm to make them change their senses of you. It is well deserved that it is powerful, not only power, And the heart. To be honest, Yayi never thought that his image in Asuna and the others would be so strong. He was a little embarrassed and moved, and he hesitated and didn't know what to answer. Gia. On the contrary, Asuna continued to speak, only to see her say in distress. That's why Yayi-kun like this is also full of charm, girls are too lethal. Then turned to trusting and stared at Yayi again. But with such a long-standing relationship and trust, I believe that Lord Yayi will handle everything well. Looking at the smart and gentle Asuna, Yayi hugged her tightly and said with a smile. Actually, it's okay to lose. It's been a long time since I've been in a two-person world with Asuna. This is a great opportunity to sneak in. After finishing speaking, he pulled Asuna back to the cabin, ready to rest and raise his spirits. After a night of silence, the sun shone into the cabin on time the next morning, and the dazzling sunlight woke Yayi and Asuna who were sleeping. Yayi, who had a habit of staying in bed, was of course unwilling to get up so easily. He hugged Asuna tightly and buried his head in Asuna's hair to escape the dazzling morning light. The childish Yayi is always doing all kinds of actions that make Asuna cry and laugh, but it is this way that Asuna can experience the emotions Yayi doesn't show to others. Looking at Yayi who was lying in bed, still holding himself tightly, Asuna whispered in Yayi's ear. Who promised me last night that I would live in a two-person world today? If I don't get up, it will be over today. Hearing Asuna's words, Yayi immediately opened his eyes. Seeing Yayi who had become self-conscious as he got up, Asuna also got up to make breakfast. After a while, Asuna prepared breakfast and served it up, while Yayi sat at the dining table, drawing his fingers on the map in front of him. Seeing Yeshuang carefully choosing a place to play today, Asuna greeted with a smile. Wait and see. Let's eat first. The interrupted Yayi immediately collected the system map, and then realized that the scent had already drifted into his nose, but he hadn't noticed it before, and his stomach groaned in a timely manner. But Yayi didn't have anything to be embarrassed about, his stomach growled and it was embarrassing, which proved that Asuna's culinary skills were high. The old rule can't wait to stretch out his chopsticks and directly smear a piece into his mouth. The wonderful taste blooms in the taste buds, and chewing carefully has a different taste. Eating and eating, Yayi thought of the chowder that appeared in the anime. Asuna can handle ordinary ingredients so deliciously. Wouldn't it be even better if the chowder was used? As a traveler of the food country, Yayi is very persistent in his pursuit of food. He secretly remembered this matter, and went to look for it when he reached the 74th floor. Delicious breakfast makes eating fast, and the breakfast made by Asuna is over soon. Seeing Yayi eating and drinking, Asuna looks at Yayi with longing eyes. So, where are you going today? I saw Yayi smiled and said mysteriously. Well, that's an interesting place. It's been a while since Yayi took Asuna from home, but Yayi still leads Asuna on this forest path. Seeing that she hasn't reached her destination for a while, Asuna's heart is like being scratched by a kitten, and she asks with great curiosity. So, where are you going? Yayi replied in a mysterious way. Wait until you will know. Looking at the mysterious Yayi, Asuna didn't ask any more, and then she suddenly thought of something. Hey, why don't Jun Yayi carry me on his back? Behind your back? Yayi looked at Asuna with a questioning face, but Asuna did not show any embarrassment, but instead said to Yayi coquettishly. It's boring to always look at it from the same height. It's easy to say Yayi-kun's strength. After speaking, he winked at Yayi playfully. That's right, but you're so old. Yayi was a little embarrassed. Although the place was sparsely populated, it was always a little embarrassing. When Asuna heard Yayi's words, she turned around and put her hands behind her head. It has nothing to do with age. Besides, doesn't Yayi sometimes look like a child? Besides, there is no one else here, it doesn't matter. Yayi couldn't refute what he said. He did sometimes have a childish temperament, so he could only scratch his head helplessly and answer. Okay. After speaking, he slowly crouched down in front of Asuna. Because it will take 2 to 3 days for the review of the shelves, and the editor in charge of Filu is still closed on Saturdays and Sundays, so my listing has been delayed until Tuesday. I wanted to take a rest these few days just to save the chapters and not post them. Later, I thought about it. Some readers voted for reminders. What's more, if you don't write Filu, you won't be refunded. Just post it. This chapter is actually a VIP chapter. It will be changed to a VIP chapter after it goes on the shelves on Tuesday. If you subscribe, Black and White will thank you, but if you don't subscribe to Black and White, you won't say anything as a benefit, so that's it. 12,000. This is the first chapter.